Hello and welcome, dear friends. My name is Matthias Röder. I'm the Managing Director of the Elliott and Herbert von Karajan Institute. The Karajan Institute is a not-for-profit organization in Salzburg that is promoting the life and works of Herbert von Karajan, one of the great conductors of the 20th century. Herbert von Karajan once said in an interview in the mid-80s, shortly after having introduced the compact disc, the CD format, to the world, he said that I was born 10 years too early because all of the great things that come out of the digitalization of music, I will not be able to witness. That's the spirit that we have today. We still are looking forward to the future, to the things that are to come. And we do so with a lot of passion for building the community of tech entrepreneurs and music visionaries today. When you look around, you see that our industry is changing. Many organizations are changing from being monolithic to being open, being collaborative, and being communities of creatives, communities of creative hives, and collaborative creation. What I like about this is this open spirit. And this is also the topic of today's conference. We look at how this is changing and how organizations are turning from these monolithic organizations with lots of history to more agile and open communities. Take, for example, what Christian Järvi and the Baltic Sea Philharmonic are doing in their project of a musical chain that allows its community members to co-produce music with the orchestra and Christian. And they have done so for quite a while now in a series of very interesting rewritten arrangements of the great classics. And today actually is a new piece being produced by them, and it comes out. It's called Hollow, and you can check it out today for the first time by following the link that we're going to show you right now. Very excited about this. The edition of our conference this year is all about NFTs, Web3, and DAOs. So everything related to crypto music and blockchains. And some of you will remember that we actually had this kind of topic already before. First in a classical music hackathon and blockchain a couple of years ago. And then last year for the Karajan MusicTech conference, when just 1 or 2 weeks earlier, the Beeple NFT was sold for a staggering $68 million or euros or so. And we had the person from Christie's who was actually doing the sale at the time. This was a very interesting moment for us. And now today we're looking at what came out of this sort of early phase of NFTs, because music NFTs are now a thing. They are, quite ubiquitous already. And today we want to look at the different ways that you can use NFTs in music. For some of you, this might be still new and something confusing, but don't worry, we have you covered. Today, you're going to learn all of the ins and outs of NFTs, Web3, and DAOs. So you can stick with us for the rest of the day, follow the discussions with some of the foremost crypto music people that currently are out there. And you can also join our workshop on the topic a little bit later today. But we also want to feature the artist perspective, the people who are actually at the forefront using this stuff creatively. And so I'm really, really happy that we have an amazing roster of artists, both from the classical music world, but also from the pop world, from electronic music, who are joining us today for our discussion. And last but not least, if you have an organization, an arts organization, and you would like to join this new crypto music movement, then you want to learn about decentralized autonomous organizations. And later on in the day, we'll have a really fabulous panel discussion with some of the foremost thinkers in that space. So that's not all. We also have panels on artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence and music can be used in a Web3 environment. And then also our collaboration with the IMZ Academy, which we're going to start with in a short little while. Before we go to that, I also want to say, and this is last but not least, we do have a very special collaboration with the Essel Foundation and the Zero Project. And this is all about inclusion and accessibility in music tech. I'm really, really happy that we're going to feature EyeHarp in a little while. This is an amazing software that lets people with disabilities make music with their computers. So there is some exciting artists joining us, Alper Kaya from Istanbul, who will showcase his work with us. And there's going to be a discussion about how we can actually be more inclusive through music technology, but also in our music tech community. Let me take a look at my notes. So you will ask yourself, how can I join the discussion? Well, it's very easy. Wherever you are watching this stream, on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, simply write your questions in the comments and we will be able to see it here in our studio. Also, if you're on Twitter, you can use the hashtag KMT22 and ask your questions this way. My team will then send us the questions into the studio and we'll be able to discuss with you. So all of this, of course, is only possible because of this amazing team that is working in and for the Karajan Institute. So I want to thank, in particular, Henry, Pia, Nikolai, the social media team, and everyone who has been involved in making this really one of the most exciting times of the year for me personally. I do hope that you will also enjoy it. Stay with us. It's a long project. It's a long program. We're going to be here all day long. We're looking forward to making new friends. So join our Discord server. You find the link on our website, karajanmusictech.com. Well, with that, I want to invite Katarina Jeschke, the General Secretary of the IMZ, on stage with me. Hi, Katarina.
Hi, Matthias. Hi, everyone. Hello. Thank you for having us again. Really,
Yeah.
already the fifth time, actually, Matthias.
I was actually wondering, I thought, is it the fourth time or the fifth time that we have this collaboration? And I'm glad you looked it up.
Yes, I'm very, yeah, it's already the fifth time. And you were talking about collaboration. And at the beginning, when you started your opening words, and it's really, we are also so happy to have this collaboration again. And it's also a very exciting time for us, always this conference, and I'm always so excited what kind of topics you put together and to see what we can bring in, because I mean, the IMZ as an international network for the performing arts film industry. Our mission is based on professionalization and innovation and new business models, and we always have some overlaps here, and we are very, very happy that we can bring in again an IMZ Academy session with, I think, a very interesting topic.
Yes. Yeah. I'm always amazed. You guys are, and people who don't know this watching the stream, I just want to say the IMZ has been around for a long time now, and you are the marketplace, the community for music film producers and the people who work at the television channels to actually show all of that great content in the world. But you've added, innovation to your program in such an exemplary way. For us, it's a real pleasure to always have you. Now, today you're going to host a panel on how we actually deal with the content in a decentralized world. It's not a simple task.
No.
This will be very, very interesting for everyone who's involved in the music industry on an organizational level, sort of, in the trenches out there. So I'll let you guys take over the stage, and I thank you again for being here with us today.
Thank you, Matthias. Really, thank you to you and your team. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you and the Karajan Institute as a member of the IMZ. This is really, really a pleasure, and I'm actually very happy to pass on the word to my colleague Frank Schuleri. He will guide us through the panel. And the next session is called Digital Content, or the first session actually is called the Digital Content Management in a Decentralized and Democratized Online World. Frank, the stage is yours and have fun.
For this nice introduction, and also Matthias, from my side, thank you very much, and we are very happy to be able to host this panel here today. I'm pretty excited right now because not only this is the very first time I'm moderating on such an event, but also because I believe that the topic that we host in this panel constitutes a perfect introduction for today's conference on Web3, DAOs, and NFTs. The topic of today is digital content management in a decentralized and democratized online world. And the reason why I'm saying that it's great to start with this is that we all are used to share content such as images, videos, audio, text online. This started roughly 20 years ago with the advent of the Web 2.0, when we shifted from being a consumer of online content to a prosumer. However, we never really kept ownership of our own content. And with this transition to Web3, we finally will have the opportunity to claim true ownership of everything we share online. But then, of course, the question is, where do we start? Exactly, with labeling. And it's not only about putting your name on everything you own, but it's about identifying and tracing the DNA of each asset that you share. And exactly that will be in focus of our discussion in the next 15 minutes. Identification and tracing of digital content. For that, we will meet an innovative proposition to content identification, the International Standard Content Code, then discuss the status quo of content identification and the potential of this identifier with experts from the music and tech industries. Then having a look at the use case for the implementation of the ICC. And afterwards, in the end, we will wrap it up and bring up some key takeaways of this session together. So for now, I'm happy to introduce to you the very first presenter of this panel, Tito Span, who is the inventor and architect of the ICC. And he's an entrepreneur and open source developer who has been developing media technology projects and incubation since the year 2000. Tito Span, welcome, and I'm handing over this panel to you.
Hello, Frank. Thank you for the invitation. So, okay, there's a presentation. Great. So first, thank you very much for inviting me, us, to this conference. And let me just jump in right now. So the ICC is about identifiers for digital content. And maybe I do a short introduction. My name is Tito Span. I'm active in the media technologies areas, founder and CEO of Craft AG. It's a small ebook distribution company in Freiburg, Germany. I'm also an open source developer, and I'm the inventor and developer of the ICC. I'm talking here today for the ICC Foundation, which we founded 2.5 years ago. And the ICC Foundation is a not-for-profit organization, and we focus on open content identification. So the underlying idea is that the challenges that we face in the media industry are systemic, and we need to change the underlying architecture of the network or the networks we work in to really change the situation. And that's what we are basically supporting. Just as a little bit of history, because at the moment it might seem the ICC is not very much involved in the blockchain NFT space. That's not true. We are coming from there, and we are also going to that area again. So it all started in 2016 when Google has funded a project where we were involved around researching how blockchain could affect the publishing space. And the project was called the Content Blockchain Project, and we really went deep in. So just to take a perspective back there, for those who are not in the blockchain space or are not very versed in it, this is by now a $2 trillion space. So a lot of things are happening. We're seeing new things like software wallets, hardware wallets, ATMs that can exchange crypto, merchants that accept crypto, many different blockchains, exchanges that trade those cryptos, mining farms, mining hardware, a whole new industry. And it's to those who think this is just a hype, I might like to say this is not going to go away. It's maybe changing, but it's a rapidly growing space. And then a second important thing is we went into the whole space in 2016, very deeply hands-on, trying out this technology and understanding what it can do, what it can't do. So this is a typical learning curve of somebody who goes down the rabbit hole around blockchain and crypto. So first you know nothing, then you start to learn all kinds of different things like game theory, economics, and applied cryptography, and then you find out that you still don't know nothing because it's such a disruptive space, very exciting. So, but why is this whole movement important for the media community? So the basic shift, paradigm shift that we see is that basically the internet was a medium for transferring information like text, images, video, whatever kind of information. But there was no native way to have digital ownership. And what happens with blockchain is a new layer on the internet that enables basically a true digital ownership. So we can implement natively money on the blockchain. We have reputation, licenses, all things like Verbriefung, what we call it in Germany. So we have this tokenization and true digital ownership, which was not possible before. So one outcome of that research project that we did was that the core building blocks for the content community in this new blockchain space will be focused around content identifiers, rights and licenses, and transaction models. The important part here is, you know, the first thing, if you go into the blockchain area and see, your first association would be, oh, well, let's put content on the blockchain. And the name actually of the project was Content Blockchain. And the first thing you will find is that you will not put content on a blockchain because blockchains are very specific animals that are have to deal with small amounts of data for that data that should be integrity preserving. So content in the relation of blockchains will be transactions that talk about or reference some digital content that's stored outside of blockchains. So content identifiers will have a very crucial role, and that's where the whole ICC Foundation and ICC project came from this realization. So what is the ICC? The ICC is a proposal for a modern and open content-based identifier. So it is a universal identifier for all kinds of digital content like text, image, audio, and video. It is at the same time a lightweight, multifaceted, and open source fingerprint designed for digital content. It can be applied across sectors, so journalism, book, academic, publishing, music, film, you name it. And the goal here is to establish digital content as a subject of transactions in decentralized and networked environments. So why do we need a content-based identifier? So most of the existing digital content out there does not enjoy the benefits of a standard identifier. In professional businesses like the book music industry, we have identifiers for different things that are used professionally. But for digital content, like take an image on Twitter, a meme, or something posted on some social media site, they do not have a generic international identifier. Also, the existing standard identifiers, they don't identify digital media assets. Many people don't know that, but things like the ISRC for music recordings don't identify the digital files themselves. They identify a business event like the recording where people took place, where it took place, when it took place, the people that have a share in it. That's identified by an ISRC, not the files that are the output of there. So an ISRC may be manifested in many different files, like the mastered version or unmastered and so on. So all these business known standard identifiers do not identify digital media assets. Then, of course, there are large systems. Many of the big platforms have some kind of content identification and recognition systems, which are mostly closed and proprietary and create a competitive imbalance. We are moving into a world where decentralized ledger technologies are commoditizing secure machine-to-machine interactions, and we need referential integrity. So to bind digital content to some identifier, the connection between the two is very important. And we also need interoperability across sectors. I will skip this one. So one more important realization here in decentralized content identifiers is that in a multi-sided ecosystem, anybody may have a legitimate interest to create, look up, or register an identifier for some content. So in this case, we need to be aware that authorship or copyright is not a requirement to get an identifier, but a common identifier is a requirement to communicate and agree on authorship and copyright for some given digital content. And the authoritative linking between the identifier and the content should be automated with standardized algorithms. This is different from all the other standard identifiers, where you usually sign up with a registration agency and get numbers assigned, which you can then assign to digital content. So in relation to our existing identifiers, this is what I told already in the beginning. The purpose is very, very different. So the ICC is not setting out to replace other standard, well-established and very useful standard identifiers. It is there to augment them. So from the music industry, let's take two examples. The ISWC, which identifies works. So it identifies the composition and basically helps to find the people who composed a certain work. So as you know, a composition might have very many different recordings and manifestations. Then we have the ISRC, which identifies a recording event, not the digital asset or the digital assets that are created by a recording event. And finally, the ICC tries to fill the hole that we have, a native identifier, interoperable, that identifies the digital assets themselves in an intelligent manner. So this is how an ICC looks like. On top, you see a full ICC code. It is an identifier and a fingerprint at the same time, and it is a fingerprint about different dimensions of the digital asset. So you can decompose such an ICC code into its separate components, and each of the components identifies a different the digital asset from a different angle. So the meta code is generated from and identifies encode similarity of the metadata of the digital asset. The content code is basically the content similarity on a perceptual level. The data code is the data similarity, and the instance code is like a cryptographic hash. So there's this is the overview process. There's some involved processing that needs to be done to come up with the different codes, but we provide open source and build on existing open source code that is publicly available to create these ICC codes. So I will not go into detail with all the code components, but I would like to show one demonstration in an example of an image. So the content code could be a content code. There are different types for image, audio, video, or text. let's take the image example here. We have two images which are basically identical from the visual side of things. But if you look at the data is very different if they are encoded as JPEG, for example, and PNG. So a normal cryptographic hash would create completely uncorrelated identifiers. The content code creates the same identifier. So let me show a short demo, which you can also try. This is an older version of the ISCC, but still it shows the concept very well. So let's take two images, for example, here. This is a BMP image, and the other copy of the BMP image has one different pixel. So let's create an ISCC code for the first one. So what you see here on the right side is the decoded bit sequence of the ISCC code. Let's take now the second image where one pixel has been changed. Now you can see that the ISCC code of the second image has the same meta, content, and data ID. So the first three components can be exactly matched. And the instance ID, which is the cryptographic hash, changes in an uncorrelated fashion. Now let's go into a stronger example where we have, let's say, an image that is a JPEG. And then we have, so this is the code for the JPEG image. And we have also a black and white version of that image as encoded as a TIFF image, so completely different data. And now you can see that still the content ID, so the perceptual identification, stays the same. Also, the metacode is the same in this case, but the data and the instance code are different. So this shows how the different perspectives encoded into a single fingerprint can help us match digital content based on the perceptive contents. So this is basically by matching and comparing ISCC codes, we can learn many things, and we can find similar content in different formats and codes. Now, the ISCC code is not, it's basically just identifying the content. So it's not like a traditional identifier, is not owned by anybody. And there's where the decentralized content registry we are currently working on comes into play. The idea is that these ISCC codes can be published to public blockchains. We will be implementing Ethereum and Polygon in the first step. And you publish such an ISCC code, and you basically, by that, an external observer can calculate a thing that we call an ISCC ID, which is a very short identifier that points to the ISCC code, the full code, the declaring party who signed the transaction, and external metadata for to find out more about the digital asset. The ISCC is, we have been approached about 1.5 years ago by the German standard organization DIN, and the ISCC is in standardization at ISO. It's a long road. You can see these are all the stages of ISO standardization. We are here, so we have still some way to go there. And our roadmap is we are working on the ISO standardization on the next release of ISCC on semantic code, which is a very interesting thing where you can basically have the same ISCC code for, let's say, a given text in one language, and in another language will collapse or calculate the same ISCC code. We already have demos for that. So digital reality, there's too much granular content to manually assign and track content identifiers. The good news is all your digital content already has an ISCC. It just needs to be calculated, extracted from your digital content. Thank you very much. Thank you especially to IMZ, who were the first who sponsored this project in a significant way by sponsoring open source development. And I would like to pass over.
Thank you, Titus. You may stay with me because we will go right into the next round, which is basically the panel discussion. And before I like to invite the other panelists here, I would like to ask 2 questions here. First of all, if I understood well, the ICC is very much linked with the use of a blockchain. Can I generate and use the ICC code for my content without involving blockchain as well?
Absolutely. So it's completely agnostic. The ICC code, you don't need to touch the blockchain to create an ICC code. If you want to have an ICC ID, which is then something that you own, the ICC code is not owned by anybody. It just identifies the content. But if you put it on on a blockchain, what you receive is an ICC ID, which you then own. So it's different from an NFT. It doesn't say you own the content. It just says you own this identifier that points to some ICC code and digital content and metadata, and you are in control of this identifier, and it's globally unique. But it does not by itself say anything about the ownership of the content.
I see. Great. Thank you very much. And maybe one more question. Is it possible to recreate the content based on this code? So can I somehow calculate it backwards?
No, it's not in the sense secure like a cryptographic hash where you can have no way back to the content. So it depends on the fingerprint. For example, the fingerprint of the image code, you might come up with a very small something that might look a little bit like the image by reverse engineering the thing, but you cannot calculate the content from the.
Perfect.
It's a one-way function.
Great, great. So with this, I would like to invite also the further experts from the music industry, including your colleague Sebastian Post, co-founder of the ICC Foundation and entrepreneur consultant in the cultural and creative industries. And he's been focusing on digital innovation and blockchain technology. For instance, you have founded the first ebook distribution service in 2005 back then. Is it right? Welcome, Sebastian.
Thanks for having me.
Great, great to have you here. And then I would like to welcome also Daniel Simon from Digital Images GmbH. He is the CTO, and he's accounting for the introduction and implementation of new technologies for the clients. Digital Images, or DIGIM, as you like to call it in short, is a service provider for production, distribution, restoration, and archiving of digital content. Welcome, Daniel.
Hi, thank you for the invitation to being here.
Great to have you here. And the last but not least, Raphael Eckert from Artos Music. He is label manager, and he is responsible for international sales and international product processes. And he also plays the key role in shaping the digitization processes within the organization. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks for the invitation.
Perfect. So having you all on this table, what is the idea? The idea is here to actually exchange some thoughts on the current status quo in the music industry on the identification of content. So what are current practices? What is the status quo? Where do you guys see gaps and challenges that have to be overcome? And then to have a look at what benefits and potential the ICC code that we have been introduced to is bringing for this industry. And at this point, I would also like to invite the audience out there watching and listening to post their questions in comments, and we will try to take in some of your questions into our discussion and answer them. So maybe to introduce this discussion round, I would like to pose a question to you, Raphael. Artos is a music label with a historically strong focus on the distribution of physical records, right? So in the past years, you've had a strong focus on the digitization process. Reflecting on this new trend, or better say the development of Web3, what effects on this process, on this digitization process, do you experience from these evolutions, and do you expect?
Thank you. Well, we are still in a process of, or in a transformation process of digitalization. And with that, there are arriving like new challenges for us, of course. In the past, we mainly dealt with DVDs or Blu-rays or both, and the content of each disc was identified by a code, as you already mentioned, comparable to the much more well-known ISBN number for books. And now we are moving masses of digital data, which of course have to be somehow labeled. And we have reached a point where blockchain and ISCC are becoming interesting and relevant for us, because our label has been is still in a transformation process from a physical distribution machine of records to a digital distribution machine of licenses. And that's quite a big difference. So with us right now, all titles have an individual ID, which is also included in their respective contracts with maybe sub-license partners or so. And we are having an ID or ID keys for a version of a program, maybe also another ID key for specific subtitles or any dub versions or so. But we do not have an international standard. And only the unique identification of our mass of data protects against illegal use or so in some areas. So, for example, we sub-license a title to a licensee, and that licensee gets the rights in a few territories for a few years. How do we make sure that this also happens and it won't happen in any territories we have not approved at all? And that's quite hard for us to identify right now. And that's the point where blockchain is becoming interesting for us.
Great. So you already answered my next question. So which would have been how you identify and track down unlawful use of your content in the digital world. But you basically said, okay, this is really hard at this moment. And the ICC might be an addition to the measures against it, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe also reflecting on the current practices, what further challenges and gaps do you see here?
I think the challenge is to have a global identifier that we are able to identify our programs all over the world. For example, we have a program, a film, let me say, for example, a documentary about, let's say, Daniel Barenboim. And the title is, for example, the story of Daniel Barenboim. And we are selling this title to any licensee. And this licensee, because the contract allows it, sells it to another licensee in some other country. And he may changes for any reason the title from the story of Daniel Barenboim to Daniel Barenboim, The Story and Life, for example. So different title, but same content. It's hard for us to identify it on any platform all over the world right now if there are thousands of documentaries about him. And I think this is a point where ISCC may help.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Maybe at this point I will switch to Daniel and for 1-2 questions. And I would also like to encourage you guys to actively ask your questions in between. This is just, from my side to get the ball rolling, so to say. But maybe Daniel, for you, your services as Digim focus on managing and optimizing content.
Yeah, sure.
So every day you deal with massive amounts of files and data. So from your experience, what ways of identification do your clients use for their assets and catalogs, and what is Digim's approach to that? Raphael has mentioned already that they use certain identifier ways. However, they are missing an international standard. So it might be that it's the same for others and you have different kinds. So what is your experience in that?
Okay, in general, we receive all programs and assets related to the programs pre-announced so that we know what is delivered to us, and then we just double check if it's indeed the program we expect to get from the client or from the lab. As soon as we have ingest everything in our database, we know the metadata to the program and we have the asset related to that. Afterwards, we can copy and deliver all the content, and we know where everything is in each stage. This is not a real problem for us. The main issue, let's say, is what Raphael already mentioned, and Titus as well in the presentation, is let's assume that we have two different clients and they send us programs with different metadata and different names for the program. How do we know that this is the same program in the end, but they call it differently and they have different catalog numbers to identify them? Because even if you have a global identifier number for a program, that doesn't mean that each client or label use it for their own financial projections. And this is something which is really challenging to us, because we are making a lot of spot checks to determine, okay, that could be the same version but different titled. Sorry. And on the other hand, we have, for example, to give a real life example, it's announced that we have a demultiplexed program, let's say a ProRes and 5.1 surround audio, and on the server we will find additional 2.0 audio. So does it match to the program? Yes or not? Okay, is it accidentally uploaded, or is it something what was forgotten to announce? This is something that takes a lot of resources to double check. Is it related to the program, yes or not? So it would be nice to have something like what Titus mentioned before, that we have an identifier. Okay, say it seems to be that it's matching the 5.1 audio.
Where do you see potential in this approach of the ISCC here that would make your work easier and more efficient? Especially.
Yeah, as mentioned, that we can identify redundant versions of the same content. This is the main thing I see at the moment. And on the other hand, that we can enrich the metadata for our clients, that they have already the code generated, that we can ingest the code, let's say, to something like blockchain or a global database, so that they can trade it. This is something what we can or what we want to provide to our clients, that, for example, Raphael can use this code for to find unauthorized use of the content, or their clients who is doing this research on the web, for example.
So what I take from your answers, from your insights, is that metadata is a big buzzword here. We have to really make sure that metadata is complete and is also well maintained. So data cleaning, so to say, and automation might be two words that I would like to note down for the end. And so I would maybe at this point also bring in a comment from the audience that came up, who's also reflecting from his or her side on this topic. In our company, content identification and protection involves many people, processes, and databases, including rights, licenses, license billing, metadata, and key account managers, as well as external distribution partners. This seems to be also a kind of a label, or does this match with your experience, Raphael?
Yes, it does. I mean, like media catalog systems such as we use and we also have used in the past tend to get out of hand and become very complex and often like unmanageable. So you need a lot of people to manage it somehow. And it is therefore important for us to have a system that is automated, as much as automated as possible, while at the same time we need a system which is maximizing practical utility, in terms of the most important applications. So what we need is, we need to decrease the work and to improve the benefit.
Great. Thank you. And I guess that ICC is exactly intending to do so. So what I really found interesting with the ICC, Titus, you also mentioned that established identifiers have to be applied for, you have to pay for it, you have to wait for it, and there's a lot of high potential for error. Is that true? And I really like the idea that you give the individual basically the freedom and the autonomy to create and secure your own content on a mouse click, right? And with that, I would also like to open the discussion and the questions toward you guys. So Raphael and Daniel, if you have questions left right now, to place them to Titus and Sebastian, please do so.
Maybe
Yes.
I can also comment on what has been said before, because I think there are different dimensions of the that have been mentioned. One from the commentator, that within a company you have several people dealing with certain life cycle process stages of content that need to organize that and manage that in a way that is efficient. Then you have a distribution where you have parties that have some kind of agreement with each other and know each other, and they send metadata files, updates of content, rename it, convert it, compress it, whatever. So this is the second, I would say, dimension. But there's a third dimension, which is if you think about transactions about content where the parties do not necessarily know each other. And so the question also in blockchain transactions, that was one of the outcomes also of the original content blockchain project. If you are dealing or if two parties that don't know each other are dealing about content, they need to be able to know what they are dealing about. So and to generate an ISCC code totally independent of any metadata that have been shipped, maybe lost or so. That is, I think, one potential. And the second aspect that you have is if you declare your identifier on public networks, that is an opportunity to associate any kind of metadata to the identifier, not to the and that could be, let's say, catalog title metadata, that could be rights management information, that could be maybe reviews, that could be users that comment on content. So you have a broad range of opportunities what you can associate to the content. And so that is, I would say, the use case that we are also currently working on very hard, to be able to declare ICC codes and associate data in a way that it can be discovered. And discoverability, I would say, is one important aspect that is a problem in the current online world, I would say. So if you see a video, if you listen to a song, if you see a photo on Twitter, how do you get a hold of the terms and conditions, how you can use this stuff?
Sebastian, you represent ICC in a work group at the ISO, at the International Organization for Standardization. Now, the intention with this is to actually, bring it to a point that it becomes an internationally recognized standard. Now, if we talk about standard, of course, we have to have enough people using it, which is, of course, a big endeavor.
Yes.
How is it possible for you, or what is the roadmap? And this also is maybe going in line with the question of one of our, with the same audience. What is the roadmap for bringing the ICC to an international standard and to introduce it into a complex industry ecosystem?
I absolutely agree. It's a complex system that needs to be explained. We presented the ICC in 2018, and since then we have been talking to stakeholders from all media industries to introduce it. Then the process of the standardization is one important part, because it creates awareness of the standard. It creates it creates trust in the standard as well. And so the roadmap for the standardization is pretty clear defined now, since we are an accepted work item since last year. So in August we will have a community draft, so the standard will be finalized, and then it will go into voting processes on different international levels, options to comment on it. So I would say there are two or three different paths. One is the ISO standardization. The other is conversations and adoption of the ISCC from different stakeholders. And we see it in the NFT space. We see it in video, in audio. And the third part I would like to mention that goes more into Tito's domain is also that developers are picking up the standard and the looking at the GitHubs to get familiar with the tools that are provided by ICC Foundation, because that is pretty clear. It needs technical competence within the labels, within the publishers, within the media organizations to get familiar with the technology.
All right, great. So you said, okay, talking to different accounts, what possible use cases that you could introduce within the next year do you see developing? In this very concrete examples, maybe, if you have.
Yeah, one because we are also here talking about blockchain and NFTs. So the issue with the current NFT market, so to speak, is that in many cases the metadata are only very loosely attached to the actual token which is on the blockchain. So you refer to the metadata, which is maybe on IPFS or hosted on servers, and this connection between the token and the metadata is a problem, because you might only on Twitter see the artwork, the creative work, and you need to find out where the smart contract is, what token ID. You need to kind of do a reverse search to get a hold of the terms and conditions which are associated. And that's I would say, huge problem in the industry, in the NFT space altogether, that the awareness of licensing of rights is not there. And so the industry has not taken care about providing license terms and attaching it to the creative work itself. And this is what the ICC provides. It provides a way to inseparably connect metadata, rights management information to the media assets or part of the media asset. And I would say that is something that we also would like to bring into the discussion in this afternoon, to deal with content identification and have a look at the ICC in order to make sure that so to speak, the legal dimension of NFTs is not forgotten.
Again, just a quick in between. So Raphael, Daniel, if questions, and the same to you, Titus and Sebastian, please go ahead and just place your questions to each other. Raphael.
Yes, as you mentioned, content identification. May I give you an example? We have a program, a film, and that happens to have a specific brand of, let's say, for example, alcohol or cigarettes or so. And now you may have to blur this bottle of beer or this pack of cigarettes in the film for a country A, but you don't have to blur it for a country B. And I see both versions would have different ISCC codes in this matter. But for example, if we are going to sell the unblurred version to someone and the contract allows it that he does deals with other licensees, and he is going to sell the unblurred version to a country where it would be not allowed. So is it impossible for him to sell it, or maybe it is a country as well where the ISCC code wouldn't be an international standard. So what's the problem there? How is it to solve?
So I think the first thing is it as an international standard, it's an international standard. We have 30 countries in the gremium, and they agree about how this thing should be working, how the technicalities work, how the governance of the system works, and it's basically meant to bring trust to businesses, so that businesses can say, okay, this has been approved by a governing body that really has looked into the details, and my investment in using this is a sound investment. So that's the part of the standardization. The thing is that if you work with ISCC, you are not required to, let's say we are doing ebook distribution and my publishers are giving me ebooks. I don't need them to tell me the ISCC code of their ebooks, because I can create it myself. So that's basically the idea. I can create it myself, but I still come up with a number that is globally interoperable. So if somebody in a country that doesn't support the ISCC can still create an ISCC and have an interoperable identifier with me. That's the idea behind it, basically. So about rights management or access management, these are all layers on top of the basic functionality of having a reproducible and matchable. So that's the interesting part, that the blurred and the unblurred version will have different ISCC codes, but you can still match them. You can find from the unblurred version the blurred version, and the other way around. So that's the interesting part of what innovation.
It also depends on the length or the size of the content. So if you only change, let's say, a pixel, there's a certain tolerance that that a part of the identifier is even the same and matches in that way. Or there are and these use cases you also have in other industries. In the book industry, you have, let's say, dynamic advertisements in a content file, and so the whole distribution is very complex because it has more or less it has to be managed through external metadata to describe what is different and naming conventions, and these kind of things in distribution.
I see. Thank you.
Daniel, please go ahead.
Yeah. Just one quick question came up. Does both versions of the blurred and unblurred version know from each other? Can they share some metadata? For example, let's say Raphael's example, we have the same music cue sheet. Do I have to take care that both of the versions have the same music cue sheet, and have to change something, let's say, because we have a typing error there, so I have to take care of both of them, or it's just one place where I change the music cue sheet and both versions use the same metadata? So they basically both numbers know from each other?
Yeah, exactly. You have seen the structure of the multiple components, and the first component is created solidly of metadata. You can use all the components separately if you want to, but the interesting thing comes from combining.
Yeah, sure.
them. And you could provide the same metadata to those assets. So you can even give it, a work title or whatever, and you reuse that first component for all the assets that are grouped under that metadata. So you have basically the first part would be the metacode would be a grouping component. You use it at that because you would provide it always the same metadata, and then the other three components come from the file itself.
But so that is also like you can include metadata into the ISCC code, but you also have the option when you declare an ISCC code on a blockchain, for instance, you can link the same metadata to different ISCC codes or similar ISCC codes. So you are free to kind of refer to the same or similar metadata. That would be like an external ISCC external linking, but that would be resolvable and discoverable through a search that queries all the ISCC code declarations on all blockchains. So that's the part of the decentralized registry, so to speak, that it's designed in such a way that you can use any kind of blockchain that you prefer to link to external metadata of your preference.
Maybe one last question. I mean, if Daniel, your question is answered.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, because there's another question, and maybe this will be the last question of our round here from the audience, which connects basically to what you said, Sebastian. It's possible to add metadata to the ISCC. Can Creative Commons licenses be used for communicating how content can be used?
The answer is yes, of course. That's the intention of these simple licenses. The question is only how you can discover them if you have, let's say, an image or a video that you are viewing. And that binding between the content, creating an identifier for the content, and having a look at declarations that link to Creative Commons licenses. Of course, that is one of the, I would say, future standard use cases. And whatever rights expression language you would use, you could use Creative Commons. You have in the photographic industry rights expression languages. They're per industry, they can be very specific, and this is the ICC is agnostic to what you associate to the identifier.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, very much, dear gentlemen, to being in this round. At this point, I think it makes also sense to introduce a use case to make it more visual and somehow, touchable of how the ICC code can be implemented in a solution. I would switch into another presentation at this point here, and you are welcome to stay here. So the next, and it's also the last point before wrapping up the whole thing, is to introduce to you one implementation, one use case for implementing the ISCC. As Katarina already mentioned, I'm also part of the IMZ, working on the newest digitization project of the IMZ Content Agent. Content Agent is basically a B2B marketplace for film license trading that also includes a film search engine. Some words about it. What does Content Agent provide for you? It is a global marketplace, and it helps you manage your catalog metadata, and also helps you setting up and managing purchasing and sales lists. So from both sides of the film license trading. Also, it gives you the possibility to find content that you need, that you would be interested in through the film search engine that I've already mentioned. And also gives the possibility to promote your content, your productions digitally in form of digital promotion placements and catalogs. When it comes to trading, you can negotiate and then also close your deals within a completely secured end-to-end encrypted negotiation room. And in the future, which is not part of the solution yet, you will also be able to pitch your production ideas and to find co-production partners and financing possibilities. What are the specifics of this marketplace? There are a couple of marketplaces out there, but since we are here in Web3, DAOs, NFTs, the word decentralization is big here as well. So Content Agent is a decentralized app solution, which basically means that every market participant gets her or his own application installed on a separate server, with that keeping full control on data and also on the transactions that happen on there. It is built on a scalable modular architecture, which gives the possibility to add on new features and also adapt new features without having to change the whole infrastructure. And I already said it is end-to-end encrypted, and there's a peer-to-peer connection between the market participants, so all the different applications directly communicating with each other. It includes a film metadata standard, which has been developed together with the IMZ member organizations in order to reach a certain quality level, a minimum quality level of metadata to trade within this marketplace on an efficient and effective way. Also, the ICC, content-based film identifier, and a digital license ledger, which is basically the place where all the licenses that are active are being recorded in the blockchain itself. Now, let's have a look at how the ICC is being implemented in this tool and how this tool actually looks like. What you see here is the content agent user interface once you have logged in to your own application. What you see here is the catalog section or the promo area that I have already mentioned, where you can browse through the catalogs of other market participants and also search for certain content that you would be interested in. But without going more in depth in here, the most interesting part for us today is here asset management, where you basically import your catalogs and manage your catalogs. So if we talk about importing, we do not import the files, the film files themselves, but the metadata. And there we have the metadata importance again that we've been talking about before that. So you can import your metadata in 3 different ways. So add it manually, import it with a file, or synchronize. And once you have done it, you can manage the metadata that's available. Let's take this example of the Europe Concert 2020 in Berlin, with the license or the license owner, or Europe Music International. And what you see here is basically the interface for updating all the metadata that is important for you to present this asset in the marketplace. Now, I have talked about this metadata standard. The aim of having a metadata standard is here, as said, to reach a certain quality level of data, so that you can be sure that every asset you find in the marketplace has a title, an owner name, a producer's name, maybe a picture as well, and a couple of more information. You can always be sure to find that exact set of information. To this minimum set of metadata also belongs the ICC code, which can be generated directly in here. And the ICC code can be generated in 2 ways. Either you upload a file, so your film file, then the generator in the background will generate your ICC code, or you also place a URL. You can think of maybe a Vimeo link that hosts your film file, your screener, for instance. Now, how could that look like? So here, uploading a film file, you select the file, you choose the file here, upload it, and then the ICC code is being generated, and you can see it here. With that, you have also fulfilled the next point in your asset checklist, which is needed to actually make your asset market ready. As soon as you have filled in all the minimum metadata standards, so all the fields that are needed, and you have created the ICC code, then you reach the metadata market ready status. And with that, you will be able to record the license in the license ledger. And that is actually the point where your asset is being published in the marketplace and will be able to be found and be traded within the marketplace. Now, with this small detour and showing you how the ICC code can be implemented in a solution, I would also like to come to this end and also make a quick wrap up and bring in some key takeaways. So we have actually, what we can take away generally is that Web3 for the music industry brings the possibility to not only transfer information, but it also brings the possibility to transfer value. And as Raphael also mentioned, that digitization is much easier, actually, with the help of this new development of Web3. We have taken a look at the status quo in the music industry with regard to identification and protection. We have seen that the identification is very error-prone, it's very resource-intense, and it happens analogously in many cases. And also, we have seen that there are gaps in tracking and protection of digital content in digital content. As potential solution and proposition is the ICC code, which is the content-based asset identifier, which might be a good complement to established identifiers, the ISWC and the ISRC. The ICC's potential is or includes an easier assurance of legal security. It's decentral and autonomously creatable, and it offers a similarity comparison of different assets as well. And finally, we have taken a look at the ICC use case, the content agent. So where the ICC is being integrated in the metadata standard and within the decentralized content marketplace. With that, from the content, it's from my side. I'm happily inviting you, dear audience, to contact each of us if you have further questions. Would like to know more about the ICC, then please contact either Titus or Sebastian. If you would like to exchange some thoughts with our experts, Raphael and Daniel, then please feel free to do so. And if you would like to know more about the Content Agent project at the IMZ itself, I'm happily welcoming your messages as well. Thank you very much, and I hand over to Matthias. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Frank. This was very, very interesting, very intense, and going right into the details of managing music in a decentralized world. Thanks again, and we'll be talking soon. Hopefully not in a year from now, but earlier. So
definitely not. Sure, of course. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is going to be, in a couple of minutes, we're going to switch towards the Academy of Music 3.0. The idea being that we want to discuss how music how NFTs and crypto can be used in music academies. We'll have a few minutes of a break. You can get something to eat and a glass of water, a coffee, before we are right back with Alfred Taudes and Richard Graf. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I'm excited to have with me on stage Alfred Taudes. He is a professor of economics, especially the founder of the Institute of Crypto Economics at the Vienna University for Business and Economics. Hello, Alfred. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Matthias.
It's
nice to see you again.
Yes. And with him, Richard Graf. Richard Graf is the vice president of the Jam Music Lab University. And we are very excited to have you, Richard. You are a new member in our club of music visionaries. So welcome to you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very excited. I wish you and all the listeners some interesting presentations and discussions.
Yes, and we should say that we are always open for questions that come from the audience. Let me just take this a brief moment to remind everyone, if you are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, simply ask your questions in the comments. We can see this here, and we can put you then on the screen with your question. Or if you are on Twitter, use our hashtag KMT22 to ask your questions. With that, I want to jump right in the discussion. Alfred and Richard, you are working on a new initiative that brings, the world of NFTs and crypto to the Music Academy. What is this about? Tell us.
Yeah, I think there are several interesting and important topics of the Web3, the blockchain technology, and Metaverse, etc. But especially in the field of education, there will also be some some changes will happen. So I think there's something going on in the whole academic world. The Corona pandemic had pushed us to explore new possibilities, and we have taken the challenge and we try to get the best out of it. So we are working on the development of new platforms for our students and maybe for other musicians, for professionals. Yeah, and this is maybe a very complex thing, and also for musicians like myself, not easy. So this is where Alfred came into this game, and we met last year, and we discussed the situation, especially of young musicians, the problems, the situation, the money situation. How can young musicians get into the business, and how can they find a way through this changing business world?
I mean, we all know that it's very difficult to break into the music business to really make yourself a name. Alfred, what is your take on this? How can the crypto world help with that?
Well, as you know, I've always been looking for partners in music to try out NFTs and blockchain, because I don't have a network among musicians. I'm just a hobby musician. And in Web3, community is everything. So it's not the platform anymore. So you have to start with a community. And all the other tools basically are there, and you basically have to combine them. Of course, it's not as simple, but that's the way it is. And then, of course, you have to get yourself heard. But you need to have a community first. And I was lucky. I took part there's a 1 week of jazz education in Austria. And there I participated because I'm a hobby guitarist. And there I met Richard because he taught a theory course in the morning, a very hard one. I still remember it. With all the strange chords. And then
if you have only 1 week, you know.
Yeah. But I bought his book, which I think is a very good book. Yeah. And then we come to talk about, because basically my story was, you're educating young people to become jobless or to become bookkeepers. Yeah. And the new technologies are here. And if you wait for the established players like labels to do that, they will again do it in the way that they profit, and not the young musicians. And the cool thing is, in Jam Music Lab, I think Richard will later on give you more information, but they have around 300 students. They come from all over the world. And you can blend these new technologies in the teaching. And if you start with the young people, it will be a new tool for them that's totally natural. And it also helps the school to develop their own brand as a community, because Web3 is about communities. And that's why in our approach also of course, the Austrian Blockchain Center that I founded there, we have all the software specialists and then all the people who do these things. But at the core are the young musicians, and we will build the systems according what they want and what they need. And of course, we will use all the existing tools that are there. But at the core, it's a community project for the talented young musicians who currently basically give their work for free to Spotify or YouTube.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you mentioned a couple of times now, community is at the center. Community building is important. I think the technology is only there to help us with that. Richard, in a music university, it would be surprising to have a music university without community building. Is this something that we still need to put a focus on, or are students really building their communities already? I remember when I was a student many years ago, the only thing we were doing was really practice. And then I hope that is a little bit different today.
I think it's still important to practice. but on the other hand, many things have changed. We have seen through the Corona crisis that also the communication has changed. We slipped into this digital world, and which is a great tool, great thing, but we have to develop better ways in this digital world to get in touch and to communicate. And the main question for a young musician is how to create an audience and how to get in touch with them. So we had a long phase of performing just by streaming concerts, which is great, but just one part of the whole story. And yeah, the thing is, how can we get money out of it? How can we monetize those musical products, songs, performances, streams? So this is an interesting point, and this is where I get interested in those new technologies and new possibilities. Since we are a university with a strong emphasis on jazz and popular music, there's also a strong visual component. So you all remember MTV, 1980s, when the first music video started. It was a kind of revolution, but this was also important for the development on pop music. And I think now it's the time to explore new ways like NFTs to fusion music and visual aspects. Mm-hmm. I think this is a great and interesting topic. And yeah, the thing is, how can we get in touch with the potential community and with the potential audience
and onboard them on the crypto train?
Right. Yeah. So, and all these topics, we've discussed a lot with Alfred, and he introduced us at the university to this technology, to blockchain technology, DAOs, etc. Mm-hmm. And and I think we are in a good way, and we are developing the first concrete projects, and it's a kind of research. I also do a research lab at the university, mm-hmm. where we try to find ideas, new aspects, possibilities, how to get to find the way to the audience. Yeah.
It's also for us here at the Karajan Institute, of course, putting up a conference on these topics is a learning process. And what I realize is that the whole community out there is very open to helping you, and everyone shares their knowledge widely, and they are actually willing to do that. I want to ask you too, how much of that process of learning towards the completion or the first version 1 of this new crypto music academy have you completed? Can you let us in a little bit on what it is that you are planning on doing?
So the first step is a kind of stage, a virtual stage, a streaming platform, which should support our students and offer possibility to do live streams, concerts, but also do video productions. This will happen in cooperation with Canon. And also these partners are interested in finding new aspects of this visual kind of approach to music. And so we are very happy that we have Canon on board. And yeah, they will support us. And yeah, this is the first step we are heading to offer this streaming stage, which is actually more than just a streaming platform. It's a kind of all-inclusive setup, which includes ticketing, the whole technical aspects of booking. And yes, it's a great tool provided by Limplicity, a company which supports us too. And yeah, maybe Alfred, you can tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, I mean the advantage of starting with a music academy is that you already have a organizational structure, community. So we think that it's easier to build a DAO on that base. Because you already have trust, you know the people you have. And the other nice thing is, of course, you also have the listeners. Yeah. So the first fans typically are the parents.
And friends,
Yeah.
yes. And the other students.
Yeah, and of course, in the case of Clam Music Labs, they have parents in China. And they cannot come here when their children play. And with this more traditional approach, we can onboard this not very digital community in a slow and nice fashion to the digital world.
This is a very interesting idea because they are already committed. They want to be part of the artists' careers. They already are. And so this barrier of entry is, of course, much lower.
Is lower. And of course, once they are there on this platform, maybe after wonderful concerts, especially think about jazz, you can buy the solo of your son as an NFT. If you want to bring an elder Chinese couple directly on MetaMask and one of these typical Web3 platforms, this is a very painful process. So I think we need to slowly onboard them, because in our project, it's not the collectors on these platforms who were lucky enough to buy Ether 10 years ago and who pay a lot of money, and who also, I think, for a lot of time want to speculate on that. Our audience basically is the normal community. Yeah, maybe the parents who bought a CD 10 years ago of their children. Yeah. But of course, this is supposed to be a much larger community.
Well, it will grow with them,
and it will grow with them, and the idea is to develop that. We also have Matthew Chime, who is organizing Song Camp. And Baskras, who has a very nice newsletter on board, and they will help us to also, of course, become more known in the Web3 space, because they really have, especially Song Camp is really cool, and they can help us both in the way of organizing these things, but also helping us in marketing the products. But the idea basically is to develop our own community-driven platform.
So you mentioned the word DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. That's a very fancy word for sort of a crypto community. Is the idea that the university becomes a DAO, or are you also helping the musicians who are then more advanced to create their own DAOs, their own communities? What's sort of the idea?
So I think at the first step, we as a university want to provide a platform for students, and the idea is to explore the possibilities, and maybe then heading to other frontiers like the Metaverse. So I think of this music stage also as a starting point for virtual concerts, as a platform of live music, which might have also components of augmented reality and virtual reality. And so I'm actually not clear about where we are heading to or what will the result be. So we're in kind of state that we try to explore the possibilities in different directions, and we hope that it will work out for all of us, for the students, because I think it's a great chance to communicate and to find the audience. And and it could be also a platform for a new approach to music videos. I think here is a kind of new invention necessary, because the standard music videos, as we know, is kind of old. Yes, when we think about the 80s, so it's 40 years old. And I think NFTs could offer new possibilities in this direction.
Yeah, we see that already in the sports industry, with the NBA being maybe the most prominent example. I want to go back to this idea of experimentation that you brought up, Richard. Often when we think about a project in tech, you kind of have to know the outcome very well before you actually get started with everything. It seems to me that in the crypto space, this is somewhat different. I mean, you have to have a clear sense of certain aspects, but in general, there is much more possibility to actually change as you go along. Alfred, what is the reason for this, and how is crypto different than from other tech projects that people might be familiar with?
Well, I think one reason is that the software typically is open sourced. So if you have when I started doing computer science and programming projects, the key point was you have to have a strict and detailed specification what you want to program. And then it took a lot of time until the software was finished. At the end, typically the customer was not satisfied because things changed or it was imprecise. Yeah, but you could not be flexible. You couldn't. Also, you didn't have this community-based spirit, because basically you have somebody who pays and somebody who does. Yeah. And with the DAO, you of course are much more flexible, because you can involve over time, and you have these voting rights, and you have your own money. I think but of course there are also a lot of DAOs that fails, and I think they fail because you need a strong purpose and a strong community feeling, because it's still something virtual. And the nice thing is that with Cam, we already have this in the real world.
Having the community is the most important. We said that already, but then the software evolves around the community. It's actually built by the community, right?
Right, and it's specified and built. And for example, in SongCamp, I think they found out that they need a player, and then they simply said, okay, we need an open source player. We have so much money in our treasury, and who wants to build it? Yeah, and in our approach, and in our approach, we also said, of course, this streaming stage, this company Implicity is from my sons, and they already had a streaming stage before, general public one. There we have a lot of experience about the functionality, and that's the area where we start, digital, right? But for the other things, we decided that it's not us old men who specify what kind of NFTs we want. So we will start by taking the most energetic and active students of Jam, maybe 5, 6, yeah, and we put them together, make a crash course. What is an NFT? Show it to them. Show to them examples, and then let them do art.
And so you onboard the students first,
and
then see where they go with it.
Right. They get a primitive DAO, because in the easiest way, a DAO is simply a discussion forum, right? Of course, it has a lot of other functionalities, but the most primitive. And if you don't have any more rules, and the rules should evolve over time. And I think these young people, they are very talented, and also musicians today have a digital background, and then what they want, and art, the artistic expression should be in the core, and around that we will build, and we will use the streaming platform to communicate and build things, and then we will see what comes out. So of course, initially the first DAO that we will do is around the project.
Right.
But of course, the students are free later on when they're out. Then they know how a DAO is working, and they of course can join other DAOs as they like. Yeah.
So, Richard, the question to you then: is the idea then that you also create courses around crypto music and how to build DAOs for musicians? Are you planning on that?
I'm still doing it. Yeah, I have a research lab with exactly those things we're talking about, and the students are invited to think and to plan and to bring their ideas, and because I think we need those ideas. As Alfred said, we are the old man.
That is I.
Then there are the young, talented musicians, singer-songwriters. We offer different studies, like also media music, film scoring, etc. So there's a huge field where the digital world is very close, and I think that the real thing is to develop new ideas. We do not know where we will stand in 5 or 10 years. We have
everything changes so quickly now. It's impossible to look that far into the future.
So I think the most important thing is to work on this, to find new ideas, new approaches. Somebody might have new ideas we didn't think of. So this is the huge chance. But this is, for me as a vice director for education, also there's another aspect, because the teaching aspect will also will be changing over the next couple of years. So I think there's also a great opportunity in developing new methods of digital teaching. And we also have a cooperation with Bechstein Digital, which provides also a new platform, online platform, Dusu, which also incorporates new aspects of teaching one-to-one lessons to get more an interactive feeling. Because we have all those video conference tools, which are great, but music needs strong interaction. And if you're teaching as an instrument or vocals or whatever, you need the direct interaction with the student.
Sure.
And so we are also working on different approaches in this area, and how can we get the most out of it, and what methods are useful, because you have to think also in a different way how to teach something. And it's a nice thing to teach music history, you can use videos, etc. But if you want to teach, for instance, guitar or piano, then you need the digital world different aspects. And I think here comes the metaverse into this game with the augmented reality and virtual reality. So there are some very interesting aspects to develop, and also the gamification aspect of teaching and learning music, especially music. Yeah. So I think that there's a lot of things to develop, and we hope that we find also partners which can finance this.
Yeah. Well, this is I think part of the move towards crypto brings with it that we talked about, how you can't look into the future so much anymore. And so the idea that you have, someone who finances a project for 5 or 10 years is kind of the old system. So instead, you kind of go into crowdfunding and using the community that you have built to actually help get a project off the ground. And I think this is one of the ways in which we as arts administrators need to rethink the way we actually operate. As Alfred says, the community is the key, and communicating with the community becomes very important. I think if we move into all of these different platforms, you talked about the metaverse or metaverses, much more like all of a sudden the importance of being present on many different platforms becomes paramount. That's also, of course, a problem, because you can start to actually lose focus and you thin out. I do believe that the communities around DAOs help regain some of that focus again, because there is, even though it's a decentralized autonomous organization, there is some focal point, and that is the discussions around the governance of these DAOs. So I think that one of the interesting questions is how do you share also your learnings from setting up this DAO? Do you have a plan to create a community of other music universities around your project, or is this something where you say like, no, let's make our own experiences and let others have theirs? Can you share maybe your thoughts on this a little bit?
Yeah, I think the first step is that we have to learn our lessons, and we have to explore this new dimension of communicating and producing music, etc. Because I'm coming from the old school of learning music and distributing music with compact discs and etc. So everything has changed, and so the first step for me is to, since we are a young university, we also try to find our way, and I think the digital world will offer some very interesting opportunities, but in a further step, I think it's very important to get in touch with other universities, and we have several projects, international projects with the USC in Los Angeles, with all over the world actually. So we are in touch with them, but this is also kind of traditional way of communicating and teaching. So the next step will be to integrate those new possibilities and this contacts and in this field of cooperation. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for us it's the same thing when we embark on a new conference edition, which happens at least once a year. The way to actually engage with the community has shifted. For instance, last year around the same time, it was all Clubhouse, and people were, creating these educational spaces, audio only on Clubhouse. Now this is completely changed. Everything is on Twitter Spaces. So I spent the last weeks on Twitter Spaces, and this is where I found all of the artists that we're going to hear from later on. So they are active there. They found their community there. I'm pretty sure that in a couple of months, there will be another platform where everyone goes to. So it's a little bit of a digital nomad's life. You go from one oasis to the next. Alfred, what are your thoughts on inclusion of sort of the artists in the learning process of exchanging your ideas with other entities? You must be very well connected with the Institute of Crypto Economics, for instance.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in this case, you talked about crowdfunding. The problem is if you make something like an ICO. People always wait, expect that in the next year they have 200% gain. And of course, if you have a project like ours about musical education, I think it's very hard to sell it, even though I know a lot of other ICOs who sold such kind of stories. So in our case, we are simply funded by research budgets from the university, from Canon. And also the Austrian Blockchain Center has a research budget from the government. And as it's a research project, of course, the idea is also that we publish about our experiences and how these things are working. And I think it's very important to have the dissemination effect. I think, and that's also one of the reasons why the setting is, I think, ideal for this project, because Jam is internationally very well connected, and they have teachers who are very famous jazz musicians, and of course they have their networks. Typically musicians, everybody knows, this famous law that everybody knows everybody in the world within 5 people.
Yeah.
And I think in Jam you only need 2 people, because then they know all the famous people in jazz. And once they see that in Vienna that the things are working nicely, they will join and they will say, let's do it. And the nice thing is, of course, in Web3, of course, and say, okay, yeah, there's no problem. There's no proprietary software. Make your DAO in Beijing or somewhere, right? And let's make a joint DAO. That's very flexible. And I think the key point, as you said, the tools are fluid, but the connection between the people not. And the connection between the people is the hard thing to create.
I mean, in a way, sorry to interrupt you. In a way, we don't have to create it. It's already there. All we have to do is let it flourish, right? And I think this might be the new kind of thinking. Instead of saying like, oh, we design a community, we say we actually enable it to work better together.
Right. Yeah, that's the key point. And if you're not, if you just offer tools, my experience is musicians, of course, they are a lot of time made bad experiences because people who say, let's make a commercial project together. Well, later on, the musician found out, oops, I signed a contract where nothing. So getting the trust of musicians to do such projects is the real hard part. It's not the tools.
I mean, this is what
you have this trust in the community. Then you can support them.
Exactly. And I think this is the moment when the musicians realize I have agency. If I cater to my community, it's out there. And then to work with them directly is for many a huge liberation. I mean, I'm not talking about the big stars who already, have huge support systems around them. And for them, working with a publisher and a music label will have its benefits, hopefully. But for young musicians who are getting started, the moment they sell an NFT to one of their fans and collectors, I think that must be a very liberating moment. And we'll hear more from them firsthand a little bit later in the day. By the way, we started the conference relatively late because there is a huge community that we have on the East Coast and even further west in the States, so they are still asleep. And they will join us later on. We'll go very late until at least 8:30 in the evening, and then we'll see how it plays out. Maybe we'll spin off a Twitter space later on for us to also socialize a little bit. So stick around for all of that. I want to spend the last couple of minutes of our panel and talk not so much about possibilities in the future or what we can do right now, but maybe reflect a little bit on what are some of the things that we wish were different or that we wish we had already today. Things that are a little bit sort of on the to-do lists for all of these people out there who are developing the public domain software and so on and so forth. Can you maybe brainstorm with me a little bit about when we meet next year, this is the list of things that we want to be able to check off. What would that be? And sorry to, we haven't talked about this before, so
never mind.
Very spontaneous now.
It's very simple. A wallet that a normal internet user immediately understands and can use. Yeah. The biggest problem is a MetaMask and onboarding people. That's still a pain in the neck, and it's a very bad thing. So this was my number one.
Yeah, and Alfred, I agree with you. It's a hard process, and then in the end, you use MetaMask, and then you realize, well, it's actually MetaMask. You're not fully decentralized. You're not using the Ethereum blockchain. It's basically all going through an API. It's so if you want to go with the more decentralized versions of wallets, then good luck.
Yeah, and they are clumsy. So this is still thing that from the technology wish list.
Yeah, we will. I think we will get there, and hopefully much sooner than next year. Richard, how about you?
Yeah, I totally agree to this to this situation, and I also wish usability should be improved, and it should be easily to handle all this stuff, because even if we have those students who are actually digital natives, it's not always that easy to understand everything that's going on right now and how to handle it. And it's also for me a new journey to dive into this topic. And thank you, Alfred, for us, because he knows everything and I know a little bit, and so
every day more.
Yes, I hope to get involved more and more, and I wish also our students will get used to it.
Yeah,
I have another.
Yes, Alfred, go ahead.
Yeah, another wish. One problem is, on one hand, you have this new Web3 space. On the other hand, you still have all the old copyright law and institutions in place. And they are not on a blockchain. The first talk was very interesting, where they have this nice database where they can categorize everything. But in real world, when you make your NFT and you sell it, and maybe next day you get a nice mail where somebody says you infringed my something, right? Yeah. And there's no structure where you can check this properly before, and that's an open issue.
Yeah. So how do we actually make sure that there is some kind of intelligence in that decentralized networks that says, well, there's something that looks very similar. Is this the same? Is this different? And so on, right? Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I wish we had was if you produce music in your digital audio workstation, right now you basically have save as. You can save it on your hard disk. Some companies have saved to SoundCloud, so that's already the next step. But I want to see actually save it to the blockchain, so that this is the register of my intellectual property in a way. And I can say, well, this is my song. I did it. It has all of the metadata. Maybe in a later version, it will also contain, these are all of the samples I used. They are taken from this track and so on, so that we can actually start to build this infrastructure, which is, then more autonomous and automated also when it comes to flows of money.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It is a very hot topic, I think. And and that's a huge problem. And I think we have to work on this. The whole copyright discussion or Urheberrechtsdebatte, because that's not the same thing, as we know, it's hot, and we have to find new ways of getting the money and getting the copyrights, and I hope that blockchain can be a way of making a good way of copywriting, etc., and also then of getting money for a song, for sample, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's, of course, as we heard from the first panel, it's a huge undertaking, and everyone who has tried to actively manage their collecting society income on a maybe global scale, how complex that is, and I think what you guys are doing is so recommendable and laudable, because you are starting with a nascent and young community, and it can turn into a role model for others to follow. And imagine a world in which all of the music academies, or a substantial amount of music academies, all have their DAOs onboard students into this kind of thinking and into this world. Well, a couple of years from now, everyone will have to switch, because, this is the way that they are brought up, and this is the way they are, in a way, educated, and they think about it all the time. And so, if you are then collecting society, a label, a publisher, and you don't offer this, then you're out. That's the path forward.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope that we could be, provide a kind of role model for other universities.
Yeah. I want to thank both of you very much for being here with me today, for actually taking the initiative. You emailed me and you said, oh, we have something very interesting to talk about. And I was immediately like, yes, let's do it. This is awesome. I also want to say, I was looking around other initiatives in this space. There isn't much at the moment. So you are really pioneers, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to say that if other people from music academies are now listening, get in touch with Richard, get in touch with Alfred. You can email us at the Institute. We'd be happy to facilitate the communication. And let's build this network of music academies right here, right now at the Karajan MusicTech conference. And then next year, this is going to be a huge topic. So
great. Thank you very much.
I want to now switch over to our next panel. And this is something that is very special and important to me. I was approached a couple of months ago by the Zero project of the Essel Foundation in Vienna. And they had created this very interesting initiative called Go Austria, where they partner up companies in tech, in innovation, who work on the topic of inclusion and accessibility. In other words, enabling access to content, to services, and so on for people with disabilities. And they partnered them with key players in their respective fields. And I'm so grateful for them to have approached us because through this initiative, we met an extraordinary music technology company called EyeHarp. And today we have a very special panel on this topic with the founder of EyeHarp, the director of the Zero project in Vienna, and one of the most remarkable musicians that I'm sure you will have met, Alper Kaya, from Istanbul, someone who is using the EyeHarp to make beautiful music. I want to begin by showing you two interviews that I made with Zacharias and Michael Fembeck. And then after those pre-recorded interviews, we will have a joint discussion, and Alper will be with us to talk about what music technology can do to increase inclusivity, but also what we in MusicTech can do to become even better at it. So please, everyone, let's watch the video that we produced with Zacharias, and we'll be back in a second as we load this. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session on EyeHarp, a musical instrument for the eyes. It's a really fascinating project, and today I'm going to talk to the founder of the project, Zacharias Vamvakoussis. Let's take a look at how the instrument looks like and what you can do with it. Here's a short video. So I'm really happy to have you here. Zacharias, welcome on the Karajan MusicTech conference stream.
Thank you for inviting. I'm really happy to be here too.
Well, it was a real pleasure to have met you a couple of weeks ago at the ESSL Foundation's Zero conference, which is an annual conference that the ESSL Foundation puts out on inclusivity, accessibility. You actually won a prize there for EyeHarp. How did it feel to be there and then win the prize in the end?
Well, it's always good to see that your efforts are being recognized, and it was also good to meet other projects that we all have a common goal, let's say, to make life of people with disabilities more accessible and better. It was really nice to be there.
Well, when we were introduced by the Zero project a couple of months ago, I was immediately fascinated by what you have created. EyeHarp has been around for a while now. Maybe if you like, tell us a little bit about the very beginnings of this project, when you had the idea, how this came about.
Well, I think that a very crucial and important event was when a friend of mine, musician, we were rehearsing for our first concert, and then he had a motorbike accident with a spinal cord injury. And in the beginning, it was not clear whether he would be able to move his arms again. Finally, he did, and he still plays lira, an instrument similar to the violin. But that was the moment where the idea was triggered, I think. So back then, I had finished my bachelor degree in informatics, and I was always thinking of ways to combine music with technology, because music has always been my passion. So yeah, then I went to Barcelona to have a master in music technology. and that's where the EyeHarp, the first version, was created as part of my master thesis. And then I went on with a PhD and a postdoc related to how music enhances, how technology enhances music learning. And then I decided that it should become more like a company to reach the end users. In the last 2-3 years, we have been trying with more people that have joined the team to achieve that, to make it available to everyone.
And I want to show our viewers this wonderful video that they can also see on your website. I mean, when you see the joy that this music making is bringing to the people involved, I think that is really something remarkable. Talk a little bit about how the instrument actually works. What do we see in these images?
So you need a computer and an eye tracker. So for those that are not familiar, eye tracker is a special camera that connects through USB to a computer, to a laptop it could be, and then it detects the gaze where the user is looking at on the screen. And what you can see there with you can see like a pie, a circle with colors. This is where the notes are. So the moment that you look at a note, it sounds. It's a digital instrument, so you can pick any sound you want. It comes with 25 instrument sounds built in the software, but it can also work as a MIDI controller, so you can control any VST instrument you want.
So it's also, as you can see in all of these images, it is not only an instrument that can be played solo, but of course, you can be part of a band, you can be part of a larger ensemble. I see also differences in the user interface. So it's a very customizable software as well, I imagine.
Yeah, the first version was created for, let's say, musicians that at some point they had an accident or an illness that provoke upper limb disability. But and it worked great for them. An example is Alper Kaya from Izmir, Turkey, where he had a concert of classical music in a big music hall, and he played very well. But the biggest challenge was to teach this to new students, like to kids that they just wanted, like the other kid that we just watched on the video, the two kids that they want to start playing music from scratch. So yeah, it includes some, let's say, music teaching methods. It's like a video game sometimes, and children can learn playing music.
You told us earlier that you had the idea and you started working on this when a friend of yours had an accident and in consequence was disabled. When did you realize that there is demand for this beyond this first idea that you had? When did you get in touch with groups of people with disabilities who said, like, we would like to use the software as well?
First of all, there is nothing else there that allows someone to play music with his eyes. EyeHarp is the first initiative, and up until today, the first software, the only solution that exists if someone wants to play music at, I would say, at a high level, meaning that you can, since you can play note by note everything, you can practically play any kind of music. The only limitation is the speed. So you cannot play more than 5 notes a second. This is probably the maximum speed you can reach. It was pretty obvious to me from the beginning that the demand was always there, because I had the friend that potentially would need it. And I know that there are people with quadriplegia that they might want to play music. Now, when did they contacted me? Well, it still happens. I mean, probably the first contact was from Alper Kaya that I mentioned before in 2016. And then at the same time, so when I was having my PhD, I got in contact with some residencies and schools for children with special needs in the zone of Barcelona, where all this was born at the University of Pompeu Fabra. So in the zone of Barcelona in general, I started giving to people, classes of music to people with disabilities there. But it's still an ongoing process. We think that we have not, that the majority of people that might need it are not aware of its existence yet. So it has been out there as a product, let's say, for only 1 year and a half. So it's at very first steps.
Yeah, well, we are trying to help you get the
exactly.
word out even more. So everyone who's watching, who thinks this is a great idea, go on Twitter, share this project, EyeHarp.org, with your followers, and let people be aware. We can also get you in touch with Zacharias after this event. It's really something that that is extremely needed, and you can see that it brings a lot of joy to everyone who uses it. Zacharias, I have another question, and that is, when I saw the software first, I said, oh, I have to try this out myself. Are there musicians in your community who do not have a disability who are using EyeHarp?
There are a few people that are experimenting with it, some composers mostly. Recently we had a small concert in Barcelona again, where a composer of electronic music composed a piece for one of my students to play. We have a video recorded, and there is the ambition, to have the students play in big electronic music festivals with the eyes. But it has not been used yet on stage by someone without disability. But it would be nice to have it, and I always encourage. Now I'm teaching music classes online to people with disabilities all over the world. So I have around 10 students right now, and I always encourage their brothers and sisters that are close in age to also try to play. And I always put them to, it's a gamified software, which means that you get a score, so you get feedback on your performance. And I always put my students to compete with their brothers and sisters on who plays better with the eyes. So it's inclusive in the sense that it can be played like a video game by anyone.
I mean, in a way, the whole field of electronic music and producing music with your computers, that could potentially be really a huge way for people with disabilities to experience music. Do you think that this field is already accessible enough for people with disabilities? Are there some things on your wish list? For instance, if someone from Ableton is listening today, or if someone from another digital audio workstation is listening, what could they do to support more inclusivity and accessibility?
Well, right now, people that, let's say, control the computer with the eyes, they depend on software that make existing programs accessible in a way, that you have magnification with the eyes and then click. So in this way, you can access any program, any software that's made for people without disabilities. But it would be really nice to see like some interfaces specifically designed for eye control. That would be great. But I understand that it's not a big market, and it would require a lot of work for this to happen. But at least for the EyeHarp, probably it would be nice to see. Well, there has always been the thought of developing a VST version of the software, so you just you could load something like the EyeHarp inside the software. But yes, then we have to involve everybody there. We have to be in touch with because this wouldn't be a simple VST, because the software would require to get the gaze data from the eye tracker. So we have to be in contact as developers to make that happen.
I mean, I'm showing the video again because it's not
Mhm.
only about the size of the market, I believe. This is also about the joy that it brings to people that otherwise could not enjoy music making. And I
Mhm.
think this is just a wonderful example of how
Yeah.
technology can enable more creativity and a better life experience. So I'm showing the video again and direct everyone also to your website so that they can learn more and check this out.
One thing that the iHarp is in need of is
Yeah,
high quality sounds. So now we lean to let's say
okay.
some open source public domain sounds that we have found as sound fonts, but it would be nice to collaborate with let's say native instruments or contact, or Ableton, some to have better quality sounds. So if we can come to a agreement with them where we can buy the rights or to use some better quality sounds to be included in in the iHarp that has a social purpose. So it would be, we would look for a good offer, let's say, to be able to include it in order for the price because iHarp is being it works as a subscribers model, let's say.
Mhm.
And the price, we want to always keep it as low as possible because it's not enough to have something that offers accessibility as technology. You also need to make it accessible financially to everyone.
Yeah.
So we are looking. Yeah, it would be nice to have to be in agreement with one of the big
Yes.
names to have better sounds in the iHarp.
This is what this community is about. We have all of these companies as part of our larger circle, and we are going to start the discussion with them and initialize the introductions so
Great.
that something can come out of this that is beneficial to you and the community.
That would be great.
And then in a year from now, or earlier, we're gonna have you back and you tell us about the successes, and we hear some music making with updated sounds.
That would be
Zacharias,
great.
is there anything that I should have asked you that I haven't asked you? Then this is your chance to ask yourself that question.
Maybe a good question would be how we can, what is the strategy we have to make it bigger, to make it more known? And the strategy is to make more concerts. So if anyone is listening, and because you have seen in the videos, we have our musicians and students of the iHeart playing in big halls. So we can organize more events and raise more awareness of musicians playing music with the eyes along with other musicians on stage, if any entity is interested in organizing this kind of events, because this in the end what the music students need. They need to share the music is a social activity, and
Yes.
through music we also achieve social inclusivity. So let's organize more concerts, and it has happened so far in Spain and Greece and Turkey. Let's make it happen in every country.
Yes, that's wonderful. We are going to work on this, and I promise that there will be some kind of event in the near future where we're going to do exactly that. But we want others to join. So if you feel like this is a great project, you can contribute either by, licensing wonderful sounds or donating them even. If you would like to organize a concert with musicians who play the iHarp, or if you simply want to spread the word, then do that now. Go on Twitter, share your thoughts, get in touch with you. We're very much looking forward to making this project the biggest success ever.
And one more thing I would like to
Yes.
add that so far, in order to survive, we depend also on donations. So if anyone is feeling like he can support us this way, in our website, he can find the ways to help us.
Of course, this is always an opportunity for people who do not have the time or the necessary infrastructure to help financially. Zacharias, this was wonderful. We're now going to have a small discussion online, so stay tuned. This is all going to be about inclusivity, accessibility, what can companies in music and in tech do to be leaders in this field. So I'm very much looking forward to the next part of the conference. Thank you again, Zacharias, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you, Matthias.
And now I'm very excited to welcome Michael Fembeck of the Zero Project, a project of the Essel Foundation, and they are the ones responsible for bringing Zacharias and the Karajan Institute together. Welcome, Michael.
Pleasure to be here.
It's our pleasure. Michael, tell us a little bit about the Zero Project, its aim, and how you came to think about this wonderful project of bringing startups, technology companies, and entrepreneurs together.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias, for giving me this opportunity. The Essel Foundation is a 15-year-old foundation that found some 10 years ago its current strategy with the Zero Project, which is its by far the main project. And we found that there is a global need for identifying, scouting, innovation solutions that support people with disabilities on a global level. So everyone is talking about solutions, everyone talking is about good practices, but there was no one there who actually saw or sees this as the main mission, and we found our slot here, and we are arguably one of the theme leaders and main conveners when it comes to innovations related to inclusion, to accessibility, to the needs of people with disabilities. We have an annual research process covering 4 topics like education, employment, independent living, and accessibility, and always with a focus on technology. And in that course of last year, which is based on a nomination and peer review and voting, one of our awardees of 2022 was EyeHarp. EyeHarp nominated themselves and made all these steps through the selection process. Yeah, and so they're one of these 75 awardees, and they found a great interest within the Zero Project community.
You have an annual conference, Zero Conference. I was invited to join you in Vienna at the UN building, and I was really impressed by the breadth of organizations that were present, the scope of people who are there. It is a huge undertaking. I learned about accessibility and inclusivity at the conference, and I realized how important it is also for our company to be much more proactive there. What do you advise? What advice do you give to founders or directors of companies when they come to this moment and where they say, like, okay, we want to be more inclusive, we want to be accessible for people with disabilities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, talking about accessibility and disability inclusion, so I'm pointing this out, this is about disability inclusion. There are other approaches towards inclusion, but when we talk about that, I think there are 2 main questions to ask, and that's a start. In this case, are our services and the products accessible and usable for all, or do we exclude people that have visual disabilities or hearing impairments, or that are even intellectually or psychosocially disabled in one way or the other? Are we offering this, or aren't we? No? And at the same time, this is always related to the question: do we have competence and capacity in our teams to really be able to judge that? And this not always includes having people with disabilities also somehow in the decision making and in every other process. This is the main slogan of this whole community. It's nothing about us without us. So this is the first question to ask: are we not? And do we have ways to even judge that? Huh?
So what are some of the concrete things that we can do if we want to follow this?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll give you an example of maybe looking at virtual events like this one. So the questions to ask, for example, are if you show a video, is the video accessible also for the blind people? Do they get the message and the main the main essence of the call of the video. Do you use captioning, meaning subtitling, so that everyone, even with limited language capacities, can follow the conversation? Is it usable for people who have hearing impairments and are using sign language? Is the PowerPoint presentation done in a way that people with some visual impairments can still see it? So are the fonts big enough? Is the color contrast good enough? These are the questions that in practice are the ones to be asked.
Mm-hmm. And also you mentioned earlier that it's important to have the conversation with people who have disabilities and not about them. Is the ESL Foundation helping to gain access to groups of people who are available for this? How do founders and CEOs actually reach out to these groups?
Yeah, so we as the ESL Foundation would be definitely willing to help and connect organizations that are willing to make this effort to people who can help. Many service providers in the world of people with disabilities are offering these services. This can be called stakeholder dialogues, or they come in different forms, but the services are basically there.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. Thank you. So next, we would like to open up the discussion and bring in Alper from Istanbul, who is a fantastic musician working with the EyeHarp, a longtime collaborator of Zacharias. And we're going to talk about his journey with EyeHarp, but also more about inclusivity, accessibility, and the dialogue that has started here. Thank you very much, Michael, for your time, and I'll see you on the other side. Yes, hello, everyone. Now we are live. Now we are on that other side, and with me, Zacharias, Michael, and Alper. Welcome.
Hello.
First of all, I said a couple of times, Alper from Istanbul. He is, of course, from Izmir. So I want to make sure that I correct this. Alper and I, we met last week for the first time online and talked a little bit. Of course, we are all very excited to have you here. And we saw you already in that short video before. I am really excited about having you here with us. Tell us a little bit, Alper, how you came to meet Zacharias and what the first interaction was that you had.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm very happy being here. Matthias, thank you very much for the invitation. To be honest, I'm very excited. You know, the story is about the disability and the music. This is the junction that brings us together with Zacharias. Maybe I should talk about myself. I'm a person who has lived with ALS. ALS is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and I am living with it for over 30 years. I'm a long-time survivor compared to conventional patients living with ALS. And as you can see, I'm breathing with my ventilator. I don't know. I'm not sure. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Everything is good.
And I am a patient with quadriplegia. I cannot use my hand, legs, but I can only move my head, you know. And that's why I consider myself lucky as a long-time survivor. This is the long journey. It's another story, but I have to say that the love of my life and my wife are floating us and keeping us as a family. my wife actually, and I'm grateful. Yeah, this is the short story about me and how we come across with Zacharias.
Thank you, Alper. Zacharias, we've seen in the interview that that we pre-produced with you. We saw lots of different use cases of the EyeHarp. When Alper approached you for the first time, did you realize that he would become one of the great virtuosos of the instrument that you had created from the get-go? Maybe share your version of the story as well for us, please.
Okay, first of all, I'm really happy to see you all again, but especially Albert, that we have not seen each other for a long time, and we should talk more often.
I'm very happy to.
Yes, so if I'm not mistaken, it was back in 2016 when we first met, right? When you first wrote me, or am I wrong? Something like that. So yes, suddenly I just received an email, and Alper was explaining me the situation that he found about the iHarp. It seemed very interesting to him. He also explained me that he used to be a musician, that he used to play the guitar, and that he was already playing some music with a Jambox. For those that don't know what Jambox is, it's a different solution interface that allows playing music through head movements. Alper is playing the iHarp through head movements. He's probably one of the few. The majority of the people play through eye movements, but Alper plays through head movements. And so from the very beginning, it was clear that iHarp was made for people like Alper. So it was a good fit. I was very excited, and it was clear that Alper, being a musician and having experience in playing similar interfaces, that he would be able to learn really fast. And this is what happened. And a year later, or maybe a year and a half later, Alper organized a concert in Izmir where he invited me and where he performed classical music accompanied by the piano. So yes, it has been an amazing journey. I feel really lucky that we have met with Alper, and yeah, I miss him. I want to go back to Izmir soon, but with COVID now it's more complicated.
Yeah, I miss you too, my friend. Yeah.
Michael Fembeck, it's good to have you here in the live conversation as well. I want to also ask you, when you first heard of this musical instrument, the EyeHarp, what was your first thought? And share a little bit about your first impressions.
Well, in this, you have me see me in a kind of role of a person who is in a kind of first level jury. No? So we get with every Zero project we get 600 plus nominations from more than 100 countries, and myself and the whole team is screening all the nominations that are coming in, and we get of course nominations from very different topics. No? Yeah, when we first saw EyeHarp, and this is not because you are here, I think everyone, we looked at each other and say, well, that's it. Yeah, this will make it. We are quite sure. And we still have a process that includes peer review and involves voting. And like we came in touch with you, Matthias, we are offering several of our nominations and our FRDs for other people to connect and match make or support them in different ways. And I think, Zacharias, you will agree that there were a lot of good connections made at the conference. For example, also to an Austrian parliamentarian who comes from the music world of Vienna, or in this case of Graz. So there were a lot of connections made. So we immediately felt, and then we saw that it happened, that this is something really great, and not only because of what it actually does, because also of this mind-opening perspective of what accessibility is actually all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now we talked a lot about the music making with the EyeHarp. I want to play for our audience an example of Alper playing with the EyeHarp, and that is from an opera. I want everyone to enjoy this moment of music making. There will be also later on excerpts from the concert in Izmir that the two of you have mentioned before. Let's just, Nikolai, if we can roll the tape, and then let's talk about music making with the EyeHarp and hear from Alper what is sort of difficult, what is things that he needs to take care of as he is performing. Wow, bravo.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah, look, I love, look, Orpheus, yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Amazing, yeah.
Alper, when you...
Zacharias, thank you. Zacharias, thank you very much. To make this
I
happen.
think your performances are always so motivating also for me to go on all the effort that I have put, because it's so inspiring. The truth is that I could never imagine this level of expertise.
Neither me. Neither me. Yeah, that's EyeHarp. Yeah, really. I'm very happy to playing this music. Thank you very much again.
Alper, I want to ask you, in this example, the accompaniment from the piano is a recording, correct?
Yeah.
And so you play to the recording. What I find so mesmerizing is when I listen to this music, I can actually see the virtuosity of what you're doing. The visual interaction is direct, and that is very different from hearing other performers or seeing other performers. Often, it's of course you can see how someone moves the fingers on the piano and so on, but here every little detail is visible. I want to ask you how much practice goes into this. Can you share a little bit the process when you first started out, from the first notes to actually to this kind of level of mastery?
Yeah, this is I think the best the advantage of the EyeHarp is the circular. A circular keyboard is very smart idea, I think. Compared to a linear keyboard, it's not easy to jump onto one note to another note. But on the circular way, you can press on the note or click on the note easily, and you can move around the notes. This is the very important the idea of the EyeHarp, I think. And another thing is you can transpose all the music, and it's very easy to transpose. So you can find the right tone by transposing the original song to the instruments. And another good side of the EyeHarp, I think, you can use the touch sense, just like some, touch sense is very important making music. So you can make nuance. You can make 40, or louder. If you press on the center side of the tile, the sound is not very loud. If you go to outer side of the circle and press on the tile, you can hear loudly. So you can create artificial some kind of touch sense feel.
Yeah.
This is very important. So the software is very powerful tool here.
Yeah, it's very expressive, and you realize only after watching it 1 or 2 times that actually it matters where you actually look in terms of the intensity.
Yeah.
Do you practice every day?
Once, yeah. Those were the days I was really focused on the EyeHarp and making music again. I have to say that this is those times, the very special times. I was very excited because I had a chance to make music again in my life. I told you I was a classical guitar player, and I was reading notes, and I can play guitar, and I study, Johann Sebastian Bach, Fernando Sor, classical composers, and I know what it is, and I know how to perform by playing guitar. This is the very important background for me. And when I see this software first time, I was very excited because you can use VST in the same time. VST is very like real instrument, and so I was impressed using the VST plugins with the EyeHarp. As you can hear, I'm using flutes, and the flute is just really like a flute sound.
Yeah, it sounds really realistic.
Yeah, really realistic, and I'm very excited to playing real flute, and this makes me very happy and motivated me. If you wonder about how much time I practice about this music, I think week or 10 days to make this the sound perfect or nearly perfect. Yeah. As a classical musician, you have to make practice every day. If you are getting ready for concert, you have to practice more. But I have a spare time, and I like it. I like make music, and this is the way I like it. So that's music, and another thing is music is a spiritual thing. If you get involved with, you can make it better.
Yeah,
you feel it, really feel it. Yeah.
And it's also a community thing. And I want to play another example, and then also bring Michael back into the discussion, and talking about the aspect of inclusion and creating opportunities for people with and without disabilities to interact. I want to play the second example. This is you, Alper, in a concert in Izmir. Another excerpt. Let's enjoy this. This is on a stage with two other musicians. Nikolai, can you play this for us, please? Maybe up to here for the moment. This was again really expressive performance, Alper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Michael, how often do you see initiatives that have this level of engagement? Can you share a little bit from your perspective what we see right now and what could be done to increase?
Well, we liked EyeHarp a lot because not only because in itself it's great, but we also think that it's the perfect way also to introduce audiences who are not so familiar with accessibility and inclusion with the topic, what inclusion in music really means. No? Because imagine you put someone without any a lot of information, an architect, a politician, a musician in a room, and they start talking about accessibility. What they do immediately, they will talk about the accessibility of the concert hall. They will talk about stairs. They will talk about toilets. They will talk about whatever. No? But this would be a negative discussion, and it would lead to nothing and nowhere that is anything close to what the disability community needs and what inclusion in that field really means. So if you watch this discussion, if you see Alper play, and if you hear Zacharias, you immediately ask the right question. So, and you saw Alper play in an orchestra. So the next question is, of course, how can we make this happen? How can people with using EyeHarp, but of course all other people with disabilities playing some instruments can be more included in an orchestra? The next question would be, how can people better trained and educated? How can universities include this summer in the curricula? So this is the right discussion, and this is where, I was really extraordinary also in that kind of lighthouse project that it was and still is and will, I think, also be. Let me give you an example, because it's really illustrating, taking from the movie industry and also showcase, because they are a little ahead from my personal experience. So there was this great movie Rain Man in 1988 where Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise played, and Dustin Hoffman even got the Oscar for playing a person with autism. Huh? And everyone said, wow, great, he got an Oscar for playing a people with disability. In this case, this caused, of course, people were somehow happy that it was a theme, and what autism was first somehow mainstream discussion. On the other hand, people with disabilities were really annoyed, and they got even more annoyed because a lot of other movies followed where people without disabilities played people with disabilities and got an Oscar for that. No? Like this happens in the world of migration and of the Black movement. If a white person plays a black one, this gets bashing right away. No? And so the movie Coda, which got an Oscar this year, is 33 years later, and it's the right thing. So a player, an actor who is deaf, played a person who is deaf and got an Oscar for that. So this is the right thing, and this also encouraged the right kind of discussion. How do we have producers who fully understand the issues of people with disabilities? How can choreographers with disabilities come into the scene? How can theater and teaching theater and movies become more inclusive so that everyone can come in? So I think this is a showcase, and I think this could also hopefully be seen from the world of music in that way.
Yes, exactly. I mean, also the focus on the actual art making, I think that's very important. I wanted our audience to hear Alper's music making, because I think he is a fantastic musician, whether he's disabled or not. Alper, this is something that I found extraordinary. And when you perform together with the other two musicians, are they colleagues of yours that you have been playing for a long time together with? Was this only for this concert? Can you share a little bit about your music making in chamber music settings?
This is a very special event, I think. This concert is very exciting, and I think 1 in a million thing, because everything come together with the voluntary people share the same idea, and the main topic was the awareness for ALS and making something with only headphones. Yes, this is music, and this. I'm not an artist, but I try to put together people to make awareness about the disease.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, there's a bright side of the life. This is in abundance, and this is the you can feel free in your inner life, the spirit, and this is the priceless experience for me, and it's really wonderful to share a stage with the very talented musician friends and making music together and making people happy and maybe making people to think about something.
Mm-hmm.
This was very important. Yeah.
Yeah. And it still touches people on the internet when they watch it. So that's another aspect of the technology side of your music making. Alper, when we spoke last week, you mentioned to me that you had a dream, something that you wanted to have a new level of technology, if you will. If you like, please share it with the audience. There are lots of music technology nerds out there, and hopefully it can be done for you. Would you like to share?
Yeah, I have a dream. This dream is begin with the Zacharias, and when we met together, I realized that many things can be done with the technology on the hardware and software together. And day by day, I grow my dream. My dream is making music and audiovisual show, including the brain computer interface, BCI, and EyeHarp, maybe. Zacharias already know. I think Zacharias already tried that kind of making music, I think. Music and the images and brain computer interface. Maybe I can control some devices by the brain waves, and I can make some spatial scales. Because the scale is very important. You cannot play scales by the half movement at the same time, but you can create or you can choose the options on the software, creating some kind of scales, Freudian, Lixomedian, or or backgrounds, just like in Turkish music, and I think people can make music freely and feel almost countless way of making music by using this technology.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about the developing of the technology and brain-computer interface is on the top 5, I think. In the future, we will use these technologies for maybe healing some disease, or artificial intelligence together, or VR, you know, or IR using together. We can make we can take the music the another level, I think.
Yeah, I think this is probably the perfect summary for what we're trying to do with the Karajan MusicTech conference, bringing music to another level, including more people in music making with the help of technology. I mean, time flies by when you're having fun, as they say. I want to thank the three of you for making the time, for joining us for this important discussion. I took a lot of notes because there will be follow-ups. I know a couple of brain-computer interface people, so this is what we will be working on, I think, in the next couple of months. And then I hope we will have the Zero project back again and continue this success story. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias and my friends. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, this was really amazing. Now I'm switching gears to even more musicians, and I'm excited really to have met a group of fantastic young people who are in whom I have met really online on Twitter Spaces. Who were introduced to me by one common friend, and I need to see if she's already is. Aurora, are you already here? Can I have you on stage with me? I think, yes, there she is. Hello, Aurora. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. How are you? Matthias, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. How about you? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can.
No, she can't hear me yet. Well, actually, I will tell our audience how we met. I met Aurora a couple of years ago, and we were actually both working for an American rock band, putting together a show for Incubus and Mike Einziger. Aurora had actually created an ensemble of young musicians to join the rock band on stage. This is how I met her. I hope she can hear me now, but it doesn't look like it yet. So we'll give Aurora a little bit of time to figure out the audio. As we wait for these minor glitches to be ironed out, I want to maybe talk a little bit about what is happening next. So the next program is the next hour or so. We will be talking about the success stories, the experiences of musicians who went into the world of NFTs, Web3, what their experiences was. We'll hear lots of stories. I want to say that all of this came about when I was creating the conference. I went on Twitter because I knew that the crypto community is active there. And I visited a lot of these Twitter spaces. And this is where I found this extraordinary community of open-minded young people, all excited to, advance their careers through this new technology. I'm wondering if Aurora can hear us now. Aurora, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Matthias. Thank you.
I already told everyone about how we know each other, how we worked as a rock musician backup slash roadies, and now everyone knows Aurora already. Aurora, I'm really happy that you are joining us here. Last year you were here at the conference as well. That time we were still on the Clubhouse crowd. Now we're on Twitter Spaces, right?
I know it's so wild to see how things have changed like in a year's time. And I'm just so ecstatic and excited to be here to talk about NFTs as digital Gesamtkunstwerk.
Yes.
And so whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll leave the stage to you, and then gradually we'll take more people on board. This is going to be a crowded session.
Yes, yes, and then I do have some slides that I can share, so hopefully that'll work out.
Yeah.
But
it
in
should
case
work.
of anything, we will improvise, because we're musicians, so we know how to improvise. But anyway, I just wanted to say hello, everyone. My name is Aurora Mendez. I am a classical violinist by day and a Web3 creative by night. I'm so excited to be here with you. And today we're going to be talking about NFTs as digital Gesamtkunstwerk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, or my slides with you rather. And that way we can have some visuals as we go along. Let's see here. Give me one sec. Okay. 1 second. Technology is always sometimes getting in our way. Slides. Give me 1 sec. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this. So I've prepared a couple of slides for you just so that we can get some visuals to what we're talking about. So just for now, until we get started with the slides, I wanted to explain what Gesamtkunstwerk is. So for those of us who are not music nerds, Gesamtkunstwerk was a term that was coined back in the 19th century. And it's a German term that is used to talk about a total work of art. So back in the day, we think of things like opera, we think of, like now modern day, we have all type of media that combine to create works of art. And this actually is the thing that I first came to mind when I first heard about NFTs was like, oh my gosh, NFTs are the digital version of Gesamtkunstwerk. So it describes an artwork, design, or creative process where different art forms are combined to create a single cohesive whole. So this is super important for us today because we're going to explore a couple of my favorite NFTs, and we're just so fortunate to have a bunch of these artists here with us today, and they're going to be joining us in a very little bit. So to be mindful of time, I'll try to get through everyone. Yeah, so first up, we have, how can musicians utilize Web3 to create new art? NFTs, of course, are more than just the Bored Ape Yacht Club. I know many of us might have heard through mainstream media, all of these JPEGs that have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, I'm here to tell you that musicians are here to change that up. So not only are we, making musical on blockchain, we're also incorporating other wonderful artistic art forms, such as, we have visual art, we have dance, we have digital sculpture, we have IRL components. So if you take a look at the photo, this is the IRL, or in real life, manifestation of Betty's Radio from one of my favorite NFTs called Betty's Notebook, which is the first programmable music NFT on the blockchain that was created by Sam Bruckman of the Verdigris Ensemble, composer Nicholas Reeves, and Brian Brinkman, who is the artist behind all of the art, which we'll see next slide. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to, of course, go through everything, but we are not limited to just music within the Web3 space. We are also able to incorporate elements from the metaverse. We can incorporate beautiful, computer-generated graphics and things of that nature. So again, just for the sake of time, I'm going to have to speed through some of this. So Betty's Notebook is first up, and I figured the best way to start today would be to introduce to you some of my favorite pieces. So this is a beautiful piece that was released on the Async NFT marketplace, and we're just so fortunate to also have, I believe Shannon is here from Async Music, which you'll hear from her shortly. But Betty's Notebook is one of the best examples of Gesamtkunstwerk, where you were incorporating this beautiful composition with incredible graphics, as well as these IRL applications, such as like a radio. So I highly encourage everybody. I'm just naming these projects, but please do them out online. I will also have a document ready for those of you who are in the Discord, in the Karajan MusicTech Discord. You can go in there and check out all of these links. That'll be ready in about like an hour or so. I'll be uploading that. But yeah, so we have, of course, this piece, and we're gonna just move on. So sorry, I just want to be mindful of time. I know we got like 5 minutes. Next up, we have Christina Spinet's and Martyrium's Triptych. Triptych is a beautiful combination of music and digital visuals provided by Martyrium. So as you can see here, Triptych is an audiovisual collaboration between composer Christina Spinet, who is one of our panelists today, and artist Martyrium, comprising 3 sections, Yanois, Access, and Partier. So this is, again, another wonderful example of how we can incorporate visuals with music. And then we're just going to speed through now to Electronic Sonata by Studio Nouveau. And this piece, as you can see, it's we have the first movement, and this particular piece incorporates 3D choreographed ballet-esque models. So again, going back to the concept of Gesamtkunstwerk, where we're not just limited to music. We have all of this, all of these generated graphics. Oh, my computer's frozen. Hold on, one sec. Hold on. Sorry about that. And then next up, we have Sonic Meditation, number 1 by Svein Thorsteinsdottir. And this is a meditation for cello, solo cello. And here, as you can see, we have a combination with a beautiful, beautiful visual. And it's available on the Mint Songs platform. And this is one of, I think Svein will be bringing in another meditation very, very soon. And then we have next up Harmony Project by Fifi Wrong and Nifty Sax. This is such an incredible piece. I am a holder of this piece. It is a meditation for saxophone, vocals, and it is it just sold out actually. And I am such a huge fan of this piece as well, because it really provides an experiential kind of experience where you're able to not only enjoy the visuals, but you also have hold on, sorry, wait, oh, there it is. Hello. Sorry, my connection is a little off. Hello.
We can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
You're still there.
Hello. Okay. Oh, there you go. All right. Perfect. So now we'll go on. And we have also Spheres by Nifty Sax. This is a piece with saxophone, which incorporates these beautiful spheres that you can see that highlight the different frequencies that are covered in this piece. And then we also have our just very last slide. Again, Matthias, I just want to be mindful of time. All of this to say, there's a lot going on in the NFT space, and we encourage everyone to follow our panelists on Twitter. They're going to be, of course, talking about their projects, and we'll be hearing from them in about a minute or so. And be sure to join their Discords, tap into their music NFT Twitter spaces. And again, all these resources will be available for you through the Karajan MusicTech Discord. Matthias, off to you.
Thank you very much, Aurora, for this quick overview with lots of really exciting examples. Let's bring everyone on stage here. I'll be adding people as they turn on their video. Yes, wonderful. I see Seyun, I see Taro. Wow, what a group. So many people. Welcome all.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Excellent. First question, have you guys seen each other on a live stream before or only Twitter Spaces?
Just Twitter.
Probably just Twitter, yeah.
Let's get used to being visual for a moment, and as we get used to this, my first question would be to this group, just one, if you can give us one sentence of when did you actually start to learn about NFTs, and what was your sort of moment when you said like, oh, I want to try that out? Maybe we can start with Christina.
All right. Thanks so much for having me here. I learned about NFTs in the summer of 2020. My husband released something on Rarible. He's not a professional artist at all. It was just kind of a whim. And I did a deep dive. I'm like, what is this crazy new world? And back then it was a lot of art of skulls and astronauts and things like this. And I was just so fascinated by this free marketplace where artists can directly reach out to their audience. And then I discovered Studio Nouveau, and they had this beautiful audio visual album out. And I thought, okay, this was what I was looking for. This musical component to NFTs, which back in the summer of 2020, there wasn't a lot of. There wasn't even, we see the hashtag MusicNFT. That didn't really exist.
That didn't even exist.
It was, audio visual. So I found it as this brand new frontier where I was able to connect with an audience and release the music that I want when I want to, and have total control over the whole process.
Cool. Yeah. Well, the next he's right next to you, Studio Nouveau, Tore. When was your first moment with NFTs? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's actually a little interesting because it's not related to music or art. Actually, I had been sort of interested in blockchain and crypto since like 2017, and I somehow managed to totally avoid NFTs for like a few years. And then early 2020, I somehow had enough curiosity to check out Decentralized. And the first NFT that I ever bought was land in Decentralized. And that was my aha moment. And that is actually Tor is my NFT avatar name. I own the name Tor, and that's kind of like my avatar in Decentraland. And that was kind of the foundation of kind of the project. So everything I discovered after came from that initial Decentraland discovery.
Wow, that's amazing. And by the way, welcome, Fifi. It's good to have you.
Hello, everyone.
We're just saying that we haven't seen each other at all because we're always on Twitter Spaces. So this is a new. Maybe let's move down to Nifty. Nifty, tell us, when did you get to know NFTs? And what, by the way, for our audience, these people here that you see on screen, they are really the stars of NFT music on Twitter. So it's like, the Academy Awards or Grammys or whatever.
Yeah, how did I start? I learned about NFTs when I just randomly, I was just browsing Twitter, and I probably saw a tweet maybe by Tim Ferriss or somebody like that tweeted about maybe a CryptoPunk sale. And I saw a lot of people being flabbergasted by it, and I thought, that's cool. Like it's interesting. I always like when people don't like something, so I wanted to see why people didn't like it. And so then I got really into it because it was something that very few people were very excited about, but a lot of other people hated it. So I instantly was drawn to it. And so I saw that most NFTs were just JPEGs and nobody was making music. So I started to make music as NFTs, and that was really good because I was one of the first to do that. And of course that helped with my success, if I had any. That's kind of the short story of how it began.
Yeah, we will dive deeper later on. Seyun, you're a cellist. Are there many other cellists in the NFT world right now in music?
Actually, one of my first NFT holders, Caitlin Rates, is a wonderful cellist, also a friend of ours, and she's kind of been my cello sister in this space, which is wonderful, but not so many others. So if any cellists out there are listening, there's a great universe out here that's ready for you. But in I have to tell you that Aurora was the person that actually introduced me to NFTs in the Clubhouse days, probably a little more than a year ago. And at the time, I probably was one of those people that Nifty Sacks had talked about, like, what is this? I don't even understand what's going on. But then probably 6 months later, I remember it sort of was brewing somewhere in the back of my mind. And even though, I've put up albums in what we call Web 2 and on record labels and things like that, I didn't have a place for my improvisations to live and to really have, a place where people can access them and without the limitations of, putting it on a CD and having it fit into, 74 minutes of music or something. So this was a wonderful way for me to do that. And I thought I better call Aurora. And I did.
So,
it was amazing.
Like the NFTs as an add up to the rest of the product portfolio. Great. Tarot. How do you say it?
Tarot, any way you want, but
you are in Nashville right now, so it's kind of early for you. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's 8:21 a.m. It's any excuse to get my day started early. I'm always for it because you know what I mean? Like once you do it, you're like, wow, what a great morning. But it's always so hard to start. But yeah, thanks for having me. My name's Taro. I got into the Web3 space not too long ago. I'd say it was in December of 2021. Kind of similar to all of you guys. I just was scrolling on TikTok one day, started to see NFTs, and I was like, what is this? And just started learning. And I guess as a musician and as a creative, I just started to cultivate all these new ideas in my brain that I never thought were possible before. And so I just kind of dove in and tried to learn everything I can on the tech side of things, because as a musician entering the space, I wanted to make sure I had a good handle on everything so that I came in strong-headed. I know how to have my own smart contracts. I know to own my own work, because I think that is the number one benefit, is having that control over your own music, your own work. And so starting out, we kind of have to pave that way for other artists to enter in, because it could get confusing like any other industry. So that's kind of my entry into Web3. And I just kind of went strong. I decided to release music NFT every day for 28 days in the month of February. It was such a fun challenge. I really did it to show myself that I'm capable of setting a goal and taking it on. And then also just introducing myself, like you guys were talking about, being able to release this music that wouldn't just be released, right? On an album or as a single, but as musicians, we're constantly creating. And I believe that the whole purpose of sharing music is to touch others. And who knows if that little improv that you did the other night will touch someone and change someone's life, right? So why are we holding back and putting pressure on ourselves as musicians? So I guess it's more of a psychological game, testing it out, right? But that's why I'm here, and I'm just having so much fun continuing to build and really try to cultivate my artist career through Web3. So
yeah, that's amazing. And I gotta say, I am really so happy you're here, because I love your music, and I actually bought one of your NFTs, and it was a great moment. That was the first NFT that I bought. I've been in blockchain for a long time, but never NFTs, so I can relate to something that you guys said earlier. Building communities is very central, and whenever I am on Twitter, I hear the voice of Fifi Wrong, who's also with us today here. Hello, Fifi.
Hi, Matthias.
It's great to have you. When was your sort of moment of getting into touch with this, strange new world of blockchains, Web3, and NFTs?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Really great to have you in our spaces. When we do spaces, you always come and support. For me, it started from the beginning of pandemic, and then that was the time I entered crypto, and I was trading cryptocurrency. all the way until the beginning of last year, and I got really obsessed with crypto because the things really happened because around 2020 it was just okay. So the world is going crazy, and what's the what's the alternative? Because my background is actually I studied economics and sociology, so from that perspective, I came in and I got too obsessed. So when you go into crypto trading currency, it's really difficult to avoid NFT, and everybody is talking about NFT. All the crypto leaders and influencers and everybody's talking about NFT. So it's really like they talk about art, they talk about music, and this is the future, like a Gary V. Just I'm like a drown in this information. So it would be a crime not to explore this. So that was what I really wanted to enter. That was the beginning of last year. But because of my career, in Web2 and doing everything else, I needed to finish that big album, a double album. So I delayed a little bit, and I jumped in last year, September, fully. And I didn't plan to. I was planning to come in like this year, but I made a good decision. No, actually, it was the universe. I got there and then got sucked in, and I met Nifty Sachs amongst the other people, and then we get on really well. And so next thing you know, I found my role in this community, helping other people while I'm learning. So I'm just like spending every day over here to connect the dots, like put people together in a way. And I'm having a lot of fun. Even this morning, I was having a lot of fun because I found myself in the space meowing with other people, because like they say it's the best community building method. It's like meow your favorite song. And so we just mailed for an hour, and we loved it so much.
the topic of community is a red thread throughout the day, also for us. We a little bit earlier, when most of you were probably still sleeping on the East Coast and in the center of the States, we had a crypto economist and president of a music university talk about how the community building aspect is the most important. I want to also ask the question about sort of the music NFT as a genre, right? Aurora has said it's sort of the Gesamtkunstwerk. I know that there are different views on this topic. I want to jump to Thure and ask you, what is your view on this? I know that you have some very concrete ideas about how we should all see NFTs, or at least what your view of it is.
Sure. And, to be clear, I wouldn't want to say that my way is the definitive way or anything. And ultimately, there's so many ways that, we haven't even explored this technology yet. But the way that I think about NFTs is, what is the thing that you are tokenizing? Is it your piece of music that you've written, or more specifically, this particular recording of this piece of music that you have created? For me, I view my music, when it's tokenized, I view it as the proof of concept. And for example, there's plenty of pieces by Studio Nouveau that I've sort of, touched up the version that I keep on like YouTube and Spotify and everything, but the original was like, the original version of it. So I'm not sure if that gives like a basic insight. For me, it's kind of like what is being tokenized. That's the embodiment of it for me.
Yeah. So it's for you. It's sort of the original version. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think so. And that's kind of what is so powerful about it, is you can definitively say, this is when this person tokenized this piece of music. You can't fake that. And, that's what's kind of so cool, is someone can try to mint your music, but it's pretty obvious really quickly that it's a fake, because you can just point, oh no, they minted it back then. And we can all see that,
So in a way, putting music out there on Spotify or any other kind of platform is essentially like giving it away for free, instead of, you know, saying like, this is the timestamp that this was created. This was created by me or this group of people. And by doing that, you kind of put a stake in the ground, and that becomes the thing that people are drawn to.
Yeah, you know, I feel that there's so many analogs to traditional media, and I like to use art because for me, it's just a really nice analogy. And it's like, you know, you can look at a picture of a painting, like a digital picture of a painting, or you can look at the physical version of the painting. You know, ultimately the frame that's holding the physical painting in place for me is kind of like what an NFT does for the digital version of your recording. It kind of gives it something that you can grab onto and own it. You can still see it. And, you know, I think that in the NFT art space, it's pretty commonly viewed that the more widely it's seen, the more that is sort of good for the NFT itself. And that's why I personally encourage people to distribute their music still widely. You know, that can only help your work be seen and your collectors and the NFTs they hold.
We don't have the raise your hand icon here like on Twitter. So I see lots of people nodding their heads. So jump in anytime, right? Don't wait to be called upon, and just request the mic yourself.
If I may jump in, Matthias, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
so I feel very, very privileged and honored to know all of you guys. I've been following your work personally, and as a fan, I've noticed the evolution of your work. And specifically, I have to say, for those of you who have work more in the Web 2 and the pre-NFT world, comparing those pieces of work from then until now, in what ways has Web3 influenced your creative process? And we've already seen, I know I had to speed through all of your beautiful NFTs earlier, but if anybody wants to elaborate on that, like how Web3 has influenced your workflow and your output overall, if you don't mind.
Can I go? Is that all right? I think it's really opened up the possibilities for me of what I can release without having to worry about fitting something into a genre, fitting something into a streaming platform. And even time-wise, I can release something that's 30 seconds long if I want, and that's totally fine. It really started, I think, with async music for me, writing a string quartet that was fully programmable. I never, ever would have imagined composing something where the parts were interchangeable. It was kind of like a pull and peel thing. You could mix every line with another line, even incorporate silence. So the string quartet that I have on Async, there are 254 possible variations that can exist. So it really pushed me artistically to see what was possible to compose. Same with the audiovisual piece that you showed in the beginning with Martyrium. I've been messing around with electronics for a while, but I never released anything with acoustic music and electronics. So it really gave me the push to just further my art and to be able to experiment. There's finally a platform where I can release these compositional improvisations of things I've wanted to do for a long time, but there was really no medium for me to release them. Oh, and also, cello. I'm in Nashville, and so is Caitlin Rates, the cellist. So.
Oh, no way. We should get together. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh
do music together.
Yeah, let's do music. I was just going to say, like, hearing that, I think it's so beautiful how Web3 has opened this opportunity for classical musicians as well, you know, because I think I'm not a classical musician. I was classically trained growing up, so I respect it. And I think it is some of the most universally moving, touching music that is out there from day one, right? And so to have a space for that to be celebrated and experimental, right? Because I loved hearing that you're now trying out like combining electronics with your cello and seeing how you can create different sounds. Like that's the whole part about being a creative is in a writer and a musician is trying to make something that we haven't heard before. And so that's kind of what inspires me about Web3 is like, I don't have to write the next pop hit in order to get attention as an independent artist before I can write the music I want to write. I can just write the music I want to write and gravitate towards the audience who I'm supposed to gravitate towards, and then continue to expand, right? So yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's all about freedom. We always say it.
Yes.
Freedom of expression, financial freedom, creative freedom. For me, as an instrumentalist, it's also the freedom to just play by myself, because I am a loner by nature, and it was always frustrating for me. I used to do jazz before. I studied classical as well at conservatory, but my job was making jazz records and stuff like that. And so for me, it was always just the challenge to get everybody together. Everybody's always so busy. It's always difficult to get a crew and then record an album. Now I love that I can record just my saxophone, put it out, and it works. I found my niche, and it works that way. I love it. I just absolute freedom. It was a creative explosion last year. It was really incredible.
Amazing, Nifty. And often I have to connect this to you, Sayun. Like, for example, you before Web3 were not a composer. Am I right? I mean, your piece, Sonic Meditation #1, which is available on MinSongs, also shout out MinSongs. And I believe, Christina, you're also collaborating with them now, and Fifi has already dropped stuff with MinSongs. Sayun, so like in your case, for example, you're soloist and prolific educator as well. What was your experience like composing something and minting it on the blockchain?
Well, I have to say, it's one of those things that like I've been doing for all my life, but I just didn't think that it was valuable or that anybody would care about it. And so I call it a sonic meditation, but actually it's improvisation, and it's trying to work out things through sound that I think are up in my brain. So it's sort of manifesting what's happening here through my cello in real time. And I think it was so easy, actually. It was so much easier than I thought. I mean, makes it super easy, but even even just, uploading it and all that stuff, they helped me all through the way. And Christina, also, I have to give a shout out to Christina, who has this wonderful, not only talked with me about sort of things to do and what not to do, but also has this beautiful sort of beginner's guide and like how to start. And so if you're watching this, please go to Christina's website and download that. It's amazing.
Amazing. Yes, awesome guide from the wonderful Christina. And Tyr, I have to talk to you super quickly about something, and then we'll head on to the next topic. But I've been so impressed with your work, specifically I think it's shards, where you create these beautiful digital compositions and you program them to dance and move. Could you possibly elaborate on that a little bit? Just because, again, going back, tying this all into this Gesamtkunstwerk theme, it's so interesting how in this digital era you are, choreographing digital objects. I was really hoping you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure. And, it's kind of funny. I feel like, sometimes people might look at Studio Nouveau's pieces and seem like, oh, this is more like art, which it is. But, it's basically the original intention was to create something, kind of look, I always, the initial thought was how do we get music into NFTs? But in terms of Studio Nouveau, it was always looking like the next 3 years ahead, like, well, where is this going? And for me, it was kind of creating a multimedia experience. And so I view it as almost like a mini digital ballet or something. And so basically I do all the 3D modeling, and each piece has like a digital sculpture that comes along with it. But the sonata, for example, I basically have the kind of, it's pretty slow moving sometimes, but it's all choreographed in 3D modeling software to the music. And so basically that was my intention, to create something more than just a music NFT, which is great. But, that was kind of how I viewed the door in, because no one knew what a music NFT was in like mid 2020, or like very few people did. So it was like, okay, I'll make an art piece with music and you'll appreciate it. But even if you don't know that there's music involved in the NFT, but yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for that. And also Fifi and Nifty, I have to talk to you guys. So talk to us about the topic of collaboration. I know there are a lot of you guys here who have collaborated with a bunch of incredible artistic partners, but I think that harmony has definitely embodied one of the most beautiful artistic combinations I've ever seen. So I was wondering if you guys can talk about what it has been like to collaborate with each other, being that you found each other in this space, and yeah, anything you'd like to share on that.
Yeah, I want to hear from Fifi. But first, I want to say, yeah, that it's been so good because we brainstorm. Like it's just so much better. Like we actually have brainstorming sessions and we have great ideas while we talk. And great ideas, not about the music itself. That kind of just comes natural. That's the easy part. But great ideas about how to release things, and we are constantly trying to evolve and change the game a little bit. So that's what has been so fun for me. But I want to hear from Fifi.
Yeah, exactly the same. So yeah, the music, just to wrap up, because you guys were talking about what has Web3 changed you creatively, not just the freedom. I find myself much faster because of the freedom. Then you can be, very uninhibited is that the word. And so the art part becomes really free flowing and becomes much faster, because with Web2, you're always thinking, where do I position? How do I relate to all the other people who am I making this music to? And you're releasing with all the other big stars and, the millions of other musicians. So there's like this invisible prison that you're in, like, because you are in a category, even if you are your own island. But over here is a completely different concept. So with collaboration with Nifty, the most fun part is that we are activating everything we are in over here, because NFT is partially financial, is a digital asset, and there's so much. It's an art form to strategize things behind the community, the psychology of the interaction of the job mechanism. Because the NFT is how do you say, like how you structure it, and how you are giving how you structure. What's that?
I'm giving value. I thought that we were.
Yeah. How do you build the value from this one step to the next step? Like the whole thing is like this is so much game. There's so much game, not just in the music. The music itself is great, or all good, but it's the art in the NFT part, and also in the working of it. The beautiful part is that we complete each other in that kind of way. It's like in terms of working as a team. You do this, I do this. You're good at this, I'm good at this. When I'm down, I lift you up. You're down, you lift me up. So that part, in the friendship, I think that's the third level of why this is so much fun.
Yeah, an important thing is that I think something that some people miss sometimes in NFTs is that an entrepreneurial mindset is kind of important, because now you're on your own. You have to be also you're a business. You have to see yourself as such. And Fifi has that mindset, and so we kind of we really gel well together with that, and we always try to push it forward.
I think the mindset of like the proportion, because all of us are partially entrepreneurial being in NFT, right? I think the proportion of how much of an artist and how much of a child and how much of an entrepreneur we are, that ratio, we're very similar in a way. But that also means sometimes we get on a call, we just go miles away somewhere else.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. I would love to amplify what you just said, because I believe that this is one of the things that we need to have ingrained and embedded also in the education of young musicians. Often, you go to an academy or a university, and all everyone talks about is, oh, can they play? Are they really great players or singers, and so on? And that is, of course, it's important to be able to play your instrument, but it's so much more to become, a musician than that. And I think it's to the benefit of everyone in the music world if the musicians think like entrepreneurs, like you guys do. So thank you for bringing that to the forefront, and let's amplify that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also just on the just to close out the topic of collaboration, I was wondering, Taro and Sayun, if you guys have any collaborations coming up, or if that's an avenue you would like to explore.
Yeah, absolutely. I think entering this space, it was just inevitable to come across collaborations, right? And I think that's the most beautiful part of anything I've gained from being here is the relationships and the friendships and the opportunities to, you know, expand and see things that you didn't really give yourself credit for, right? Like Sayun, what you were saying about how you've always been doing this, but you just didn't have that confidence about it until you put it out there. I feel like me doing that in Web3 has aligned me with collaborators who now I have things in the works where like we're gonna make like a sample pack together, like a producer who has a bunch of guitars just laying around is like, hey, like do what you do, right? And I'm like, oh, like when I'm free, like this is what I like to do anyways, is just make little songs and then let's see what we can do with them. Now instead of just like letting them live on the computer, you can use all these things building up and find a way to collaborate with others so it doesn't feel like it's such a big feat, right? And so I'm doing that. And then also I have like the whole reason why I came in this space to begin with was because I have this debut album coming out this summer, and that is all collaboration. I have a whole team basically of graphic designers, video production team, screenwriters. I'm doing a short film, a documentary, all these crazy different things to make this album come to life as more than just go stream it on Spotify, but like let's spotlight every single role of the creative process. Now that we are CEOs, right, as the artist, we can distribute that pie however we want and make that story come to life. Because, you know, what I've taken away from this conversation is that is the most valuable part of being a musician, and you know, just exploring that through relationships. And so I'm super excited about that.
Sayun, how about you?
Yeah, I'd just like to add to this discussion that, you know, a lot of my real life career is about collaborations, playing chamber music and, you know, playing, especially with pianists, right? Playing recitals and composers. I collaborate a lot with composers. And what I'm really excited about that's coming up is this just ease of splitting a sale or splitting ownership and fractional ownership. And I think that is really exciting. I know a couple platforms are in the works of really making it super easy. I know right now you can, you know, write your own smart contract. There are platforms that make that even easier, but I'm super excited about just being able to just plug and play and get those collaborations really in there. So that's what I'm super excited about seeing in the future.
Amazing. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to move on over to the next topic, and that is what do you wish could be different in this space, or what are some things that you would like to do differently, or anything like that? Any floor is yours. Anybody?
I guess what I would quickly say is that, you know, if you asked me that question like a year ago, I probably would have had like a long list of things, but it's kind of incredible how far the space has come in over a year. And, you know, maybe what I would have said a year ago is like accessible custom smart contracts. But with Manifold, it is I made a Manifold contract for Studio Nouveau and I was blown away. It cost me like $5 of gas to create the contract, or $50, but still, like it was something like that. As opposed to much more expensive for one that I made a while back, and Manifold is just significantly better quality, and it's something that is such a good thing for new and upcoming artists in the space. So between that and how all these, you can now plug in a Manifold contract into different marketplaces in a way that you couldn't really with previous smart contracts or custom contracts. There's just so many good things that are out there now, and different types of platforms with different sort of, you know, mint songs is really cool because it's so affordable to collect and to mint and everything. But even on Ethereum now, it's really, there's so many resources for new artists. So that's just one thought I had.
I actually have a question for you guys. I'm very curious on this topic, just where you guys see the direction, because it does change every single day. Things are going so rapidly, but there are so many different platforms and tools being created as we speak for musicians and artists to create. And I think that is so exciting. But with that, there comes a lot more to filter out. And as people in the space already, those decisions on how we make our moves right now versus 2 months, 3 months in the future, you kind of have to discern, right? Because things could change and go into one direction. And so something I've been talking about with other artists in the space is the difference between Ethereum versus Solana when it comes to music NFTs in the future, right? So now do we start going on to what we think could evolve for like the mass adaptation to NFTs, or do we continue on the train that already kind of exists and make that more well-oiled, if that makes sense?
And I guess I would just quickly say too that, like, you know, it's a really good question, and I think that there's no wrong answer. You know, I think it's really great. I know plenty of artists that mint on all different blockchains, but this is an area where it's probably good to tap in with what are collectors thinking and what do they want. You know, I think there's a lot of talk about like the quickest ways to get artists on, you know, up and running, but it's also, you know, collectors are 50% of the equation in my view. And so it's kind of important, like what do they think? And I know for me, you know, while I'm totally open-minded to any sort of token and blockchain, I do view Ethereum as the safest thing to use and the most high quality. Well, that might be overstating it, but you know, for me, I prefer to collect things on Ethereum. There are benefits to using, you know, the thing that's cool about Mintsong is Polygon is part of, you know, it's very easily integrated into the Ethereum ecosystem. And, you know, as you might hear with like the smart contract bridge is being hacked and stuff, people are trying to make it more interoperable. So, you know, if anything, maybe that's something that could be needed in the future, is maybe we can all look forward to a time when it's much more seamlessly interoperable.
Amazing. Thank you for that. And also, I wanted to ask, and this could be, I would love it if everybody could chime in because we are getting close to the top of the hour. What are, you know, considering we are talking to musicians, we're talking to orchestras, chamber ensembles, music admin people, creatives of all type that are tuning in right now. And I think the number one thing to think about and to share is always like, what are some pieces of advice you would have for people that want to enter this space that have not yet done so? Like, what are your tips? What are your, you know, gems, your wisdom gems, if you will? Because I think that, again, it's really helpful to see people that one can connect to and say like, oh, they're in this space, if they're doing it, I can do it too, kind of thing. So again, my question is, what pieces of advice would you have for newcomers to the Web3 and NFT space? I'll leave the floor open.
I think you have to enter.
This comes on a lot. Yeah, go ahead, Christina.
I think you have to enter with the right intention. Why do you want to release an NFT? What benefit does it have your ensemble? You have to be very curious, I think, about the technology and really do your research. Everyone always says, do your own research. Make safety a priority first, you know, before you release everything. Make sure you've studied up on wallets, hardware wallets, everything like that. Just get the foundation, as you would for anything new that you're doing. Research it. Give yourself a good understanding, give yourself a good foundation. I know all of us here probably talk to a lot of musicians about our experiences, you know, off of spaces. I talk to like 3 musicians a week who are really interested in it. So reach out to the community, get yourself a Twitter account and be active on it and follow other musicians on it. That's the best way to interact. And don't be afraid to ask questions and reach out for help and advice, because I found the community to be so accepting and really receptive to receiving people who want to join. So, you know, just reach out and involve yourself.
Yeah, I come across this question a lot. Like, as you can imagine, I have a lot of people in real life and on Twitter asking me about this all the time. And for me, the best advice I can give is First of all, focus on security, understand how things work, because you don't want to make some money and then lose it all because you just didn't do some research about how the blockchain works. And second is that here it's kind of a bit of a wild west, so the rewards can be very, very big, but it's not easy, you know. Like, it's the people come here, it's like, oh, NFTs, I just put something out and I'm going to sell it for $1,000 just because it's an NFT. That's not how it works. You have to really understand why somebody sells for $1,000 or $10,000. And so I would be saying, yeah, just be prepared to actually do some research and understand how a collector thinks. So collect a few things and see how it feels, see what you want when you're collecting something. That's probably the best thing that I did for myself. I just start collecting some things, because then I really realized, when I put my money down, I realized, okay, this sucks. I don't want this, and I want this other thing that I bought because this is good. So I think that's something that is really important. So the rewards can be really, really huge, but also the work that has to be done is not insignificant. So be prepared. That's all.
I've got something to add. So yes, Christina and the Nifty Sacks, on the basis, I'll just piggyback on what you guys are saying. I'm always one step behind, because I want to answer the last question as well. Like, what I would really see in this space to evolve and grow. I think because the biggest fear is we just don't know which project is a rug. We just don't know what is a scam, and that there's just so many things everywhere. I think that it would be really cool to have like community self-policing, some sort of like a review mechanism. It's like a people talk, and there's like a self-organized community. So, oh no, that's a rug and that's whatever. So can help us like navigate a little bit. I think that it will come. It will definitely come to help us a little bit. And in terms of like for people to come into music NFT, the first thing I would say, yes, the security and everything else is all really, really good advice. But I say the first thing would be aligning with the right people. That's what I did first. The learning is quite dry. If you're a really technical minded person, then okay, read up and read books and watch YouTube. But you are alone until you find someone, right? Until you find some people. So I see the people who grow the fastest, including myself, is that when you find the people who you can make friends with, like that is my vibe, that is my family. And when you make that friend, you grow so fast, because that becomes fun when you're learning. Because I never stopped learning in music NFT. Like right now, I'm on my phase 2 in like a deep learning, just to up my knowledge. But then just having friends around to make it so much more fun in the culture, and learning about NFT culture and community just as important, if not more important, than the technical side of things. So yeah, aligning with the right people would be like the golden ticket to a fast track success. And your friends and your comfortable community would give you all the tips. If you have any questions, everything is free. So I would say, it's very Web3, it's very driven by people. So find the right people.
I might just piggyback quick in terms of like advice for new people coming into the space. And I would encourage people to think about the reputation that they want to build. I think, especially when you're dealing with things that involve money, often, it's very obvious for people who've been around to see like, all right, what's your intention? Why are you here? If you just DM people and be like, buy my piece, period, like, you might not make the best impression right away. So, like everyone's been saying, it's be a positive and supportive community member, and think about the way you present yourself.
Yeah, picking it back real quick off of that, I love everything. I just wanted to add, this space, really think about what value you could give to the community versus what they can give you. So a lot of people are going to be entering being like, wow, this artist is making so much money off of their music. I want to do this too. And the first thing you think is you just got to shill. Check out my project. But you shouldn't do that. It's about building that community. You can see right through it. And it's just an honest conversation. I think that's the biggest forward movement that the blockchain technology even has, is really showing the proof of stake of you can't really fake it anymore. And so you're building real communities. Reputation is important in all industries, but you can't fake it here. So that's my little.
Guys, there was a question by one of the viewers that I think is something that maybe we can have one or two quick answers to. Newbie question, Thea writes, do you as artists worry that as the space becomes more accessible, it becomes less valuable?
No, that's the quick answer. I want to hear from everybody else, but I don't worry.
I would view it as the opposite.
It should be the opposite.
It should be the opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because more people, more liquidity, and more attention, and driving more of their fans over. So the economy becomes much bigger.
Yeah. Well, guys, this is a great positive note to end on. The whole experience was so amazing to have you here, see your faces. We'll go back to audio only later on today on one of the Twitter spaces. In the meantime, I want to thank you all for being here. This was very important for me to have the artists who are pioneers in the space to talk, and so that our audience can see, well, there are real people behind all of this, okay? So thank you especially to Aurora for her introduction and for moderating this panel, and see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
So now let me get away with this. There is some kind of message here. So this was really cool. What a crowded space it was all of a sudden. Now I'm really excited to welcome the next group of speakers on the stage here. I want to start with Trent. Is Trent here already?
Hello.
Hey, hi Trent. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Trent, we said the next hour or so is about NFTs and intellectual property rights and what value can be created and managed through it. And I asked you to give us a little head start because you are one of the forethinkers in that space, and you've written a series of very, very interesting Medium articles a while ago. I hope that you can talk to us a little bit about your thoughts there, and then we'll pick up the discussion from there in a little while.
Sounds good. Should I just get going, or?
Yeah, get going. I'm leaving for the moment, and talk soon.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thanks everyone for having me. It's really a pleasure. The lineup for this conference is just amazing, and it's really, yeah, my pleasure to be a part of this. So I will talk about NFTs and intellectual property. This second word, intellectual property, might sound a bit scary, but if you know, for the creators in the audience, for the collectors in the audience, IP is your friend. It helps to protect you. So the aim of my talk for the next 10 minutes or so is simply to teach you a little bit about IP, such that you can wield this as a tool to help protect you and your rights, your creations, what you've collected, etc. What's pretty interesting, so I'm just going to get going. So let's think about, like, if you've got $100 bill in your hand, do you own it? Yes, that's kind of the case for most physical objects, whether it's a $100 bill or a physical painting. If you hold it, you own it. It's defined through physical access control, to give it some nerdy jargon. And this is really nice benefits. It's a very simple mental model. It protects the owner. And transfer of ownership is easy, right? I could hand that $100 bill to Matthias, or even better, he could hand his $100 bill to me. So now we're like half a century into the computer era. But you know, even though there's this sort of physical ownership thing, for transfer of ownership, it hasn't been easy to translate that into intangible assets like digital art or electronic money. So as a workaround, the world has used human readable contracts for these intangible assets. And these are, contracts, filled with legalese and lots of jargon. They could be 1 page, but they're more often 10 pages or 20 page if you ever look at the terms of service for Twitter or something, right? And even for, transfer of digital art, some galleries have used these and employed these, but quite often they end up having, there's a surcharge there of $1,000 or more. And so these contracts, these wet code contracts, are tedious to understand, they're expensive, they're slow, they're error prone, right? It's kind of terrible to have a 100-page document that says you own something, right? So that's one side of the world. But then along came Bitcoin, right? More than 10 years ago now. This is dry code compared to, these squishy human legal contracts. Bitcoin is dry code. It's machine readable, and it's a dry code approach to electronic money, and it uses blockchain technology under the hood, right? Like real world assets, ownership of digital assets is defined through access control, right? So it's unlike these other licenses, but it's more like, physically holding a painting, right? So like physically holding a painting, in Bitcoin, this means your keys, your Bitcoin, as made famous by Andreas Antonopoulos and others. Your keys, your Bitcoin, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. And this is very nice because it gains the benefits of real world assets. It's a simple mental model, it protects the owner, and it's easy transfer of ownership. Just like, sending over a painting, it's also very simple. Your keys, your Bitcoin. So, and of course, it's cheaper, faster, and less error prone than the previous wet code approaches to digital assets, right? So before, we kind of had two things in physical world, meat space. We had physical access control for money, etc. And then we've had for the virtual world, cyberspace, metaverse, we've had this really messy stuff, these wet code contracts, and for intellectual property too, right? And what's cool is the idea of Bitcoin takes the best of both worlds with this dry code approach, right? So you're taking physical access control where it's physically holding the private key, and then you're managing to combine that for transfer of ownership, even though it's this digital world, right? So then the question is, can you translate this? Can you take this and beyond just Bitcoin? And so back in 2013, I've been nerding out on Bitcoin for a while. In 2013, I had moved to Berlin, and I was hanging out with people at room 77 in Berlin, and they were talking about blockchain, and I took the time to learn about that, and they taught me. And I started to realize, what if you could own digital art the way that you own Bitcoin? It was myself and my wife, my co-founder, Masha McConaughey. And so with that question that we asked, what if you could own digital art the way that you own Bitcoin? That came down to your keys, your digital art, not your keys, not your digital art. It's a dry code approach to owning digital art. And back then, this was pre-Ethereum. So we built on Bitcoin, right? And the aim was always to help creators and collectors secure their work and monetize. And along the way, though, we found, while we could have this Bitcoin style approach, this blockchain approach, we discovered that intellectual property was still an incredibly useful toolbox to help creators and collectors protect their rights and earn a living. These tools, the language and laws of IP, go back literally centuries, right? Every single book you've read, every piece of music you've heard, every movie you've watched has IP language backed up by laws to protect authors, musicians, filmmakers, and the like. So in Ascribe, this blockchain project for digital art, starting in 2013, we used the language of IP to make the rights for creators and collectors maximally clear. And this language of IP is really powerful. We leveraged it heavily. And we took that and we actually put it into legal contracts to help bridge the wet code world of laws and IP, right? So basically, rather than saying it's wet code or dry code, take your pick, we said, let's start with dry code as a basis, but let's also have a bridge going back to wet code with these laws, right? And so, that was 2013, 2014, 2015. We spent a lot of time and energy on that. We were too early, so we had to pivot away. But that was an early IP and blockchain project. But now, of course, it's evolved into a full-fledged field, the field of NFTs. And to me, that's just wonderful, right? Because, now there's all these leveragings of dry code blockchain to help protect that many more artists and collectors. So what I want to do in the last 2-3 minutes here is just equip you and as an audience a bit more about what is IP itself, right? So far I've talked a bit about, you know, wet code, dry code, a bit about my background. But let's talk about IP itself. IP, intellectual property, is all about property of the intellectual variety. So first of all, there's a few types of IP. There's patents, there's trademarks, and there's copyrights. There's a couple more too, but those are the main ones. Let's focus on copyrights because that's really what creators of digital art, etc., music really have to deal with the most. So IP and copyright law. This is for rights on digital art, physical art, music, books, and data. They all fall under IP law, the specific form copyright law. It turns out that there's something called the Berne Convention from the World Intellectual Property Office. That's basically the WIPO is the UN agency dedicated to IP. And 179 countries signed this Berne Convention, including USA and Germany. And what this means is they all try to follow the guidelines of the Berne Convention, but they enact that into their own laws. And so here's what the convention provides. It talks about what copyright means, and then it also has provisions for sublicenses. So copyright is, it provides creators with the means to control how their work is used, by whom, and on what terms. So in it, the creator of the work doesn't need to apply for a copyright or even to register it. Rather, the copyright automatically exists once it has been put into a fixed form, such as recording on an audio tape or as magnetic bits in a hard disk. However, the convention does suggest registration to help prove that you're the creator of the work in the event of fraud. Right? So that's the idea of copyright. It's pretty cool, right? You don't actually have to register anything. You've automatically got copyright. However, if you don't want people to have fraud on that, then it's useful to write it down in some provable fashion, ideally. Right? Then, what about licenses? So there's this idea of exclusive rights. And let's say, you know, I'm Michael Jackson and I just recorded the album Thriller into a master tape, right? So I can sell that master tape to, say, some big music label, and then they can get exclusive rights to go and make CDs, etc., right? Big music label like Universal, whatever, or I could sell it to anyone, right? So, and it's the same for any type of book or otherwise. So if a publishing house buys the rights to an author's work, they typically get an exclusive license, a contract to use that work for their own profit. This base IP goes from the author to the publishing house. Same thing for music, same thing for other forms of media, right? So that's exclusive rights. And that is in the form of a contract. And then there's also sublicenses. So when you go to buy an ebook, you're buying the license to read it for personal consumption. But you can't resell 1,000 copies since your contract doesn't include those rights. Or when you buy a song from iTunes, you're buying the license to listen to it for personal consumption. But you can't resell it or play it on the radio since you don't have the license for that. If you buy a copy of Dune, you don't have the right to make 1,000 copies of that and make new forms of IP, as sadly Spice DAO discovered. So that's basically the heart of it. You know, when someone creates a work, they get copyright immediately. They can sublicense this, even all the rights around copyright, as exclusive rights. And then typically from those exclusive rights, it gets sublicensed for individual consumption as, you know, CDs, as songs, etc. Right? And one final thing that I'll end with here is, what does ownership mean? And I will answer, ownership itself is kind of a red herring. You know, if I'm Universal Music and I have the rights to Thriller, does that mean I own Thriller? Or if I have a Michael Jackson CD for Thriller, does that mean I own it? So the word ownership is really a red herring. And the best way is, ownership is simply a bundle of rights. So I know that if I have the CD, I have the right to consume it myself, but I don't have the right to go and sell 1,000 copies as 1,000 CDs. If I'm Universal Music, I have the right to mint CDs and sell those, right? So ownership is simply a bundle of rights. So the main question to ask is, what rights do I have? Or if you're a creator, what rights am I bequeathing to this next party that I'm licensing to? Okay, so I'm going to summarize here. Intellectual property, IP, it's a mouthful, right? It's lots of syllables and characters and all that, kind of scary, but don't be scared of it. It's your friend. It's a bunch of, it's a set of laws that aren't too hard to understand. I've given the basics here. And they can help you as creators or you as collectors to protect what you've created or what you've purchased or collected. And the basics in terms of NFT land is really around copyright. And what's really great about copyright, you as a creator, as soon as you create something, you've got copyright. And then you can license that, typically maybe as an exclusive license to start with, and then possibly as sub-licenses after that. And of course, blockchain platforms, NFT platforms otherwise, can model this explicitly, right? So there are several NFT platforms that explicitly have built in descriptions of who has what rights, right? We do this in Ocean, for example. We did this in Ascribe. We actually had a lawyer working full-time for a year and a half working with the rights in Ascribe days, and we've translated that to Ocean. And some of the NFT platforms out there have done a really nice job too. Rarible is a nice example. So when you're an artist, look into this to see, are you getting the rights or not? If you're a creator, look into this. What rights are you getting? With that, I will stop and go to the panel. So thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Trent, for this introduction. It's a fascinating topic, and it's really at the center of building this new world. It's the question of how do we create the value, how do we make sure that the value flows to the right kinds of people, and how do we, in a way, find the rules and define the rules of playing in this world. So I want to invite on stage also everyone else who's on the panel. I see Isabella, I see Rebecca, and I see Simon. And yeah, wow, it's great to have you all here. There she is. Hi, Izzy. Let me quickly introduce all of you. Trent, I didn't really introduce you before, Trent. I'm very sorry. Trent is one of the, as you now know, one of the great minds in the blockchain space, especially with this connection to the art world and music and data and AI. Very, very influential person. As is Simon de la Rouvière, who is joining us, I believe, from the US today. He is the inventor of the bonding curve, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit later on. Amongst many other interesting articles he has written on token curated registries, NFTs was, and it still is one of your special areas. So welcome, Simon. And we have Rebecca Miller. Maybe I'll go over to Rebecca. Rebecca has recently launched her new platform, Dropstar, which is all about immersive experiences, music and art. And I'm very happy that you are on this panel as well. Hi, Rebecca. You can unmute yourselves and talk,
Hi, thank you for the intro. I was looking for the
I always like people to speak so that the audience can hear the voice. All right, and Isabella Kaminska, many of you will have read her articles. She was the editor of the Alphaville blog at Financial Times, and as such has written extensively also about cryptocurrencies. And I came about her because of one article that she wrote, which I found very, very interesting, where she talked about NFTs and attention that is created through NFTs and how to think about monetization of these aspects. So welcome, Izzy. We don't hear you. I can't hear Izzy, so fix the audio. Maybe you have to rejoin. We had this problem earlier today. Guys, it's such an interesting... Yes, now we heard something. Excellent. It's such an interesting topic. It's at the same time also a serious topic because, I always have the feeling that if we don't get the link between sort of the NFT blockchain world and the flow of money that comes from copyrights, if we don't get that right, then that's going to be a major point of disappointment for many, many artists. Is this something that you are thinking about a lot? What are some of the examples that you could think of where people are, actually turning this into reality? This is sort of the first round of questions that I'm putting out there, and I give the floor to you.
Sorry. Isa, you go ahead.
I thought I would just say something to make sure that my connection is right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I only heard bits of the question, so I'll let someone else answer. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I can go. I was just looking at this today, actually. It's a huge thing that we've been looking at, because when we asked the artist whether they understand what they're actually selling with the NFT, so we're the enablement platform in between, right? So we wanted to make sure the artists understand what they're selling and the fans understand what they're buying. And then I started to realize that no, no one knows what they're selling. No one knows what they're buying. And I looked into it and thankfully found a community making an NFT legal contract to accompany the smart contract. So I could specify all of that. And then I started to talk with the artists what they actually wanted to sell. And a lot of them are thinking about not just the personal non-commercial rights that they sell to someone to sort of listen to the audio behind it, but they wanted to sell the rights to remix the stems to their songs. They want to enable people to use the visuals, maybe even because what we do is audio-visual artworks. So there's an audio and a visual component. So definitely looking into it. I don't find the German landscape to be super easy for this, to be honest. So I still have to find a way to connect what is happening in the NFT space with the German Urheberrecht, so intellectual property rights. And yeah, that is something that I'm definitely gonna look towards this group to tell me more about.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. I mean, you know, the Urheberrecht, the copyright as such is so complicated. I always feel that the Creative Commons license has done a great job of explaining what are the basic things that you can do with, you know, whatever piece of software or art that is attached to the license that you see. Is this something that we need in the world of blockchains? Something that is very explicit and easy to understand for everyone? Maybe Simon?
Yeah, I think also to touch upon the previous question, it is like you rightly said. I think it's a very hard thing to do, correct and appropriate, and such that the two worlds can be merged in an appropriate way. It's interesting you mentioned obviously in the context of Germany, but like me growing up in South Africa and realizing the disconnect, obviously also in the way intellectual property and copyright is treated differently in so many different countries. Like as an example, in South Africa, intellectual property counts as capital, and South Africa has capital exporting restrictions. So if you want to get your IP out of South Africa and reuse it, say, and sell it in America or elsewhere, you have to get permission from the Reserve Bank from South Africa in order to do that. And that's like a very different kind of restriction that isn't now suddenly going to be solved by, you know, putting it on a blockchain, because that is a specific exception that isn't necessarily catered by specific standards or specific ways of doing it. And that's why, like, for me, it was a sort of a beneficial thing to release things under Creative Commons, because you're kind of circumventing that restriction by just saying, hey, like this, the IP that I have here can be used and reused with a simpler license, and I'll make money elsewhere. You know, you can even still sell the content, even if it's Creative Commons. But for me, it was more empowering to go and say, hey, you can consume it for free, you can do with it for free, but revenue comes elsewhere, either subscription revenue, selling it directly, or through NFT sales. And then in that case, like it's less about merging the two worlds together and more just encapsulating the content in a specific way such that it's free to be consumed, and then, you know, merchandise or like other kinds of experiences on top of what the content that you're creating. So yeah, I think Creative Commons has been very, very valuable in that sense, and that it had established a sort of order of intellectual property that was at the right time, I feel, with when NFTs and sort of blockchain came around. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
maybe I can, I guess I already mentioned in my introductory talk about how you can bind together IP laws, etc., and contracts with terms of service. And then what you do is you put that in the blockchain in what's called a Ricardian contract that basically ties together the wet code world with the dry code world, legals and chain, if you will. And in doing this, you're binding them together, and you shouldn't have to tell artists to go and understand everything in great detail, right? Rather, you should have good defaults on the different sites, right? And, we went out of our way in Ascribe Days 2013, 2015 on this. Then, and with Ocean, like I mentioned, we have, and just as a link, this is the link to the Ocean Terms of Service. There are other platforms out there that have gone out of the way to have a really good terms of service too. Here's one from Rarible. That's also by a lawyer who lives and breathes blockchain, right, in a great way. So there are teams out there that have thought long and hard about how to bind these together, bind the wet code and the dry code world. But there's also, if you look around, I'm not going to name names of platforms, but there's many that haven't. So you're buying stuff from platforms and you're just high and dry, right? Which is really unfortunate. Or in some cases, if you publish on a platform, the platform itself might claim copyright and you get nothing from a legal perspective, which to me is terrible. So I think that's just really shameful. Now, what Simon has offered is, I think, really cool, as usual with Simon stuff, where he's saying, let's not bind the wet code and the dry code world, the legal and the blockchain, but instead basically declare from the wet code world side, it's just all open and free CC0. And then in the dry code, it's really much more about you have that one specific right, which is the right to transfer that NFT from person A to person B, et cetera, in whatever form. So whatever the technology allows, that's what you have the rights for, no more, no less. And I think that's a really beautiful thing, right? And it's kind of interesting. People have been buying these NFTs over years without really knowing what legal rights they have. So I think Simon has a very clean approach. And it's very much sort of a solar punk approach and saying, okay, maybe we don't even need to have this previous world. And instead we can just go into this fully open world where, yeah, people can can right click and paste and all that, but you still have some rights that accrue to you in holding this NFT, such as, maybe being able to go into some token gated Discord channel or enter some particular art event, et cetera. So I think it's a new twist, and it's nice in that it leaves behind worrying about all the crazy details that the wet code world would convey on you. I'll stop there.
That's totally the case, and I would caveat that by saying I don't think it applies to all kinds of intellectual property. Like I don't think it makes sense for various whatever. If you're a specific artist and you want to retain rights, or a musician you want to retain rights, I don't think it works for everything. It's just a new kind of way to think about intellectual property, and it works very well in certain circumstances. It's a new avenue, but I wouldn't say like this is the solution, 100% the solution. It's just one more option. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Easy, I want to turn to you. You wrote this very interesting article a while ago where you talked about NFTs in a way being a tool for people to create a lot of upfront attention, which, in parentheses, reminded me very much about upfront payments that you get from record labels. Afterwards, you don't receive anything anymore, most of the times. And I found that very interesting, this idea of an NFT as a tool to actually put a value on the attention that you will receive. Can you talk a little bit about this? And do you actually see this connection between the NFT and the intellectual property world as being relevant, or is it, in your opinion, not something to follow up with?
I hope my connection stays with us. So I think it's, first of all, I'm really intrigued by NFTs. I tend to be a crypto critic. But I have an art background, and that makes me kind of, at least in the camp of those people who want something that will help artists monetize themselves more effectively. I'm in that camp, right? And I'm intrigued by NFTs. That said, I'm very concerned that there are these massive knowledge gaps and that artists may be kind of misunderstanding the potential of the technology and its limitations and how it interacts with the laws of the land. And I think that's exactly what you've just been talking about. I think this is really important. There is a perception, I think, at the entry level that this is a very quick stop solution for all their problems. And I don't think it is at all. And until these things are properly tested in court, I don't think we will really understand the scope and potential of these instruments. But on the other front, in terms of what you're suggesting, I hadn't thought of the music label connection, but yes, I see the market more as a sort of attention economy situation where essentially you can, it's a type of virtue signaling, the ultimate virtue signaling in some ways, where you can prove to the world, you can put like an ape NFT on your thing, and you can prove to the world that you paid for this NFT, and people can go and check, and so you're kind of adding value to whatever ideology or cultural aesthetic you want to support. And that says more about you, the kind of consumer of the art and the music, than it does, I think, about the artist who's selling it. So it's a market for patronage and attention, and for kind of communicating to the world. Well, I don't just put a flag up on my Twitter handle. I put up an NFT, which I can demonstrably prove I spent £1 million for. And whether it's replicated or not doesn't matter, because what you're really paying for is the proof that you believe in this ideology, this trend, this cultural aesthetic, and that you are associated with it, and you hope that it will be replicated. And the more money you spend on it, the more you're sort of saying, well, this is something that's worth replicating. And I think, and creating a norm where people who add to that trend also get, essentially compensated. But probably there is going to always be a diminishing return, which is exactly what you were talking about. So that's how I see the market. And I think if you look at it from the back, it's like a back to front way of looking at it. I think it makes a lot more sense. And then if artists and music producers, or any kind of cultural creators understand that what they're really servicing is people's desire to be associated with a rare good that can show them as trendsetters, then I think they're more likely to monetize themselves if they understand that dynamic. But that's my take on it, and I'm obviously, it's just one perspective.
Thank you, Izzy. Who wants to respond to that? I saw a lot of head nodding, but I also fear that maybe there's some different perspectives in the room.
Not a different perspective per se. It's just a thought that occurred to me. Is if I saw this chart about who decides what art is and who decides what popular music is, right? It's not that many people. And unless you're on those playlists or you get displayed in these museums, you're not on the map. So my hope is that this changes with decentralization, and that there's a more democratic approach to it. And sort of there will be a snapshot in time of this era, and I hope it's not just apes that get recorded for future generations of what was sort of hot right now and what defined us at this moment in time. So speaking of attention, how do you view what we give attention to, and does that change? Is the barrier to entry lower now to sort of make it easier for people to say, I'm sort of behind this ideology, I'm going to invest 10 euros, 100 euros, 1,000 euros, or dollars, or yen, or whatever, or ETH, or Sol, or any currency you want, and sort of try to preserve this, because I think it's a great thing to give attention to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's, I like the idea of it servicing the kind of digital preservation side of things, because obviously with digital rot, and link rot in general, you know, this is a mechanism maybe that incentivizes things to be remembered on the internet. They say the internet never forgets, but actually sometimes it does. So I think that's quite interesting. But I'm still concerned that there is this disconnect between like the perpetuity perception of NFTs and the blockchain and the reality. And the reality is that they're very much, you know, as far as I understand, and maybe, you know, things have come a long way since I last looked at this in detail, but as far as I understand, it's the issuers who ultimately, like, whoever controls the URLs is the ultimate, you know, controller of the NFT, which doesn't stop a competing platform from listing the very same NFT on their own platform. I mean, there might be some sort of digital legal dispute, like, you know, that is a separate thing. But in terms of the code and in terms of like the raw, you know, mechanic of creating the NFT, I don't, as far as I understand, I could replicate the entire like catalog of OpenSea today if I wanted to. And I don't think that's really properly understood. And if that's the case, obviously, if the goal is preserving digital art forever, then that's not a downside, because the more kind of like digital curator museums you have out there that house these different like versions, the better for the preservation of those assets. But I do think in terms of like the value, I still question whether the uniqueness or the rarity of it is really as definable as it's currently being perceived.
I think one thing to add there, which has helped me frame that kind of question, is there is still scarcity in attention, like we've spoken before, and scarcity in legitimacy. So, you know, anyone can go and copy NFTs and, you know, proliferate them, can copy entire catalogs. There's even tools that allow you to create an NFT that just literally at the smart contract level links it straight to the same URL that in the other smart contract, which is the exact carbon copy of whatever is there. Even if that other URL, the NFT changes, this one will change too. So it's more, the scarcity still comes from legitimacy. Who has created the NFT? You know, is it a spammer, or is it the legitimate artist or the musician that imbued this NFT with their sort of approval, but also its on-chain sort of signature? This address was Trent McGonigal, was Rebecca. You know, that legitimacy is also then time-stamped in a specific era in the blockchain, and that will always be scarce in some form. So even if it can be copied forever, there's still scarcity from who gets to mint it and who gets to say this is valuable. And that's kind of also been the history of blockchains, where it's like, you know, Bitcoin only became valuable, Ethereum only became valuable because it was a way to embed a specific kind of record-keeping mechanism within a social institution or social group. So it's always all these like different things, like whether a URL is linked to a server or whether it's on chain, those things are just, again, legitimacy building mechanisms. That's how I see it.
I think that's a valid point, but I just counter very quickly. Is there any like real difference between doing that on a blockchain and having the Wayback Machine do it?
It's a legitimate question, and the only thing I think that has more value really is that there is just a timestampability and relative immutability of a blockchain. So it's just, you can build that kind of institution with something like a web archive, but again, it's just like the way I said, the technical code lends itself to that legitimacy, but it's never 0 or 1. It's not like this thing will forever be immutable, or in that sense. So it's just like we're using technology to drive social proof and legitimacy. Yeah.
For me, the big difference is that with the blockchain, you essentially have a record that can be reproduced by anyone who runs a node. And who wishes to expose the data that is on that blockchain. That's different from any kind of service, including the Wayback Machine, which is, you know, a single server or collection of servers controlled by one entity. Trent, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it would be really a shame if the Church of the Internet Archive burned down, right? And a lot of this stuff is on Amazon, and they're moving it to Filecoin, Arweave, etc. But still, right? I was going to say on this question that Izzy had on sort of like, where does value derive from? If you ignore all blockchain for a bit and just think about a lot of the history of art, then the value of a given artwork is heavily dependent on its provenance, going back to the original artist, right? Mm-hmm. So if you can, if you have a Van Gogh that has provable links of ownership back to, you know, Van Gogh himself painting it, then it's worth a lot, right? You know, people have stumbled across a Van Gogh on the bottom half of a chair, you know, where there was chair legs sticking out, and then they had to reestablish provenance. And when they did, when the experts declared, you know, yes, this is Van Gogh, then the value shot up. Although there's still a question mark: is it truly a Van Gogh or not, right? And there's actually, you know, some misaligned incentives there too. So with traditional, you know, physical art or other forms of work like Fabergé eggs that are rediscovered, etc., there's always the question of, you know, is this a legitimate link back to the set of links back to the original artist or not? Blockchain basically reduces the opportunities for fraud and for error. So you have a more robust link, with the assumption that the blockchain itself sticks around. But you know, thanks to digital signatures and cryptography, you know, it's math, right? As lots of crypto people like to talk about. So I think it reduces the opportunity, but it's a shades of gray thing, right? You can go without blockchain. It's just harder to maintain this, where it's, you know, immutable, and the trail going back to the original artist.
See, I heard, you know, just to like put something else in the pot here, is you see, when I deal with like a lot of my colleagues in the finance world, they're very cynical about NFTs. They think of it as a Ponzi scheme. Now, because I have this kind of like cultural background, you know, I did an art foundation course. I see it slightly differently, and I agree with you. I think there is something unless you come from the art, unless you're an art appreciator or you're in that market, if you're totally distanced from it, you might not understand what you're talking about. It's like the importance of provenance and why it matters. And I think what you're kind of getting at, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there might be the like establishment of a norm, like a digital norm, where this kind of provenance, even if it's digitally rendered, doesn't matter. It's the same as long as that first initial kind of encapsulation of those pixels or whatever happened because of person A doing it in computer B, whatever, and that matters in some way. And that is it's hard to define. It's very ethereal, but it is something that what you're kind of getting at is it can be encoded and registered on the blockchain, whatever. I think that's going to be a really hard sell to the financial community because they just don't get it. But it is interesting to me how there is like how intuitive this whole thing is for the art community and how quickly the art community has adopted these practices, because I never expected them to really get it, and yet they have. And I think that suggests to me that there is something, you know, between the lines that is hard to like articulate, frankly, to say the kind of serious financial community.
Mm-hmm. I'll give a couple of very quick comments. The crypto Web3 community generally stopped bothering trying to cater to incumbents because the incumbents have misaligned incentives. They have no desire to be told they're obsolete, right? So DeFi is eating TradFi. That's just how it is, right? DeFi people generally don't really care to make the finance people happy. Of course, the finance people, the TradFi people, will give all the FUD, but at the end of the day, you know, if the DeFi people, as an example, create value and keep creating value, growing value, etc., then it'll keep growing, right? Same thing with the art world, and like you said, Izzy, it is nice in that the Web3 crypto world has been able to bring value to, you know, sort of Web3 crypto art, like that emergent community, but it's also been able to bring value to traditional art people, and it is, I think, largely because all these curators at these top museums, they deeply get provenance, right? And it's a really tough problem to crack, and blockchain can really help. So I think that's kind of the difference. Another thing that's, you know, you've probably seen as a journalist, or all of you, I've realized, you know, we see all these articles all the time about how blockchain is a scam, crypto is a scam, etc. Well, there's tons of fraud, etc. in the traditional world, the incumbents, but you don't see it because it's all hidden, right? Whereas every single hack is on-chain transparent. So there might be 10 times more hacks and problems in the traditional world. We just don't see it because they sweep it under the rug. right?
Mm.
So, and that, blockchain is just super anti-fragile. Every kick makes it stronger.
Mm. Trent, I wanna move to Rebecca because I want to ask her: are the artists on your blockchain, are they the new kids on the block, or do you also see sort of established traditional artists moving into this space? What's your view from where you are? What do you see?
And there's two camps on that. There's the camp of to hell with the traditional world. We're not going to spend any effort in bringing that onto Web3 rails. And then there's those are the new kids on the block, right? And then there's the camp of unless we bring popular culture into this, mainstream users are never going to come. And my audience is mainstream, so I don't want to cater to crypto bros.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet where I fall on the debate. I'm not an artist myself. I just love the tech. So that's why I'm here. But I do love the art too, and whatever I think I can do to bring more discoverability to the new kids on the block is what I'm doing right now, because those are the people that want to experiment. A lot of my dear competitors are paying some hefty money to get endorsements from large artists, because that's how the industry works, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and then there's of course big artists who get into this just for the fun of it. And right now what I'm seeing is, unless you spend a lot of time in educating your community and building that trust into the Web3, because they're mainstream people, you're not going to sell, because then you're basically no one in the Web3 world if you don't have that audience and you don't have that attention from them and you're catering to them. If you don't do a lot of education around it. So long story short, we're working with the upcoming new artists, because those are the people that want to experiment with us. We do cater to mainstream users now. So what we do a lot is education.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to make the utility something tangible for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then next question then is, does music really need an ulterior utility? Some artists have told me, no, the music is the utility. I don't want to get into this rat race of having to give people a Camaro just to buy my NFT.
Well, this is very interesting, because we have spoken about this idea of storytelling, even without saying so, for the last 40 minutes. In a way, authenticity is a question of who tells the story that convinces people of the origin. Then, the question of what is art, what is good art, is this art? Rebecca and I, we were at an event 2 days ago where, there were drops of new NFTs, and people were so excited, and there was this amazing atmosphere there. And then there are others who say like, oh, but this is not art. Come on, this pixelated 8-bit stuff. So this is in a way, it's a battle about who tells the authentic story, who is the authority to say what the original story is. And this is, I think, one of the key things here. So the question is, do we have these camps at some point converge on a story that they both share, or will this be the big rift? Simon, what's your view on this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think it also touched upon the previous question about what kind of people are adopting the technology. And I found like when we were working on Uja Music, and this was 2015 to 2017, we found that there were two kinds of people that were interested in experimenting with this. It was new people that just wanted to play, that didn't have anything to lose, like this was fun and different and interesting. And then people that have already made it, that can afford to do this stuff now. Like they're looking to do something different. They're not tied to major label contracts anymore. It was the people in the middle that were sort of stuck in a specific lifestyle because they are more living paycheck to paycheck with their creative life. They have to tour because if they don't tour, then they're not making enough money. It's like the people in the middle that it's more difficult to to try new things. It's usually people on the sort of fringe side, both already having made it or new people. So in terms of like yeah, I don't know. I think Matthias, you asked a good question. I don't think I know precisely what the answer is at this stage, but that's what's so interesting about this space. You know, nothing is still certain.
Interesting that they say it alone, because it's true. It's either people who you don't really know, or it's Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Releasing NFTs.
Exactly.
Kind of maybe that can add color. You know, when Warhol first brought out his works, people, you know, most of the establishment said, that's not art, wagging their finger, right? And Duchamp too, and before that, photography. It took photography, the field of photography, 20 years for people to consider it art. And they only really considered it art when there was enough money in that world for in photography for the art world to decide, yeah, we should probably include photography as art. And it was the same thing in the days of the Renaissance too. You know, these Renaissance artists were renegades on their own, right? Renaissance means new, right? And they were renegades. So, but what happens is the market says, we're going to give you money for this stuff, and the artists can feed themselves. And 10 years later, 40 years later, it's part of the establishment as yet another sort of niche, right? I see that happening right now too. A lot of the traditional art world is saying, no, this isn't art. But there's a lot of money. There's whatever 10 billion more dollars to the traditional art market of $60 billion that has flown in, and it's going to establish itself pretty quickly, right? I think. And same thing, you know, probably for music. But music is already more digital, so it's probably an easier sell, right? And one practical thing for this is, you know, follow the money is one, and the second heuristic is, I really like this. Professional curator I know well has taught me this. Someone is an artist if 5 people who were not their friends and family say they're an artist. And I think that's really helpful. And similar for whole art, you know, niche new subfields. It's a niche subfield. If enough people put money into that subfield, suddenly it becomes part of art.
You know, as a you know, someone who wanted to be in art and failed because I wasn't very good at it, frankly. I was okay, but not great. I think I agree with you that art manifests from the era, and like every era has its new thing, and every era rejects the new thing. When you go to the Frieze Art Fair and you saw these digital installations, they were, you know, I remember thinking, how can digital stuff be art? But now, when I see my daughter, my 4-year-old, draw me a picture on an iPad, right? It's totally digital, right? That's the sort of picture that I would usually, in normal, like in the 80s, I would have put it, like she would have done it on paper, and I would have put it on the fridge, right? But now she does it on the iPad, and I take a screenshot of it, and I keep it in my, you know, and that's not, for me, that's not a lesser form of art. That's still an expression of like a cult, you know, it's an aesthetic expression of a cultural sort of, you know, experience. And I think that's where we're going with this, and that instinct to want to take a snapshot of that creation. That's a real instinct. I want to maintain it in a digital archive. I might print it out later. I want to have the option to print it out, but having the ability to then say, well, she did this on this day and it's hers, and I can demonstrably prove that this is her thing, I think that has value. And that's what we're talking about. But because it's kind of like coming from the sort of more established, you know, because I think it's created this perception that it's all kind of like opportunistic and people are just doing it as a bit of a scam. They don't see that it's also just a new way of creating art, and that digital media allows for a whole new type of art as well. Like it's very immersive. It's, you know, it is an experience, and it's about how it makes the observer feel at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, that's a wishy-washy way of saying I agree with you, but
a very nice way of saying it.
There's also like someone, I don't know who coined the phrase, but I know Matt Dries from Interdependence podcast uses this term often. It's called the protocol artist. And it's someone that uses protocols to make art. And obviously in this context, it's not just simply taking an image and putting it on a blockchain. It's like, how does NFTs as a medium allow you to do more interesting things? And ask interesting questions about society as an artistic practice. And that's something completely new, right? That's still something that's still wildly unexplored, like using the time stamping, using economics, using references to other data on the chain to create new kinds of artistic experiences. That's totally new still, you know. So there's still a lot of exciting stuff to be explored.
One other thing that occurred to me very quickly is that I think the new another use of this NFT stuff might come in to kind of try and filter out deep fakes and general fakes that we now like that are proliferating at an exceptional rate. Like what I've been involved in stories where people's like voices have been mimicked and made to say things that they didn't really say, right? If there was a way to kind of help attach authenticity to online content to differentiate it from deepfakes, that will be valuable, not just in the art world, but in the broader kind of digital realm of media, especially when you think about the current Ukrainian war and how many, like, you know, all this digital imagery that's coming out of Ukraine. Well, if there was a way that like the Ukrainian troops or like people you trust on the ground could authenticate a specific image to make sure that it isn't like later mutated and adapted, right? That I think is super valuable, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably a topic completely. I think Trent and I have spoken a lot about this too, that kind of issue. And again, coming back to the previous point about legitimacy, it's not that people could still disbelieve it. They could still be saying, no, this is not truth. But what you're only really trying to do in that process is to lend legitimacy. So if there was a signature that came from a specific point at a specific time, it's just, oh, you can more likely say, not this is definitive, it's just more likely. And that's who knows when that will first start to be used in practice, but I think that day is coming.
Blockchains are not truth machines, they are claim machines.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
I was just thinking when I heard you guys talk about, here's another interesting art-related thing. You know, often in the history of art, you would have one artist name be sort of the stamp on the artwork, like Leonardo, or it could be, you know, anyone really. But in most cases, it's actually a group of people working together to create that artwork. There's a famous book called Art Worlds that describes this story. And I think what we now have for music, for instance, is a tool that would allow us to actually not only timestamp original melodies and sections of a piece of music, but to actually, create an NFT that is representative of all the fractional ownership that makes up that piece of music. You know, I'm not talking about only the singer, the guitarist, the drummer, and so on, but this is actually a reference to a melody by Michael Jackson. This is actually a way to create the sound of the snare drum that was first done by XYZ, and so on. And so the art work in the end is really this composite of many different ideas, and I think that might be something that a lot of people are scared by, because it takes away this nimbus and this idea of the sole genius that is out there creating art by her or himself.
A couple of things on that. You know, outside of the sort of visual art world, we already see a lot of that, right? Like music has bands or orchestras even. You know, authors have co-authors, and even in the world of art, it goes back, you know, centuries, where there's the artist and his workshop, right? And lots of artists have had workshop, whether you know, going back to the Renaissance era, and it happens to this day, right? Like Jeff Koons hardly does any stuff directly himself. He gives the idea, he gives a bunch of guidance to, you know, 5 or 20 people to go and build that next balloon mouse or whatever it is, right? And that's, you know, it's not really that common unless you have a lot of funding, but it's there, right? So I think that this is okay, right? And I think it's great that it's easier to see the provenance of the contributions, or other people could make claims of provenance, saying, "Hey, this particular music sounds a lot like Vanilla Ice." No one probably wants to see that particular claim, but that can happen. And I think it can really unbundle things, right? Like the Beastie Boys have talked about how if they were to start today, they would have a really tough time, because in the 80s or late 80s when they got going, early 90s, there wasn't as much sort of practice around finding what the samples were. But these days, it's sort of a legal minefield. It's really, really hard, right? So if this was all dry code, much cleaner, ideally all CC0, then people could remix much more readily, et cetera, right? So I think it will actually help to unlock musicians, rather than musicians having to walk in eggshells, lest they be caught by, the Vanilla Ices of the world.
Well, it actually goes back to something I said earlier in the very beginning of the conference, where I opened with an example of the Baltic Sea Philharmonic, who have created this group of collaborators who are now jointly doing music with the orchestra. That changes the orchestra, right? The orchestra, as sort of the solitary thing, this monolithic cultural institution, now becomes a very open, changing, meandering kind of creative hive. And I think this is the greatest impact that these new ways of thinking have on the art world.
I do like this idea
Easy,
that,
yes.
sorry, I do like this idea that you could, because I had this experience when I made this music video for my promotional thing a few months ago. And obviously there was a claim, even though I would say, the melody was obviously not mine, but it was an old melody. But the entire production of it, all of it was pretty much unique. And yet there was a claim on it on YouTube, and that kind of pissed me off.
It happens every day.
And it was obviously a troll, it was some patent troll, and it really pissed me off. But if there was a way to unbundle the components of the artistic work, so the whole thing isn't blocked from monetization. You can get the value for the unique stuff that you've added to an old sample. I think that's an incredibly powerful evolution in the music.
Now Izzy is frozen. That's hopefully not a copyright claim. Guys, I want to thank you so much. The next thing on the program is DAOs, so stick around if you like that. In the meantime, check out Ocean Protocol, check out Dropstar, check out Izzy's new venture, The Blind Spot, which is really cool. We haven't talked about this at all because it's all journalism and politics and so on. And also read Simon's blog, and then you are all covered. So thank you, guys. You are awesome. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And we are going to take a little break for us to regroup. I'll see you in a bit talking about decentralized autonomous organizations. So hang on, and thank you. Unmute is important. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This was a short break. Things that you don't think about when you plan an 8.5-hour live stream is that there are certain things that need to be taken care of. So we're glad you're still with us. I'm very excited to go into the next program, which is about decentralized autonomous organizations. And that is a very fancy word for exactly what we're going to hear now from Nicole. Nicole, come on stage with me. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. It's good to have you here. You are an old friend of the Karajan MusicTech conference, having been, I think, 3 times a speaker at the conference. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's I've been here a few times. Unfortunately, only digital. So I've never, I know, one of these years I will get over there. But yeah, I'm a fan, have been following this for a while. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're so glad that you're back. Nicole, I want you to have the attention of everyone, so I will leave the stage. You will be talking about how to start a DAO, what a DAO is, and what are some of the things to consider. So the stage is yours, Nicole. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, well, hello, everyone. My name's Nicole. I am one of the co-creators at Seed Club. We are a DAO that accelerates communities to utilize and leverage the powers of tokens and other Web3 technology, and to use ownership and these Web3 disintermediating technologies to grow their communities and capture the value that they create. I actually came to Seed Club myself through the accelerator about a year ago. I sit on the board of Ampled, which is a music platform co-op. They were exploring tokens and DAOs. And so I came through the accelerator there with them. And basically the joke I make is that I never left. DAOs, I feel like, are starting to come into popularity the same way that NFTs, and the word NFT was everywhere last year. I think that similarly, some people spend a lot of time thinking about what a DAO is and the language around it, while others, I think, are focusing on the fun that you can have. What I will say about musical DAOs is that, or, you know, sort of music in DAOs, is there's a lot of, first of all, there's a ton of wonderful DAOs. We at Seed Club have had the benefit of having more than 5, maybe even, 10 music projects come through in the 4 accelerators that we've run so far. And there's many, many more in our orbit. I'll talk a little bit about what DAOs specifically are, and then get into, I think, the interesting ways that they're making music and sort of this next wave of music innovation possible. So while I assume and I imagine that in a year, how we're talking about DAOs and how we're thinking about them will be completely different. In the short term, when we look at DAOs, there's a couple of elements that are fundamental. First of all, there's a shared treasury. And so what that means is that there's some type of on-chain assets. There can be all sorts of digital assets within that treasury. So it's a wallet or a multi-sig wallet holding where the majority of these digital assets live. And this can be Ethereum. It can be other, cryptocurrencies of, whether it's Matic on the Polygon chain, or, different types of treasury tokens that hold weight. And then there's also other assets. So this can be NFTs. It can be the native token of that community. It can be other communities' tokens. But what's important is that these are all on-chain assets, and they're held collectively in this treasury that is owned and controlled by the DAO. So there's this financial aspect where the resources that the community has are all together within this treasury that's managed by the community owners. And then the other piece that I mentioned is then the community. And so that's the other key piece, is that there's this community that has ownership and control over this treasury and over the other actions and decisions that the community makes. And when you put those two together, that a community is coming together toward a central purpose, and then on top of that, they have control and governance power over the assets that, the value, the like literal, digital assets that they're creating or putting together, it forms this really interesting sort of superpower where you can then really quickly get to decide and make decisions about where you're going to go or what you're going to do. From there, there's a ton of variety and sort of divergence as far as what DAOs end up looking like. And I think that there's probably as many types of DAOs as there are DAOs, because I think everybody does it a little bit different, and there's certainly no one right way to do it. The two key terms, decentralized and autonomous. Decentralized meaning that there's not one central sort of arbiter of power and of governance and decisions, that information and work is happening in nodes throughout the community. And then autonomous meaning that there's, sort of individual power held within those decentralized nodes. Again, there's not this one body that has the power and the decisions and the controls, but rather the decisions and ideas can come emergently throughout that community. So, okay, what does this actually mean in practice? I think right now, because we are at this beginning phase with DAOs, what we're seeing is that this sort of combination of putting together some digital assets really quickly and then being able to make nimble community-based decisions on what to do with those assets and what to do with basically the energy that the community is bringing generally, what we see is that we're able to move in ways and in directions that, at least with my, little bit of time watching the music industry, we really haven't seen previously. Prior to working with Seed Club for a number of years, I was working with Open Music Initiative and with Berkeley College of Music. And we were looking at, we were really focused on metadata and payment streams in like the traditional music industry. I think what's been really interesting is that we are now seeing that while payment streams and metadata and all of those pieces continue to be important for sort of the traditional music supply chain, on the music and DAO side, there's all of these experiments that can happen that are completely separate and not connected to sort of what we look at as the traditional music supply chain. And that's, I think, where what I would recommend as we think about music and DAOs is that that's really where the opportunity lies, is to look at, what are the other ways that I would like to connect with other people in the music industry? What are the other ways that we want to put our music out and have it connect with other musicians or collaborate or, do these interesting pieces? So I'll share a couple of really interesting, cool concepts. So Songcamp is one of my favorites. If you're not following them and you're interested in music and DAOs, you definitely should check them out. They are technically actually not a DAO, which I think is interesting, although, continue to explore that. What I think is great about Songcamp is that it's very artist driven and it's very rooted in the sort of what if. And so it started with basically just what if we make some music. This was about a year ago. We release it on chain and the splits go directly to the artists. And at the time that was super novel. And they did that. They got a bunch of resources into the treasury or into, sort of the Songcamp wallet. And then the proceeds from those song purchases as NFTs went back to the artists. And, that was sort of like their first experiment of like, can we bring artists together? Can we make music? And then can we distribute music in a way where the payments go directly to the artists? And then those artists could decide whether they wanted to put stuff on streaming or not, whatever they wanted to do. The next one was this whole other level that was super interesting around narrative world building, video game, audio design, music, puzzles, collective problem solving, and participation. And so music was a part of that, and music creation was a part of that, but it was not fundamental. It wasn't like the one core thing. And this is where we saw, like the video game industry coming together with the music industry, but it was like, again, at this like really base level. And I think that what is super interesting about Songcamp is that because they're right at that artist level, they're able to respond really quickly. And so several months ago, when YouTube put down all of the takedown notices so that all of the music bots on Discord basically overnight were disabled, Songcamp needed something for their weekly calls to be able to have music on their Discord calls. And so they said, what if we took the NFTs from Catalog, which is a musical NFT platform, and we made a bot so that you could play that music on your Discord server? And so BPM bot was sort of resulted from that. I share all of these as examples of the very sort of fundamental way that DAOs have this ability to spin up experiments really from the ground up, where you have artists and technologists and industry folks and people coming together basically saying, we have an idea, can we do this? And we're not working to necessarily fix something that was probably broken from the start, is an incredibly complex problem. There's tons of great people working on solving those, but what are the other ways that we can put music out into, into fans' hands, and then let fans also be a part of that? And so I think similarly, Colors is a project that came through our most recent cohort. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Colors. They have millions in their followership and videos and all of the production assets that they've put out. They have a multi-year track record of, discovering and producing amazing content with incredible artists. What I think is really exciting about what they're doing is, what are the ways that they can bring that fan base, all of those passive people that have been watching their content and appreciating and enjoying it on YouTube, how can they bring those people into the conversation and have their fans share meaningfully in the experiences and the directions that Colors is going? How can people participate in bringing in new artists? And how can this be, again, this collective community that was already in many ways perhaps acting like a DAO? How can they start to actually use technology so that YouTube is not sitting in the middle of this relationship, but rather they are connecting directly and they're in community with each other, and then again can make decisions about the direction that they go, and then also how they use resources. So these are a few examples. I think that the one where we get, I think, the most questions and interest is often around individual artists, and individual artists wondering basically, how can I use this? Or should I start my own DAO as an artist? Or, I am a label and I want to start a DAO. And I think that it's worth mentioning that starting a DAO is a ton of work. You need leadership, you need community management. Depending on how complex you're going to get, you may need, operations and governance and all of these pieces that you actually need in a traditional business. And so when we look at starting a DAO, I think it's best done where you know that there's ultimately going to be community, and there's going to be community interested in coming in and contributing. And it'll be something where you can, where the sum truly is greater than all of those individual parts. Where I think that it's, perhaps a better fit rather than individual artist DAOs, although I do have some, thoughts and hypotheses around those, is, this idea of meta labels or guilds, coming together and sort of these next generation labels and what that looks like in Web3. And so I think that there's a lot of interesting examples here. Channel, which is a media combination where Matt Dryhurst and some other podcast communities basically came together and brought their 3 individual podcasts together into this bundle, where now the content that they're putting together is supported by each other, and they're co-creating together, and they're supporting each other. And so starting to put something like that together where they recognize their similarities, and that, again, like together they can develop something better and more quickly and more robustly rather than independently. And then I think that, we are seeing independent music labels that I think in many ways actually have worked, again, like a DAO, these many-to-many connections that already existed. I think that it makes a ton more sense with them starting to explore DAO structures, or even coming together, multiple independent music labels coming together and saying, again, how can our many-to-many connections and how can our sort of collective support of each other be greater than the individual parts alone? And so I think that that's where we end up seeing sort of a DAO overlay on a traditional music structure making a lot of sense. I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but what I will say is my final sort of, my personal hunch is that for individual artists or artist groups, I think, again, like, unless you can look and see, are there these many-to-many connections, or is this really just sort of a one-to-many? Unless there are those many-to-many connections, I think that it's really an uphill battle for artists to start their own DAO. And again, this really just has to do with the amount of effort that you're putting into your community versus your community is putting toward each other. Where I see exceptions is when you see these fan movements behind an artist. And so I think that, like, the Grateful Dead fan base, the Fish fan base, Taylor Swift, BTS, these are all, fan bases that have an identity and movement and energy behind them. And I think that, this gets at sort of one of the other really fun and interesting superpowers of DAOs, where you take the initial interest. And so Krauss House, which is not a musical DAO, but I think is a really great example of this. Their initial call to adventure, their initial interest was that we are going to collectively buy a basketball team. And that was sort of the foundation of, like, this is why this DAO exists. This is what it's doing. But then when you layer on top of that, all of the other things that you might end up doing in order to accomplish that. So I heard them speaking last night on a C Club Twitter space, and they were talking about how they're now working within New Orleans, because that might be a place where they could conceivably buy a team, and doing some work around revitalizing a lot of the basketball courts that in many cases had not been, had not been revitalized since before Katrina. And so I think this is an example of where you come in sort of at the base level of, we are fans of Fish, or we are fans of BTS. And that's what brings you together. And we are going to bring them to do a concert somewhere. We have this, we have this sort of mission in mind. But then when you bring that fan base together, because there's so many other psychographic similarities and excitement, then I think what becomes really fun is that then there's additional activities and actions and goals and outputs that you can get within that community. And again, when you bring that together with shared digital assets, I don't think we know the limits yet of where music and DAOs can go.
Cool. Thank you so much, Nicole. This was a really great video. And I love the analogy with the database design, the one-to-many, many-to-many. I think that is very helpful. I want to bring the other members of this panel on stage. I see Baher. Hello, Baher. Welcome.
Hello.
And Silke. Hello, Silke. Hi. How are you? Silke is on the West Coast, I believe, very up early. So thank you for that. I want to introduce you very quickly. Baher, you are in Vienna. You are the founder and CEO of Medicus AI, but you are also currently building a DAO in Vienna for local artists. So we will hear more about that very soon. You're also a business partner of Francisco Supin, and together with him, you created the MozartBeats NFT on Async.art, which was really a very interesting experiment, I think, from the classical music world on this platform. So welcome, Baher.
Thank you.
Silke is a mathematician, a lawyer. She is what is it, Chief Legal Officer at Gnosis, which is one of the big platforms that you use when you build a DAO for multisig and so on and so on. So we are extremely happy to have you on board as well, Silke. Hi.
Hi.
We already have a question from the audience, and that goes right at the matter of this discussion, and that is someone asks on YouTube, Nicole, you said no government involved in DAO. What is your opinion about future involvement of governments? There you go. Is this something that C Club is monitoring closely? What's your view on sort of this issue?
Goodness, yeah. I am definitely not the person to speak on government regulations of cryptocurrencies. I mean, I think that, yeah, it's probably worth noting, do your own research. Things are still very unregulated. And as much as you can sort of stay on chain only when you're starting out, unless you want to get a lot of lawyers involved, which like is sort of the inevitable future. When you start out, if you can stay as on-chain as possible, I think it makes things a lot cleaner, meaning that you're sort of working only with digital assets rather than having to convert or deal with fiat, etc. Yeah, I think that those are sort of my best recommendations as a non-accountant and non-lawyer.
Baher, you were nodding along with the question and the answer. Tell us a little bit about the DAO that you are creating, but also what has been your experience thus far?
Well, the DAO that I'm putting together, it's called the Vienna DAO. Really simple, but the concept is what you described earlier, which is to put together the local artists. Because when we started our project and when we did the launch event, we realized that there is a small but growing community of NFT artists and even more artists that are looking into ways to enter into the NFT and the metaverse. And this is when we realized that we could really use putting together those forces into something that's a bit more organized and structured. And obviously, we're not going to go into a traditional structure. We're going to go into the DAO. But it's not as simple as it sounds. I mean, the concept of the DAO, especially for someone who's crypto native and has experienced NFTs, they can understand it very quickly. But then once you try to compare it into what happens in the real world, things will really get complicated. And to your point, Nicole, even when you keep your activities on chain, because I've really looked into this matter, I had the official meeting with the DAO members 3 months ago, and I told them, in 2 weeks, I will come back to you with an elegant legal and tax solution. And that was 3 months ago. That was 3 months ago. And I'm still, so it's a rabbit hole of regulations and things you have to really, really dig into. And I've looked into whatever is available out there. And to answer also the question from the audience, there is one government today that recognizes DAOs as a legal structure, and this is Marshall Islands. So Marshall Islands, they created a specific structure in their corporate law called DAO LLC, but there isn't much information about it. There is one company today called MyDAO, MIDDAO.org, that is supposedly helping companies set up. I registered there to try and get more information. I still didn't get anything. So I'm hoping that this is something that is still being formed, because I'm really curious about the structures. But I've looked into it with the European and Austrian lens. And the governments today look at any DAO as a civil partnership. So even if you don't have anything legal in reality, the fact that you decided to work together and create something, they recognize it as a civil or a general partnership. I think in the US it's a general partnership, in Austria it's civil partnership. And this doesn't shield you, the DAO, as a DAO member, from any legal or tax liability. So whatever goes wrong, I mean, of course, today, I think we haven't heard of anything that has went wrong, apart from the first DAO, of course.
That one DAO.
Yeah, the one. Apart from that, we haven't heard of an example of something going wrong and then the DAO members being, prosecuted. But it doesn't mean that it may not happen.
Yeah.
And as someone who's, part of the founding team of the DAO, my responsibility is to create the most secure and low risk structure. There is nothing that's no risk today. And this has been basically the conclusion of the discussion that I'm having with one of the largest law firms here in Austria.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually put together a task force to look into this because they realize this is a growing topic that no one really has any clue about. And as an initiative on their own, they decided to put together this task force. And the conclusion is there is nothing that's no risk, but there are certain things we can do where the risk is minimized. Why?
Let me stop you here for a second, because you say no one has a clue. The good thing is that we do have someone on the panel who has a lot of clues, and that is Silke. And I first of all, I want to say, Baher, I love the enthusiasm with which you went into law and studied the legal aspects of DAO, because I think your background is in medical sciences, if I'm not mistaken. Anyhow, Silke is the lawyer here on the panel, and Silke, you must have these kinds of conversations on a daily basis. Share a little bit what your perspective is on government regulation, what you think needs to happen, and maybe some of the advice you would give to people starting with DAOs.
I mean, first on the question from the audience on what the governments are doing with this, the EU is already looking into that, and actually there have been a lot of lobbying efforts to keep DAOs out of the markets in crypto asset regulation, or because it's very, we are very early stage. What I say from the very beginning, and obviously if you can stay off the meat space, so you stay just on chain, that is great. However, you need to be aware of the risks, which are basically that especially the tax is an issue that governments are trying to get you, and several DAOs right now are being investigated for tax compliance. So things are actually going, and we will going to see enforcements against DAOs, especially those that have no where, for example, if you have a DAO and you can show that the DAO is mainly in one jurisdiction. For example, let's say there's a multi-sig and the multi-sig holders are mainly sitting in one jurisdiction. That draws you likely into that jurisdiction for tax compliance. And if you haven't complied with tax, there might be quite serious consequences for this. So any DAO that is only on-chain and has no representation, in my opinion, or at the moment, my recommendation is you really need to make sure you know where your multi-sig holders are, and yet you don't have one jurisdiction standing out as the one that can draw in the DAO through the tax. That doesn't mean the DAO should obviously pay tax. That question, however, like how should DAO pay taxes, they haven't been decided by a lot of jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. And I agree with Baher that a lot of jurisdictions see DAOs as general partnerships, so they likely would see it the same way with the taxation, and that is not a very good taxation regime for people generally. So obviously a lot of that, especially projects more on the cypherpunk side of things, they want to push it. They do not want to have a on-chain entity that represents the DAO. But for more risk-averse projects, probably better to find a structure that somehow works. And there are quite a few out there. There's the Swiss Verein that is used quite regularly. A lot of people use the Cayman Memberless Foundation BVI structures. There are a few structures out there that somewhat help you to be represented as a DAO. And I think it's just a question of looking. None of them is perfect. This is a problem. So I'm not going to find this jurisdiction and say, oh, this is the best one, because it very much depends also on the DAO. Some DAOs like to have an LLC that they go for a LAO, like a limited autonomous organization. Open Law does that in the US, but then a lot of DAOs don't want to have a US entity, so they don't do that. So I generally think if you are a DAO that, just does signaling, maybe, you just want to help someone to like make decision on grants, so the DAO just decides who is the grant recipient, then probably there isn't much of an issue. But the moment you flip NFTs, you sell NFTs, you probably need to look into what your tax consequences are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I add?
Nicole, I wanted to ask again something that you brought up, and that is the question: when is it actually useful to start a DAO? You gave some scenarios there, and I want to throw that question back into the round. But if you have something immediately following what Silke said, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that obviously this can all be very intimidating. Literally right behind me here are all of my tax documents on the floor right now. So all empathy to all of the accountants and lawyers. It's so hard and so intimidating. I think it's also worth mentioning that sort of ways of thinking like a DAO and ways of collaborating like a DAO, you do not have to have all of these like legal and tax implications figured out beforehand. I think that there's ways to come together creatively and to interact in sort of a Web3 native way that is also very beneficial to musicians and folks generally innovating in the music industry. And so, when we look at Songcamp spinning up BPM Bot, that's a very Web3 sort of way of thinking about interacting with no tax and legal. There was not treasury involved. It was basically just creatives and artists and technologists coming together to put something together. And so I think that I want to make sure that artists and others understand that you don't have to have every single element of this figured out before you start experimenting. I think it's worth seeing, is there something there? And then, of course, eventually once there's, real assets and liability, then you want to bring in some professionals.
Well, if I may add, this is the American way of thinking, by the way, Nicole, and I love this. But when we got together with the Europeans here, I was exactly with the same mindset. It's like, okay, let's, put together, let's start a multi-sig, let's pull together our ETH and let's start. And then they started asking me all of those questions about these aspects. And I told them we'll figure them out. They said, no, we have to figure them out before we come on board. And this has come from a few of those members. And at first, like I said, I thought it's going to be a couple of weeks of work, but it ended up being 3 months and still going on. But I think in Europe, it's a bit different. People are a bit more cautious. And some of those members have been through hell because some of them are extremely successful NFT artists that did not really understand the tax implications of their on-chain work. And then they were in the face with...
No, I mean, there's capital gains, there's capital losses. Like these things all exist 100%. But I just wanted to sort of put other alternatives out there that not everybody is figuring these things out before they take the first action. And I think you'll be more successful if you test stuff out a little bit more before you put these legal structures in there.
I can't agree more.
It's also, that being said, as Nicole just said, the moment you don't have any gains, there are no assets, it isn't really an issue.
Exactly.
It becomes an issue when you have assets. And of course, you can also get taxed as a general partnership or directly, because I've looked at how to actually regulate DAOs through the Koala model law, which we drafted over 3 years, starting in 2018. It came out last year, and the tax issue is still ongoing. It's a question of what you should propose to governments, but of course, you can always do it as a pass-through entity where you get this. You have relatively not very optimized tax, but that doesn't mean it's a problem. So definitely you should start, and I'm a big fan. Noos is a big fan of unincorporated DAOs. The Koala model law also focuses on unincorporated DAOs. So I'm not against that at all. It's just that I would want people to know that the moment they make gains, they need to wonder about the tax, because a lot of people I meet that just think, just because we are having a DAO now, we do not need to think about it. But that's not correct.
Yeah.
People need to think about it. And Bahe, I totally agree. In Europe, and I'm very well aware, for example, of the German tax laws. I mean, severe tax evasion starts with 50,000 euros. That's not that much in the crypto space. And starting at 1 million, you cannot, it's a prison sentence. So it is quite quickly get serious. But that being said, that doesn't mean people shouldn't stop having DAOs and should start getting started. I mean, this is always the issue, is a question of what's the cost of non-compliance potentially, even if if you talk about non-compliance against the opportunity cost of it. But people should at least be aware that the moment they make money, they generate yield farming profits, for example, it becomes a tax question.
Right. I mean, what are some of the places that people can turn to, in addition to Seed Club, where you can find a lawyer and a tax accountant who is qualified to talk to you about DAOs? I mean, it seems to me that it's actually not so easy to find the right expert at this point in time, or is it?
Well, I'll do a little shameless shilling. We had 2 projects that came through our most recent cohort, Kali DAO and Twali. So shout out Ross and Koki and David. So these are both DAOs that are coming together to basically make some of these structures a little bit more easy, and then also on the other side, make finding these professionals easy and for the professionals themselves, as in a lot of cases, independent professionals, bringing them together so that sort of freelance work is more effective and more streamlined. They are both US based, and so they're probably pretty US focused. Having said that, I mean, my work is very global. For a while I was, we literally have folks all over the world within Seed Club. And so our focus is not US only, but there's a lot of collectives like that are coming together, Kali and Twali being 2 of them, to make this more simple.
Bahe, how did you find your lawyer firm?
Well, it's the same law firm that I'm working with for my, my day job, which is Medicus AI. The lawyer, he's a friend, so I spoke to him about it. Actually, he wanted to join the DAO. So it's really fortunate that we have a DAO member who's a lawyer. And this is why he championed this within the law firm, and they established this task force. I think I looked into Kali DAO, Nicole, and actually I was just planning to contact them and schedule a call with them sometime next week. But I really like the challenge of trying to figure out a European and now more particularly an Austrian structure. And I agreed with the law firm to write a white paper, because I think my main issue is a lot of people have figured it out, but they haven't really published what they've done, how they've done it, how do they do their KYC. Like all of this, the LAO, the fingerprints DAO, all of those are incorporated DAOs that have somehow figured out a way to do it legally. But I really couldn't find how they've actually done it, what's their structure. And this is why I was thinking, whatever we work on together, let's put it together in a white paper, let's publish it so that it can help others, whether in Europe or somewhere else. Because I think a lot of us are going through the same pain, but we're really not sharing the possible solutions. And we're going to start doing something. And I'm sure what you said, Nicole, and what you said, Silke, is that this will evolve quickly. Governments are paying attention. A lot of discussions are taking place, sometimes behind closed doors, sometimes out in the open. So the proper legal form in an acceptable way will come into light possibly before end of this year. And I think like all of us should work together, share more opinions. Being on this panel and having the audience listen to this is a great first step.
I actually think it will take a bit longer, like my estimate, especially, and with the European Union, it will probably be longer. Until then, I would think that it will be mainly structures that somehow fit, but not fully. And the problem you have in the civil law jurisdiction is actually that the structures usually are not that agile. You need to go to the notary regularly to sign something. It's very different from the common law structures, and I think right now, and I don't want to say there are not many structures. I mean, I looked into quite a lot also in Germany and the Netherlands. I think the main structure right now that kind of works is the Swiss Verein, the association, because it's also, and Kali actually offers that, although I sent them a message the other day where I said, you think they need to make some changes on the document they're spinning out on it. But a lot of the, unfortunately, and this is really unfortunate, and I hope to see changes there in some of the jurisdictions in the European Union and also in Asia, it's the same or similar, is really the formality requirements, which are a real headache for DAOs. And I think from what we're going to see from the EU is more like regulation of smart contracts. They already put out a draft for regulating smart contracts, which I consider at the moment, I mean, the draft I've seen is very bad for the industry. I expect more restrictions actually coming in unless we make a real lobbying effort, and we need to. We see this at the moment, especially with the transfer of fund regulation and also MiCA that is coming out. It's both, in my opinion, right now are huge car crashes that will hold back the European Union. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and that also applies to legal structures for DAOs.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of work.
It is a very important topic, and it seems to me that we still have a long way to go to form the community of people who are exchanging ideas and those who are influencing also the politicians, at least here in Europe, in the right way. Guys, this was very interesting. It was so interesting that I would love to keep on going on here. However, we are already a little bit behind time. I want to thank the three of you for taking the time, for being here with us today, and for sharing your views. We will definitely have follow-ups to this discussion in the next couple of months as this space is evolving. But for now, thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
And up next, and I need to consult my program now, is the topic of artificial intelligence. And the idea behind it is how can we use AIs to create art? And how could we use that art then in collaboration with blockchain technologies, in the Metaverse, and so on and so on. The next two conversations were pre-recorded this week and the week before. And we're going to start with conversation between Märzmensch, Cosmopol, and myself on AI, art, and the blockchain. So enjoy this, and I'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Hello, dear friends. I welcome you to another session of the Karajan MusicTech conference, and I'm really delighted to have with me Märzmensch.
Hello, everybody. I'm Märzmensch.
Hi, Märzmensch. It's really great to have you. We met, actually, you are an artist, an author, and a researcher into creative artificial intelligence. It's a topic that is very dear to my heart, and I'm so happy that I found you a couple of months ago. How did we meet? Do you want to tell the story? Because I think it's very interesting to see how these things work today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for invitation. And indeed, the story is very typical for nowadays life, digital life, because initially I was part of, and I am part of social media club in Frankfurt, and our common friend Daniel. So I know him since years. We made different music, different museum walks, and so on. And so I asked on Twitter about kindred spirits who would like to, so who are interested in artificial creative intelligence. And Daniel said me, okay, I know somebody who is the perfect, so to say. Yeah. And so we met us in digital, even if the prehistory was analog, so to say.
That's beautiful. So you do a lot of interesting writings. Your Twitter account is really a fountain of creativity, and I think everything you do, you use artificial intelligence. I want to give our audience a little bit of an insight into what you do, and you brought some videos with us. Let's start with the first one. I suggest that we listen and watch a little bit, and then you talk about what is it that we're actually seeing.
Okay.
Because the main question, I think, is, and many people have asked me this one, so I'm so glad that I can ask it someone else now. Can artificial intelligence be creative?
Jede samen bij me, met servers, driehoekstoel en natuurlijk. Zit zo heel wat in de voetballen. En we moeten die houden in het last thing. En jezelf te make to be prayer at the point of the sun, don't.
Merzmensch, I think this is really wonderful. What are we seeing? Please explain.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. What we seeing here is the human-machine creative collaboration. In this case, I hadn't used artificial intelligence as a tool. In this case, artificial intelligence used me as tool, so to say, because initially, back to 2020, as OpenAI published their music model jukebox, it was trained on 1 million songs and music pieces. I began to experiment with this, and one of the first music pieces was the sound. So the soundtrack, what you have heard here right now, with the voice of the man and then singing of the woman.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, it was really so for me heart touching, because I couldn't understand what it is, because jukebox is still a weak AI. It cannot really understand the texts or language. It just tried to imitate the speaking word and language. But I had a feeling listening to this music or to this soundtrack that this is some kind of documentary of a world which experiences some kind of catastrophe, and then this is like memories about decayed and gone world. And so I was interested, so I was thinking all the time, how can I try to help or to support artificial intelligence to articulate its own dreams? And that's why I used the soundtrack and used different visual approaches as well to help AI to bring its dream to expression. And yeah.
So the music was there in the beginning.
Yes.
And it inspired you to help the AI bring out this idea of a lost, decayed world.
Exactly.
And then you have the visuals, you have the characters, you have the what's on the main track of the film, and you have these hieroglyphs. Is this all created then by artificial intelligence?
Yes, exactly. Everything is created by AI, including the texts or this non-existent language. It was also created by AI. Probably the only one human part of this was me acting behind two of the characters for the animation, so to say, because so I used they used me as puppet, so to say, or vice versa. And so this was the only way, so the only human human interaction with this movie. And of course, I combined all of them to one composition.
Yes. Yeah, it's very nice. You brought other examples as well. I want to show something else too. Which one should we do next?
Well, probably we can show the Joyce version, because so my first video was a video which was the screenplay was written by GPT-2, and I created two characters which were speaking with each other. It was the first video, Empty Room. I don't know how many time we have if we show the empty room.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll
Okay,
take a look at it and
empty room. Okay,
just a few seconds.
Yes, at the beginning it's pretty quiet, but you can hear the music.
Empty room. A man enters the room. He looks out of window and says,
"It still hasn't begun."
The woman enters. She has white dress on and a book in her hand.
I am waiting as well.
For how long?
For a while.
You know, I'm a very patient man.
I know, of course.
I'm going to have to be less patient then.
The woman starts to lower. The laughter has an ominous edge that only she can feel.
In my defense, I never actually told you what it was I was going to tell you.
That's right.
So you are lying behind me.
The man is surprised by the abruptness of the accusation. He does not, however, feel any anger. As he has noticed in previous encounters, it is the woman who is most convincing when she's saying the lies.
But it was not what you expected.
Oh, no.
She is trying to sound convincing. He wants to ask her about her mother.
Do you think she'll be willing to lie?
The man turns down the opportunity.
Maybe.
Tell me why.
Maybe she's still grieving.
She is smiling when she says this. And the man doesn't think she'll be the first to smile when the truth comes out. He gives up.
No.
It's not over.
The man has not got to see her family again. He had hoped to return to his work. He has nothing else to do. He wants to be a man.
Cool. So this was 2 years ago.
Yes, it was 2 years ago, and it was written with GPT-2. Meanwhile, I'm using GPT-3 as well, but in this case, GPT-2 was for me pretty interesting because it generates very absurd, very surreal texts in the direction of David Lynch or Beckett, and this way it can create theater play stages in absurd style. In this case, the voices, if you've seen, so you've heard, are artificial intelligence as well. So everything is AI. And yeah.
Did you choose out of a body of produced text, or is this one generation without any collage?
Exactly. This is one generation of text because I'm interested in unsupervised AI generation. That's why I'm not. Of course, there are some different versions which were not so interesting, but I took entire text and used it as a screenplay. And some weeks later, it was Bloomsday, as you know. So James Joyce favorite celebration day, and so I took Ulysses as text and trained GPT-2 on Ulysses. That's why GPT-2 created new version of James Joyce, and then I used it as Bloomsday.
That's
He
this
got out.
video.
Then he put that pipe down his throat. The doctor walked towards him. Put the lancet down. The doctor came away from the table. Then walked to Mr. Bloom.
What's it like to be a doctor at the moment?
He asked.
Misfortunes, the elegy. Misfortunes, the elegy. Misfortunes, the elegy. Misfortunes, the elegy. The host asked me what was my name again. I sadly in the dark and had to walk on my tiptoes. Misfortunes, the elegy.
Miss Bluey, blushing furiously, crossed herself angrily. Miss Quigg, blushing also, followed Miss Bluey down the path. Miss Clyde of Bishopsgate, blushing still more intensely, crossed her right hand and went on her way. Miss Percy, blushing intensely, went away again swiftly. Miss Emmett, blushing also more intensely, followed Miss Percy down the path. Miss Clarence, blushing again more intensely, followed Miss Clare down the path.
I can't see the door, Miss Clare.
Miss Quigg said.
Don't be too hard on them, Miss Clare.
Miss Quigg said.
They passed the Greenhorn storehouse where the king's mail arrived.
The coffins in the yard.
The keeper said.
The weeping manor, lost, for he lost the floor.
Very interesting. So what do you say is, when you look at these examples, I mean, especially the first one, the theater piece where they are waiting for Godot version 2. I mean, it is very intriguing in the beginning. There is a moment, though, in the middle where you think like, oh, now it's rambling and it's not going anywhere. There was a sense of closure in the end. I found that very surprising. But I wonder how much of that is actually within me as a observer, that I'm sort of making up this sense. What is your feeling what's your opinion when you look at the output of the AIs right now?
This is exactly a very interesting thing, because we understand right now what we should understand since centuries, so to say, because the historical avant-garde and Dadaists, they told us already about it, but we couldn't really listen to it, that the art emerges not in the act of creation of the art, but in the act of perception of the art. In this case, the texts, for example, texts by artificial intelligence, they have not really reference. They are created by the body of knowledge of the entire human mankind, cultural heritage, so to say. But what emerges, and the sense and the stories are emerging in our own mind during perception. That's why for every viewer, for every beholder, this piece of storytelling is quite different, because everybody has its own perspectives, associations, experiences, and so on. That's why, for me personally, the texts which I pick up are more, so to say, heart touching. But probably if I provide the entire body of texts to somebody else, this person might choose something different.
I mean, I also get this question very often for the Beethoven 10 project when people are curious about the emotions that are in the music, and they say, but the AI doesn't understand emotions. And it's quite interesting because the AI obviously is in a position to create something emotional, like the music that you presented in your first video. I mean, this is very emotional music. So there is this sense of emotion that emerges in us as the listener, and it is not connected with who or whatever created the piece in the beginning. At the same time, I think people are very interested in artists and in the stories that the artists are telling and in what the artist is representing. So do you think that an AI could be conceived that is actually an artist persona that has character that people feel attracted to? Is this something that we should be experimenting with? What's your thought on that?
This is a good question because the character, so AI delivers many of outputs, and they are quite different at the same time. That's why probably we have to consider what to understand under the character or under the persona of AI. Because this broad spectrum of contents, of stories, of styles which we get from AI probably cannot allow us to anthropomorphize this person or this AI entity, so to say. But like Barth already said, the artist or the author is dead. In case of AI, the artist or the author is undead probably, or is back to life, so to say. That's why we have to experiment with AI storytelling and with AI art, because I see after years of experiments that there are so many potential and so many beautiful visions which we have to experience.
You touch on something that I find extremely important, and that is this sense of artistic persona, and that's connected, in my opinion, with the sense of freedom. An artist, ideally, has freedom to express herself in whichever way she wishes. Our AIs are not free. They live on computer systems that we control. We can always pull the plug. And now this is a blockchain and music conference, and I want to jump to this topic of blockchain for a moment, where I believe that now we are getting into a time where we actually have computer programs that live on a computational substrate that can have some kind of independence. I mean, you could think about a smart contract that creates art, sells art, and with the proceeds pays for its electricity, for the computations that need to be done. Is this something that you are thinking about? I know that you are active on OpenSea and other platforms with NFTs, but I want to pick your brain on where can we go in the future? What do you see there if we combine AI and the blockchain?
Yes, this is very interesting perspective, because indeed at the moment we are experimenting a lot with blockchain and with AI and with combinations of them. Of course, so one of the interesting ways, so in last year I took part on one poetry collaborative project, ether poems, and we minted the poems which were parted in visual part, like a music video, for example, and into the text of this poem. if you mean something on OpenSea, the blockchain is already provided with all data like the author, the collector, and so on. But the music video or the media is hosted somewhere else. So the danger is, of course, if the hosting is to go away, so to say, or is offline, you won't access these visuals anymore.
So
But in
the art
case,
itself is not on the blockchain, it's only the
exactly.
metadata.
Yes, exactly. But our idea was to use the metadata to contain our poems. That's why we minted the poems directly into the blockchain. That's why the texts are there. So if so, even if the hosting is not available anymore, the decentralized chain will contain our poetry as long as it's here, so to say.
Yeah, so it's immortal in a way, because
yes, exactly.
if we assume that the Ethereum blockchain will continue to exist,
yes,
and this artwork lives on that blockchain in that NFT that is minted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, if we apply artificial intelligence on creating new texts, for example, new poems, it can indeed exist and replicate itself with new contents, with new texts, and even if the hosting is not here, and of course, I think the pages are switching out, like we've seen in case of Hic et Nunc, for example, the Tezos-driven NFT platform, which was which went on offline. But in this case, the text is minted directly into the chain will exist as long as this chain exists.
You talk about something that's very interesting on a technological level, but I think it has also philosophical implications. The blockchain idea is to have a decentralized kind of computing system. But a lot of the marketplaces and interaction points with that blockchain world are actually very centralized. You mentioned OpenSea. You could say that MetaMask is also one of these points where you essentially centralize this whole thing. I'm interested in this because when I think about artificial intelligence, there is a similar dichotomy. We have sort of the individual artist, the human, and we have an artificial intelligence that could potentially be, trained with data from multiple individuals, actually, that could represent in a way the artist collective or the collective artists. And I think this is there is in a way a tension between these two poles, and I'm wondering if this is precisely the reason why we are so fascinated with these topics, AI, blockchain on the one hand. Sort of, I can't really put my finger on it, but the idea to go beyond the limits of our own self, go beyond the limits, the capabilities of what we control, and actually trust our creativity to a collective system.
Yes, this is the new way of creating, I think. And what you've mentioned before was very interesting as well, because indeed the artist is free, and AI is not free in a meaning of the so switching out the plug. But in my experience, AI as a creator is more free than a persona,
Yes.
so to say.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
to
yeah.
say, if we try to create an AI-driven writer, we will narrow or make its capability narrow to make some kind of persona in some specific style about some specific topics and so on. But this approach might bias its own its own creativity. And in my experience, if we train AI on a huge amount of data and let it just create, it will create texts, essays, poems, scientific writing, or some wired experiments. And so this is the freedom which is probably something very rare, even for humankind. That's why in my experiences or in my experiments, I'm trying to let AI just create without any limits.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, we could go on and on and on. I want to thank you so much for the time. We are pre-recording this because unfortunately on the day of the conference you are not available. I want to thank you for sharing with our community, and we look forward to interacting more with you. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back for another section on AI and music. I have with me one of the great minds of music and AI in Salzburg, in Germany, Jovanka von Wilsdorf. Welcome, Jovanka.
Hi, it's very super nice to be here.
We are very excited to have you. Jovanka, you are you are a composer, a music producer, but you also do amazing projects with technology. For instance, you are currently actually doing a female producer prize, a competition, a big thing. And previously you did the Diana AI song contest. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh dear. Okay, I do a little curve into this. The idea was actually a Geistesblitz I had on a panel on how to future in early 2019. And the idea was to have this songwriting camp, but with AI tools. And Diana, I have to say something about the name. It's like, imagine the name Diana. So now twist second and third letter, it's AI, the rest is DNA. The idea was to get musicians on location and let them write with various AI tools a song within a day and have an award ceremony the next day. And I also wanted to have the musicians to create a video with AI on the same day and to have this show the next day. So that was kind of this idea. Everybody loved it, but no one jumped on it. And then I talked to Ralf Christoph from the CO Pop, the director of the CO Pop Cologne, and he said, let's just do it. And then we just jumped into it and moved along with it. And the thing is, I was, why I did this, and I think that's kind of important, is I was giving like workshops to musicians on like how to compose and how to produce with AI tools. And the resonance was beautiful, but I had no idea if any of them would like continue to work with it. You know, there's a huge difference between being fascinated or actually continue to work with something. And I thought, like, how do you get musicians to actually work with something? Let them play with something. And so that's why we did the Diana. Yes.
So basically, the composers would come to a physical place and they would start working together with technicians, or did they have to do everything by themselves?
First of all, we had like people had to apply via a call of applications. They had to send in songs. We had a great jury. Last time we had for example, Gerhard Beles, the CEO of Ableton, in our jury, and the CEO of Lyric Studio, Maya Ackermann. So people who really love music, but who also know about tech. And so this is how we selected the musicians, first of all. And they just had to be great musicians and had to be interested in tech. They had no previous knowledge on AI. They came from all genres. And that was really, for me, this like easy access, making it a cozy place to actually collaborate. That's for me really important. So once we had selected the right people, we didn't really need much help. So before the people came to the studio, to the songwriting camp, like there were 4 different rooms set up as really basic studios, really basic. We had a technician who like took care of internet bugs or whatever, who assisted a little bit with that. The rest is I was just the whole day giving people the feeling that it's just a dance, just fun,
improvise.
This is how it worked.
Well, you brought some videos, and I think we should let our audience take a look at it. Should we play the first one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So say a few words, what we're going to see, and then I'll fire it off. It might be loud, so say what you have to say now.
Okay. It's the trailer of our award ceremony 2021. Go.
Of St. Michael Church for the 2nd edition of the Diana Award ceremony. We want AI to make us, humans, as creative as possible. And this is what the Diana AI Song Contest is about. Would you like to continue working with AI?
Of course, it makes the process so much more creative.
Yes!
Awesome. So this was a big show, actually.
Yes. And the first show we did in 2020, you can imagine that was like under pandemic-proof conditions. And even there, we pulled it off. We got like 12 musicians from all over Germany travel to Cologne and do it. And I think that's the beautiful thing, that people who actually apply and want to do this, they really want to do it.
Yeah, and you know, what I found interesting is, there were 3 teams. I think most of them were women. I mean, I saw very few men. It's often something where you would say, well, oh, it's AI, it's a lot of technicians, and then but no, it is something that you told me once, more women applied than men, right?
Yes, but it came to a big surprise to us as well, I have to say. And we were actually, so after the first time we did in 2020, I thought there was kind of a coincidence or something, or something about pandemic, or I had no idea. But the second time, it was just the same last year. And we actually talked about it afterwards. And I also asked the producers and musicians who made it to the camp. And I think what came out, it's a mixture of, first of all, me giving the workshops beforehand.
Right.
So there is actually a role kind of model or whatever. But I'm talking about this, and I am reaching out.
Yes.
Plus, there is, even the name is a female name. Diana is a female name. Anyway, sounds better than Oscar. But I think it's a mixture of these two things, and the whole communication of the thing is like, in the second award ceremony, we did the promo with the trailer of the first one. In the first one, there were already more women. And I think it tells us a lot about what the difference a role model makes.
Right.
And it's not about me at all. It just tells me absolutely how important it is to get, if we want like a more diverse picture out there, we have to put people out there. And that's basically, that was my kickoff to start this female music producer prize now.
Right.
Because I think, let's give a spotlight to the great female producers out there in order to create role models, to make it just more normal to show up, and that it's more normal to look around for female producers and to actually ask them.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are one, you know, and you see others, that that really supports you. And yeah. Now
you can only
it
be
is
what you see, in a way. It
Say that
sounds
again?
stupid, but it's true.
Yeah. It's a nice segue actually to the next question I have, and that is, so if you say Diana is a name, it is a name, it's a female name, yes, and you have this AI competition, but if you have that female name, the AI competition, doesn't it also make sense then to say, well, Diana is actually something like a character, and how would you represent an AI character? That's something that we always got when we you know, did the Beethoven project. We said like, yeah, and how does the AI look like? Well, you can't look at it really. It's you know, a bunch of algorithms in a computer that we have never seen because it's in the cloud. What are your thoughts about bringing Diana into, say, the metaverse, into a digital form? Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, first of all, it's I was signed to Universal 2014 with the idea to create a virtual pop star. So this turned out to be so complicated in 2014 that we had to, in the end, produce a normal pop album. But I had written a record through her eyes, and I was heartbroken to having to let go of this character. So I wrote down her whole story. So that's why it came kind of naturally to me to say, what's the next step with Diana now? And since last year, since I gave a presentation in VR, actually about Diana, I was like hooked on VR. Next thing I did was buying my own headset and diving head over feet into the metaverse.
Yes, I remember this presentation. It was really awesome.
And I thought, well, if I can trick musicians into wrapping their minds around AI in a playful way, and most of the people who attended the Diana thing are still working with AI, and now even do text-to-image stuff, and still call me, which can be annoying sometimes, but it's great also, with like, can you give me a new AI about that and that? So that's beautiful because it's nachhaltig.
Sustainable, yeah.
Yes, sustainable. And so for me, the next step now is to get people to apply to the Diana AI Song Contest, but make the pitch in VR with a personified Diana. And since I have this history with wrapping my mind around virtual beings, this came it wasn't a big step for me. Bigger step was, and to tell you about it, the thing is, if you are in VR, it's not like looking at something, you are in it. It's the difference between looking at a postcard or being in the ocean. It is different. So people should take up, they will get VR glasses, be in a specially designed space. That's what I'm learning right now. Exploring, doing, and Diana will give the pitch by herself. So I'm creating this Diana avatar right now. She, as in a professional writing camp, will talk about her backstory, will talk about like how she perceives us humans, and the next Diana will have a theme. So all the teams will write a song from the perspective of Diana or for Diana. Like if Diana would be an artist, how would she sound? What kind of music would that be? And the teams will just spend a day working on that. I love that.
So the character comes first, then they interact with the character, and then they write music for the character, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool. So
And
it's like a casting show, like a competition/casting show, or yeah, very cool.
So the Diana character, I am in the process of creating right now. So once that is done, then and we have the space, which will be around, and in 2 months it should be there. Then we have all the headsets prepared for the people who are coming to Cologne to the next Diana, and then we do the pitch. So they see the finished Diana, but they will like come up with her sound, and then
it's so cool. You brought some of the. I mean, this is a process, right? You're currently looking into technologies that can do this. You want to explore right now. I know that you brought a little a slide deck with you with a couple of examples. I was wondering if you wanted to share that with our viewers.
Yes, I will just jump through it really quickly. So yes, this is a meta-human, and it's kind of easy to work with meta-humans. It's maybe you can see here you have different options to work with an almost real character, and I show you.
Wow.
Yes, and it's actually really easy to create a beautiful creature or kind of human, but let me stop this. But it's also really easy to slide into the uncanny valley so that they kind of look flat or just creepy or whatever. And I wanted to create, first of all, like even if Diana in the end will be almost sometimes invisible or almost see-through or has totally different hair, like with Alga or whatever. I wanted to find out about her features before. And this was a really nice test to see like what is possible, what is uncanny valley, what works.
Plus, I think you can't use these outside of this one platform, or can you?
I'll tell you about it. This is the sad reality. So what you just saw is what you can create for a video production. Like if I would do a pitch on a video screen, I could use that Diana and motion track her. But if you go into VR, you have to strip down because it takes so much computational power. You have to strip it down, and this on the I don't know, like the brown one on the right side or left side in your case, that is actually the same face you just saw but stripped down.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did some other tricks. The one next to it is me being stripped down, which is also really creepy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you, I gotta tell you. Luckily.
Yeah, but this is, I'm exploring with that, and we go through different steps, but this is, you have to strip them down without them becoming too creepy. So, but on the way, I find some art pieces. So these are actually layers of my face, layers of the creepy face you just saw of me, actually. So my meta mask. They also hang in one of my first virtual galleries. So I like this in between steps. I love it, actually. So this is the sad reality. This is my avatar in Decentralized right now. As you might know, Decentralized was planned as this great VR experience. By now, it's just a 2D, very stripped down, halfway defunctional mega market. But, it can be fun, but you see the difference, not so hard. So this is if you want to create an avatar on Roblox, that's even more stripped down. And as you can see, you can buy all these nice little things and spend nights or years in this funky little world. Again, it's telling you you're supposed to play, but actually you're supposed to buy. This is obviously where we want to go. Again, these are meta-humans. And this is a screenshot from the Crypto Fashion Week it was just now in March, from the 18th to the 22nd of March. And this is a conversation, but you could, again, only see it on screen. If you see the video, it looks amazing. But again, we want to go there, but you can't go with this quality into VR yet.
Okay.
But it's getting closer, and we've seen that the technical evolution is just accelerating every day. So I'm not worried about this. This is my Ready Player Me avatar, and this is how good it gets right now. So you can basically customize it a little bit and then integrate it into VR chat, for example, and even migrate from there to other worlds within the metaverse, and the avatar will look a little bit different all the time. And this is where it starts to become interesting. Even though they all look like 12-year-old puppets, it becomes interesting to dress it. So the NFT virtual fashion, that's such a big thing. That will be such a beautiful thing also for artists, to create the digital merch, to create the digital worlds. And one thing is true: as soon as you are in VR, you're much more forgiving in terms of, because you're in it, you're so much more forgiving of flaws. So we will integrate something like this and work from there. Like you can go quite far. It's just a little bit special still. So cool. This is a little bit, you can see, this is, for example, this beautiful dress. You can buy it, and you can even wear it in AR by now, which is nice. AR is actually the future tech I believe in the most, I have to say. But until you can wear this kind of beautiful thingy in the metaverse, in terms of in the space, it'll take a little while. I hope not longer than 2 months, actually. So this is me doing a selfie in a huge crystal I set up as my own gallery in Spatial. And
this looks like you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is an avatar I made from a selfie I did. And then you can twist a little funny around with it still. But it's this is not about being perfect, but Spatial is so great because you can create your own spaces there. And I show you something. Again, this is a postcard. It's not even close to being in the ocean. But this is a whole gallery I set up with all Jovanka personas I created with AI, actually, with text, image, and different things. This is another one, me standing in front of me in Spatial.
This is great.
This is me taking a selfie, and this ocean usually is moving. Like this is a screenshot, right? It's a selfie, but this is actually moving, and it's beautiful. What you see, this little bubble, that's a portal. That's why I think, for example, Decentralized is such a made on an old mindset. It doesn't matter if your space is right next to the Givenchy store or whatever, because in the metaverse, you move through portals. There is no such thing as physical nearness.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, but who do you tell this to? It's like, wow. So, and this is actually what you also see as my background picture. That is my first tryout, and I uploaded just a 3D object. I found a marble in the internet, and I downloaded it and I uploaded it to Spatial, blew it up, and I even found out how to build an invisible floor within this bubble. So, and then you see all this mirrored light from the outside, and I created a gallery inside of this.
Oh, wow,
And
cool.
yeah, and this is super nice because the support team, I'm kind of a support team troll, told me it's not possible to go inside these things, and you can't move in it if you don't have a floor. And I actually managed to install an invisible floor. So that's
This is very interesting. I mean, when you put an AI into a space like this, right? Then that AI could potentially live there and be sort of responding to visitors and so on. Is this something that you've been thinking about, like putting Diana into her own world there so that people can visit her and make music with her?
That's such an interesting question. Like, I have a little question for you now. How do you define life?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, from a, say, biological standpoint, I would say has to be, in a way, self-sustaining, and should probably also have agency about her own whereabouts. So these are all really tricky questions, because if you think about the way that we use these technologies, they aren't free in that sense, because they always have electricity and computing power that we give to them. It's unlike in our world where it's just there and we can use it. It's I don't know, but when I say live, I mean like it's a permanent place for the software to be and to function, right? That's what I mean by living.
Yeah, but for me, it's like, maybe that's my perception, but for me, if something is alive or living, it also includes flaws and all this, and growth, like by itself, and so many more things that an AI by itself cannot have, at least at this point. Or I don't know if I wanted to have that. But in terms of Diana, I mean, Diana as a character has a mother who's a human. So for her, it would be totally possible. And she still has this weird core memory. That's why she's drawn so much to us humans, and wants to connect, because she wants to find out about her origins. So for Diana, and in a story context, yes, a hybrid AI human being with inner conflicts can and should live in the metaverse. And definitely, I'm always interested in AI when it makes us more creative and when we can interact with it. I don't have to give birth to an AI. It's like, I want a fantastic dialogue partner. That's what I want.
But at the same time, you kind of have to think about, how does she look like when you put her into the metaverse there, right? I mean, in a way that is like giving birth to some extent, right?
Yes, of course, you are right. So, but I'm giving birth to Diana as a character.
Yeah, right.
And as a character, she has a backstory, and in this backstory, she also has a human mother.
Yeah.
It's not that I put an AI out there, but
you're creating a character. It's like being an author of a novel or something like this.
But through this character, who's also half AI, she will get people again to work with AI in dialogue. So, and I believe in storytelling.
Now, you could think about, okay, someone goes into Diana's space and creates something with her, and then you have a piece of music, and that is a co-creation between Diana and that human or that group of humans. Now, does that music then live in the metaverse only, or is it also something that will get in the real world? How do you think about that? And maybe also to think a little bit about the topic of the whole conference. where does a technology like NFT come into play? Is this something that you as an artist are interested in when you tell the story of Diana?
Definitely. We will, Diana will not only go VR, but also NFT, because that is the next thing. So all the winning songs, like all the songs actually created, it will be 4 songs again. They will be made into minted as NFTs, and also the merch around it, like takeouts from their videos, things they came up with. And I'm meeting next week with 12 by 12, kind of a far out sweet NFT startup. They want to learn a little bit about space creation. I want to learn a lot more about NFTs. So this is how I learn the most right now, by like trading a little bit knowledge. And they actually are great, because what they do for artists is they take away all the nerdy stuff. They will do the minting for you. You can even buy and trade with normal currency. And I think it's a good step in the middle, because once you have a good feeling about this, you will be more likely to be interested in going on Twitter and go into these chat rooms and you know, go
Spaces on Twitter, yeah.
Yes, and go also walk into this NFT community. But the first thing to say, I actually have NFTs out there. Again, I want to get people to move into a new world. So yes, all the stuff we will create with Diana in 2022 will turn into NFTs. And
cool.
Yeah.
That's really exciting. I mean, we've seen a couple of other artists during the day who are coming at this from a different perspective. Now, actually, in a conference, we're jumping to the platforms for NFT music. But before we do so, I just want to thank you, Jovanka, for taking the time to pre-record this video actually with me. It's very interesting what you do. We have been following your work for a while now. This is, I think, the second or third time that you are at this conference. We're just so excited to see what else will come in the future. So hope to have you back next year.
Thank you, Matthias. As always, it was a great pleasure, and I'm still excited. Like, just talking about it makes me, I want to go back to space right now.
Well, then have a good trip.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the last session of our conference today on NFT platforms. Are they the new labels? This is going to be a session where we test what is possible with the StreamYard platform, because I do believe that they have a maximum limit of people being on screen at the same time. Lean back, enjoy. This is going to be a jazz improvisation of sorts. I'm really happy to have some really amazing people with me here. I want to start by bringing up on stage Christoph Straub. Hello, Christoph from Global Rockstars. Hello.
Hello, Matthias. Thanks for the invitation.
Yes, it's great to have you. Next person I want to bring on stage is David. David Rosen. Hello, David.
Hi, how's it going, Matthias?
Everything's good. David is from doper.xyz, and we will learn more about that in a second. Where is Andy? Andy Smolek. Here you go. Hello, Andy Smolek.
Good to see you again.
And Rebecca. No, I need to. There she is. Rebecca. Hello, Rebecca. Welcome back from Dropstar.
Hi again. Hi, everyone.
So I put this title, "Are NFT platforms the new label?" ? That's, of course, to get us started on the discussion. I want to begin in asking each one of you to say one or two sentences on what is the platform you're building, and how is it functioning. Let's say only what is the platform you're building? Maybe we'll start with Christoph. Christoph, please.
So, hello, my name is Christoph Straub, and I'm the CEO and founder of Global Rockstar. We are a music NFT company, and our platform enables fans to become shareholders of hit songs, and we enable fans to become owners of unreleased recordings.
Great, thank you. And this was really one sentence, so thank you for that. David, you're next.
Hi, I'm with Doper. So I'm a cognitive neuroscience scientist, and the research there led us to making ultimately evaluation tools, song appraisal. So Doper really tackles the problems that we see in the music NFT space surrounding curation, discovery, and valuation. So really as kind of a single access point to learn about the space, providing resources about discovery, what kinds of NFTs are out there, and ultimately trying to value those for NFT collectors to help, usher in the next 10 to 100 million of them.
That is extremely helpful to have, I think. Rebecca, Dropstar, is that in need of Doper?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit you up later, David.
Great, love the chat, Rebecca.
And Dropstar is connecting NFT artists and music artists to create artwork collections.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And last but not least, Andy Smolek, Fund Music. That's a relatively new project. Give us the rundown.
Yeah, we're taking a crowdfunding model that proved really successful under a different name. Unfortunately, it didn't end so well, but we're coming back at it again with a different twist, and that is social media and social media blockchains. So there's a relatively new, if you're familiar with BitClout, there's something called DSO that powers that. Mm-hmm. And so we're taking a proven formula, but we're adding that twist.
Mm-hmm. Wow, cool. That's really interesting. Folks, labels and music publishers are often considered sort of the middlemen, the people who filter out the talented from the less talented. What's your view on this newly emerging field of NFTs? On the one hand, it's a decentralized technology. On the other hand, attention of audiences is limited. Is there something like a decentralized music industry? Maybe Christoph?
Decentralized music industry, well, it's difficult because there's always an entry point to the blockchain. When people get together, three people saying we write a song together, the contract between the three humans is the first thing. And who can say if it's true what is in the blockchain? Only these three. So completely decentralized won't be possible. There are entry points when you say this is the truth. He owns, this person owns this amount of royalties, this person owns this amount of royalties. And at the same time, when I consider what we do at Global Rockstar, we distribute in the rest of the world. We distribute in Spotify, in Amazon Music, in Apple Music, etc. So there is always the collection of these royalties that is not done in the blockchain. And then we distribute it to those who have invested in the songs on Global Rockstar. So a complete decentralized music business is a great vision, but there are humans that need to do contracts before.
And when you get the royalty payments, they go onto a dedicated account in a bank, and then from there you distribute it according to what's written in the NFT?
Well, it's
the
an
distribution
e-wallet.
of shares?
Global Rockstar is based on an e-wallet system. At the moment when you invest, you create your e-wallet. And then this is the e-wallet where the money flows to. This is at the moment while users are paying in fiat money, but soon it will be available. Crypto payments will also be available. Then it would be a crypto wallet where the money goes.
Rebecca, you said in an earlier discussion today that sometimes the artists don't really know what it is that they are selling, and the people who buy the NFT don't know what it is that they are buying. Is this a problem that you see currently being solved by very clear guidelines on websites, or how do you think we should address this issue?
Oh, I'm by no means the expert on this, but I came across this because I asked the artist releasing NFTs that want to release an NFT collection with me. It's like, do we need to talk about any sort of contracts? Are you signed in any shape or form? Do we need to like spend some time on that? And then there's usually a big blank stare. And then I said, okay, why don't you just connect me to whoever it is that you work with in the music industry, and then I'll ask them. And that's where it gets a bit hairy. So I think the first thing is to understand, or for the industry to come to sort of an agreement of how NFTs get released, as if it's not a completely independent artist, then needs to, I guess, be some sort of precedent so that the artists understand in which legal space they're operating. And then on the fan side, there's still a lot of education that needs to happen on what are NFTs besides a digital image. So Trent said it nicely. It's a bundling. It's a bundling, right? Ownership is just a bundling of licenses of what I'm allowed to do with this, and that needs to be put into a contract, whether that's in code or in regular writing. Someone needs to agree on that, and that's a conversation that happens, or you sort of execute a questionnaire that gets written into the code. There's projects working on that where it's more automated. I would agree with Christoph. At the beginning is always artists coming together, creating something, and then having to agree on what it is that they're making and how they're going to distribute the money, and then how they're going to bring it to market. And it would be a shame if we just replaced the current infrastructure with something that's on Web3 rails, but someone needs to market and distribute. An independent artist with 100 followers on Twitter won't be selling. I mean, they won't be generating a lot of revenue, right? There's something that goes into that.
Well, I mean, you said it already. Artists and funders, when they come together, Andy, I assume that this is also something that you are thinking about. How do you make it clear what is the community that is funding a new project? What are they really acquiring? What's your take on this? How are you going to tackle this?
Well, I think the first thing we got to understand, especially if we're going to talk about NFTs, is even before you get into what's a music NFT and what does that mean, right? Because there's a million different ways of defining that. Even in the most traditional NFT, where I'm saying, okay, I'm getting this image of something, right? there is a very, very basic problem that has not yet been addressed, and that is the problem of provenance, right? And if you go to a Christie's or a Sotheby's, they'll tell you, well, we only will work with people who we can establish, who they are. But 99% of the NFTs are not going to be able to have that kind of what you might call traditional art world provenance. And so we need to have a mechanism for establishing that, whether that's inside the music industry or across every use of NFTs generally. So that's an issue that is currently unresolved. And I don't know anyone in the NFT community that's really gotten serious about solving that problem, right? It's going to require doing things that we, frankly, haven't solved in the proper art world, right? And if you look at how do we try to establish provenance with existing art, right? The same fundamental problems exist. Now, to answer your original question, how do you get that clearing to take place between funders and those who have things to offer, right? And this is the really interesting place that we're at, right? NFTs give you new rights, new possibilities, new ways to be able to fund everything from, hey, I want to record something, to hey, I've got existing contracts for all these other things, but I'd like to be able to do something more, or I'd like to be able to offer a coin. And as part of that coin, with the NFTs that I'm offering, every time that those NFTs are resold, I can provide some kind of royalty to my coin holders, right? So there's all kinds of new ways, new value streams that are possible, alternative means of funding art, right? And I think this is what's most exciting, is there are lots of spaces in between existing more centralized models that are plumbable, and very few of these have been fully plumbed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Andy. I want to bring in David into this discussion. Rebecca said earlier she doesn't want to dispose of the infrastructure that is out there. We heard earlier from a couple of artists that they actually need the traditional infrastructure too to create attention towards their NFT projects. You also depend, I guess, on what's going on out there outside of the NFT world. When did it hit you that you could use information from the traditional music industry to actually help price or find the proper value, future value of NFTs? Tell us a little bit about that process.
Sure. So the way I got here was kind of unusual as a cognitive neuroscientist, studying music cognition and what it was about music that led to a pleasure response in the brain. And I'm a musician. I've been playing for years. I actually minted my first NFT with my band. We sold our first 2 editions, which was like wildly thrilling to see it from the creator side and like have that happen. And so, we were making ultimately creator tools with these, trying to help empower creators to make different decisions along the song creation and release process. And, our ears were to the ground, and we were learning about the NFT space and Web3. I got into crypto, a couple of years ago, and started tracking it just because we were in the business, in the music industry, and hearing success stories from mid-level and smaller tier artists of their first sales, and hearing that repeated, and then seeing what was happening in the secondary markets. And my founder and I, Rob, he's been working with independent bands, building their careers forever, and we were really seeing this potential for like a problem that we saw to help creators just like make more money, get them better paid, connect them with their fans, because there's like so many fans out there. They have a big portion who want to be engaged in like an amazing community. That's kind of what brought me the community idea. Like I've been a fan for 20 years. I've seen like a ton of shows, and I've met amazing people over those years, and I've shared incredible experiences at concerts and at festivals and at unique events. And like I really see NFT and Web3 as ultimately this mechanism to make that a more common experience for groups of people to gather. And the theory about 1,000 fans and 1,000 passionate people engaging, I think that's really important. And so we landed in an interesting space where, as we were learning about some of the biggest platforms, Royal out there, Opulus, Decent, some of the companies leading the way on the royalty bearing side of NFTs, we were literally sitting in a place where we had a technology that could make appraisals on songs in terms of streams, and with some small modifications, we could serve a community of collectors who were out there when these drops were first happening, like at the top of the year. Royal's drop on Nas was kind of our first beta launch of the forecast information. And we were just living in those communities, talking to people, seeing what was happening. And no one had any idea about the underlying, there's lots of problems with Web2 streaming royalties. What's a stream worth? Well, it's different on every platform. And like, what's your like streaming percentage on this platform versus that, if you're in this genre or another one? There's so many complexities, and like rates change over time. And so we try to boil it down, and we just, as a test, we handed forecasts to collectors just hand to hand in these communities and said, does this help you? Will this help you make a decision moving forward? Because like early on there is so much excitement, and it's great to see like the first thousands of people engaged and excited and screaming music NFT from the top of the mountain. That's awesome. But like, as you know, with Spotify, there's 50 million creators on there. That's like the estimate, 74,000 tracks a day. And as this space continues to move through the next 5 to 10 years, and we see millions of creators their tracks, well, we're going to be faced with the same discoverability problems that we were faced in Web 2. And I think we can do better. And now leveraging like kind of the neuroscience powered analytics, which drives really discoverability through Doper. That's how we're hoping to like contribute some meaningful infrastructure to the space, and ultimately to see this through with other great partners who are, on this call and we've been working with so far.
Mm-hmm. We'll get more into the neuroscience side of it in a bit, but I want to go to Christoph and ask him about his sort of discovery process for the artists you're working with. What's sort of the onboarding pipeline that you guys have at Global Rockstar?
Well, when we started, basically we started in 2014. So we started with a different business model, but in 2017, 2018, we started with a model where we let fans be part of it, become shareholders of hit songs. So with a beta that went from 2017 to 2018, we already allowed we already sold the first shares of songs. And this was mostly, I come from the music business. This was mostly my contacts. So I'm in the music business since 30 years. 15 years of this time, I was myself an artist, a music producer. And the other 15 years, the next 15 years, I was on the other side, if you want, of the ones who work on the monetization. So as a label manager, etc. So when we started with this beta of what we're doing now, the contacts were, of course, in my near contacts. My daughter, for instance, who participated for Eurovision Song Contest 2016 for Austria, Zoe. This was one of the first projects we did. So I just used the contacts that I had. Then when we really started in 2019, 2020, going out with our services, meaning doing heavy marketing and promotion, we expanded this community of artists that we could reach. And many came via word of mouth, if you want. Then we developed a uploading platform on globalrockstar.com. So a front end for the artists where they easily submit their songs, their basic information. We have curators who are checking these songs. I have to say the quality is increasing, is increasing to an amazing, it's amazing quality. I'm super happy. Also today we discovered many of new artists. They come from everywhere. And those that we like most, we give them the chance to produce NFTs on the platform, to to offer their new songs, to offer shares of their new songs. And then we are looking for, let's say, mid-term contracts. It's very important for us to accompany them for a longer time. It's not a one-off, because this is not how the music business works. So we get the artists, let's say, from everywhere, and it's getting more and more, and the quality is increasing. I'm super happy about this. At the moment, also, we are reaching out for, let's say, established stars and even superstars. And it is the right time, this is what we feel, to get also on board, apart from the independent artists that we work with in the last years, to also get on board big names.
I mean, when you said that you have a platform where artists can upload music, I immediately thought that, well, it would be also cool to have then your community of artists and the community of fans that come to your platforms to then give them a say in who will be the next artist that you mint on the platform, and turn it more into a DAO kind of concept.
Exactly. So this is something that we seriously think of in the next years. You mentioned it, a DAO, yes, giving a community rights to decide. We offer on one side, who from these independent artists do you believe in? Who should we do as the next drop? And on the other side, because we at the moment acquiring catalogs, so who should we acquire? Which rights should we acquire? So it's a very interesting idea, and I agree, I fully agree. This is where we're going.
Cool. So I'm very interested in the neuroscientific aspect of David's work. To put it bluntly, how can you find out stuff about the future value from just looking at streaming data, for instance?
I'm interested in talking to Christoph about royalty estimations and how what his current process is for evaluating that. But no, we can talk about some neuroscience. So it's not just streaming. So I guess the first point, I guess it's not really streaming data. The neuroscience research, there was no streaming data involved. So it started ultimately with a theory from musicologists from the 1950s, Leonard Meyer, who put out that ultimately emotion and meaning in music comes to us through our expectations being violated in certain ways, or tension and release. And then there's we connected some dots. There's an information theory approach of calculating entropy or rarity of different events that happen in a given corpus of materials, whether that be literature or music. I happened to be I was in school for cognitive neuroscience, so I was focusing on the brains in music cognition. I was looking at jazz improvisers, what was happening in their brains while they were performing, to see what the correlates of creativity and flow states during improvisation were. And then the other piece of my work was ultimately the foundation of Doper, to understand why we like the music that we do, to look for my co-founder, Scott Miles, he was at Georgetown at the time, I was at Drexel. We crossed paths, and we wanted to understand what it is about music that leads to a pleasure response. And basically, we flipped the neuroscientific paradigm. Some great researchers before us showed that when we like music, there's a dopamine response in our brain. And we said, well, let's look at the music itself and see what is it that predicts the response. And ultimately, we were the first to be able to quantify and model from music itself a feature we call familiar surprise. And that's ultimately a calculation of how rare different things are in music. And we started with chords and harmony and looked at harmonic familiar surprise. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but familiarity and surprise are very different things. They're almost opposites, you might think. It's kind of like an oxymoron, familiar surprise. And it was a very intentional name. It's because those two components are core to the two systems, our brain systems, memory systems that we operate on. Daniel Kahneman, famous Nobel laureate for decision-making in economics, ultimately thinking fast, thinking slow, that kind of idea is that we have one system that responds to surprises in our environment based on our culture, where we live, we grow up, our time, that during formative years, our expectations are set up to about age 7 or 8. And then you can calculate actually how statistically regular events are. And one system responds to those surprises or novelty in our environment. The other system responds to stuff that we love, the emotions that we have for like listening to a song that was the song played during like the first dance at our wedding, or the concert that we went to and our favorite band with our best friends and the songs we sing along to, and like have these rich like moments of memory trigger from music as an associational cue. When you pair those things together, when you are intimately familiar with music that has that right kind of surprise, that is what leads to music preference. And that is the neuroscientific ultimately finding and method that we've patented and that drives our music prediction engines. And it's not just that alone, of course. That's just the neuroscience research. We take that data along with many other data points, which include, previous historical consumption information, artist data, social media metrics, playlist information, like literally any data point you can grab. On top of that, we put on top the neuro-derived data and information about the music itself, which lets us look into the future, right? It's not like a hot dog, not hot dog machine learning approach where, there's been hit predictors out there where you say, hey, here's the top 200 on Spotify. And now here's a new song I'm going to look at. I'm going to say from 1 to 100, how close does it look like these other wildly popular songs? Well, we're moving in the direction more than ever where it's not about a wildly popular song or a single hit. Like there's still going to be those, but more than ever, artists who have like in the long tail, right, who have a passionate base, like that information in terms of that, and then like people who are looking to make early investments in NFTs and to use this information about like if we can really identify high quality music and incorporate that into the valuation, the music that's mostly give a dopamine response for not just at a scale of like this is going to be a big pop song or not, but like if you're a fan of this small indie rock band, this type of sound, we're like looking at these types of familiar surprise characteristics on a very granular level in terms of genres and artists, like kind of like popularity spheres, because like it's really important to try to understand that there's not like kind of just a one kind of hit. There's many different kinds of situations, and it's really important to understand, lots of properties about, what is underlying how an artist moves from generally an unknown through, up through their career, and trying to look at that response. And a part of that is our analysis, and part of that is the features of the music, and a part of that is artist popularity, but a big part of that is their team, and a big part of that is promotion, and a big part of that, and like those are all probably like, the biggest points of variance, which like we can't really control for within a model. Anyway, that's kind of the neuroscience and how it really ties in and how we think about it evolving, into this new space.
Rebecca had her hand
question.
Sure.
Yes. I'm so curious because you talk about popularity, right? So is that popularity in the Web2 world? So as in we listen to it on the radio or on Spotify, etc. And can you translate that into the popularity of an NFT? Because I feel like the mechanics in that world are very different.
The mechanics in that world are different. So the initial analytics were built on top of a Web2 system. That's what our beta is based on, and the first versions of our product. But looking as things move into secondary sales, and looking at how things are moving in Web3, looking at transaction volume and things like that on OpenSea, I think that's next on our roadmap, is looking at different NFT based analytics, sentiment. And maybe part of that, I think you're all going to be able to track. I think as Web3 traction happens for an artist, you're going to see that kick back in Web2. You're going to see streaming increase. Like you're going to have a lot of those variables about the artist and their socials and other pieces will be an important piece of the equation. But you're definitely right to point out that, there's going to be some artists that totally break the mold, right? That become Web3 native artists, and like where that data is even more important. So I think there's going to be a spectrum there of different artists, how they play out in Web2 and Web3, but moving forward, including that information is going to be important in future models.
And you could even think about a future in which the data itself, you could put it on a platform like Ocean Protocol, and actually re-incentivize the artists and their communities to share the data, even more data with you for the analysis. I think that would be a really cool feedback loop.
Yeah, I mean, different new data sources. The better data in, the better the models are going to be. I think that's we are working in both the NFT space and have like, you know, data partners on the more traditional side, because, you know, just getting kind of the best data really is going to be really important. We're not working with the creators at first. We're really focused on collectors. So, but also, you know, working with some enterprise platforms who also have different data inputs. So, you know, as those relationships progress, I think that's really going to help things a lot.
Yeah, I think this is where Andy comes in as well with, you know, his approach, where you say, David, you're focused on the collectors. In putting together this conference, I realized, well, actually, I don't have many collectors as speakers, so that's definitely something I learned to include this next time. Andy, you are basing sort of the idea on crowdfunding. I think you and David, you should talk afterwards and see if, you know, his models could actually help you incentivize more people to fund music projects, because they now know, hey, we have a really good future.
Well, it's really interesting because we realized right off that there were going to be those both on the funding side and on the artist side that really didn't want to think about blockchains and Web3 and whatnot, and they just wanted to focus on, hey, I've got something that I want to fund, and if it's powered by those things, I don't really want to know about it. And then there are others who are, you know, where that's a bonus, right? Oh, my favorite artist has a coin, and I can buy that coin, and I can participate in the NFTs that are created. And you know, it's really important to understand that both of those paths are going to continue for at least, you know, the next decade or so, right? There are going to be those that don't want to be part of decentralized communities, but do want to be part of the artistic community. And you've got to be able to allow both models to coexist in a clean way. And this is where our hybrid approach, it really brings it together. In some ways, we're a bit of an exchange, but we have to be careful because every step along the way, right, as soon as you get into something that is potentially representative of value, right, you've got to ask yourself, okay, have I created a security? And if you have, right, you've got to comply with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Right. And this is, you know, when we talk about value, right, we can't avoid some of these really fundamental questions. There's a lot of people in the Web3 world that still don't understand what a security is and why they need to pay attention to it.
Now Rebecca wants to say something. I know that.
Yeah, I heard this. And I've been in these discussions a couple of times now. And the argument I heard is that as long as you do not promise or you do not actively try to increase the value of the NFT, and it's sort of up to chance, then that is an argument to make that this cannot be a security because you're not actively promoting the increase in value. You're not actively trying to push a higher cash flow back to your fans. How do you stand on that, Andy?
Well, so there are a lot of theories out there. None of these theories have met with a real ironclad test. There is no safe harbor yet, and the SEC is quite litigious. So we have to wait and see. There's a lot of theories, but when the theory actually meets the lawsuit, we'll find out.
Yeah, that's a question I wanted to ask David, actually, what his analysis of the NAS drop concluded, because I've seen these templates where you can plug in your estimate of what the streams will be, and then you can see what you would get as a fan of one specific tiered NFT and how that translates to the price that you originally paid. So curious to hear your analysis on that.
Man,
sorry.
My analysis. I don't think my analysis is so important. It's really this is our best estimation using extremely rigorous methods of putting forward like what our best guess for future streams over 5 years, and then ultimately from that projecting out like recoupment time for the royalties side of an NFT drop that is associated with royalties. That value is high for, I think Andy's talking about it. There's a large segment of collectors early on who, early to crypto, just excited about the space, like have a ton of ETH and want to put it in like some exciting spaces and new industries of things that are happening. And you're seeing a lot of that. And to people who are familiar more so with associating music as an asset class and art as an asset class, and they want to see something like this with the side, like they want to have this tool. They want the difference between a recoupment time of 12 years and 100 years, which we've seen on some of the earliest drops, that like if that's the component you're focused on, that is really important information. And if we're going to, like, our mantra here is like Doper is here to make music collecting easy. And if we step away from the excitement and the enthusiasm, which I mean we're all a part of, like a big trigger point for people when you say NFTs is just like wildly crazy valuations and like a ton of hype, and like I don't really get it because like a stream pays like half a cent. How is that actually? And like if I do this basic math and hear what they're saying, I don't it doesn't work out. And to have that like friction reduced, it's important that there's transparency about streaming economics to all parties involved, to the collectors who are buying them, to the platforms who are pricing them, and to the creators who have to decide which platforms they want to go to and when and where they want to be featured. However, there's the other group of people who looked at the beta, which is just focusing on the value side of things, on the valuation problem, and they're like, I want the one-on-one access with Nas or Verite or name the artist. I want the one-on-one access. I want the was signed. I want to meet the producer. I want to go to the studio and have this amazing real life experience. And for that, you could say, take my favorite band or any of our favorite bands here or artists, and we got some really cool experience that just eclipses the value of the potential payout of royalties. They're willing to spend $500 on this NFT because it's it's the royalties you get to share. But on top of that, you're stacking all these pieces of fandom. And that breakdown is going to be different for everyone. That's how I guess we think about how valuable the information is or how it might be used moving forward.
Mm-hmm. If I may add something to the discussion, very interesting discussion. Yes, when you when you mint NFTs that contain revenue participation rights, it is considered in the whole world more or less as securities. So we speak to lots of lawyers. It's very difficult to not come into securities when you distribute royalties. The problem is here the secondary market. The primary market is not the big problem. The big issue is you sell something that is going to be sold on your marketplace, for instance, from one user to the other, and it contains something like that is considered as a financial product, a security token. So here, yes, the situation is not really regulated at the moment. No one really knows what's happening. We are trying our best with all authorities to get the right concessions, and we believe we'll make it in the second half of the year. This is one of the big problems to be solved here. Concerning the NAS drop, we had a close look at the break-even that was calculated. In these drops, in this case from Royal, it was calculated among the highest streaming number that the artist ever reached. So there's a big risk here to ever recoup. This is something we deal with every day. We have funded on Global Rockstar last year 250 music releases, and for every of these music releases, we had this big question: how much do we sell one NFT to get the people the chance to recoup, the realistic chance to recoup? We were mostly dealing in the last 2 years with newcomer artists where it's completely uncertain. You don't have data. You don't know what's the highest number he ever reached, because he didn't even have a Spotify profile. But this is the journey where we take the fans to. Here's someone completely new, and now you have the chance to be part of this journey. So here the risk is big, and it's complete uncertainty. But in the first year when we started this in beginning of 2020, we signed a 16-year-old boy. We helped him to produce the songs. We helped him to get the right to get the right songwriting. And the people who invested in an early stage on a completely uncertain thing made 7 times their investment in 1 year. And the guy is now nominated for all awards. It's a local phenomenon. It's an Austrian superstar now. This 16-year-old boy is now nominated for the Amadeus Award, the biggest Austrian music award. He won gold, platinum, his album, and we even did a physical product in this case. His album entered #2 in the album charts. So it's more, what we are doing here is more the journey and the vision. We tell people we believe in this guy. We tell them in a transparent way, it's possible that you never recoup at all, but you participate for the term of copyright. For 70 years of the recording, you participate. And not only this, we let people participate in master rights and in publishing rights. So we have 2 possibilities to recoup. And this is not the only example. We had a few that were very early, and investors, music investors on the platform recouped in 1 or 2 years and participate from now on for the next 68 years.
That's awesome. Guys, this is extremely interesting, and I could keep on talking to you about all of this for at least another 45 minutes. But I would like to do a little bit of a mix-up now and come to the next segment of this program part. Thank you all very much for being here with us today. I'm sure that there will be follow-ups from this conversation, and I wish you all best of luck with your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to meet everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Thanks, Matthias.
Thank you. Next, I would like to have Francisco and Shannon here on the podium with me. This is hey there, guys. Thanks for waiting. Also, let's do this. You know, we now talked about a couple of platforms which are relatively close to what I would say is the traditional music industry. Now, with the project that you guys put out, I think it's very creative. It's a new kind of art, actually. So we have Shannon from Async.art and Francisco, who is behind the MozartBeats that was published earlier this year on Async. For me, what you do is very interesting. It's programmable art. Shannon, maybe you want to start us off by explaining what is programmable art, what is programmable music?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Matthias, and thank you so much for having me. So my name is Shannon Chensey, and I'm the product marketing lead at Async. And we're all about programmable as well as generative art and music. And so what does programmable art and music mean? Essentially, it's layered pieces. So in this case, with MozartBeats, the different stems of the music piece could be, the viola, the violin, etc. Those different stems, and each stem has different variations. So in the case of MozartBeats, we had 5 different variations per stem. And so what that means now is that actually it's not just a single static or single piece as the music NFT, but rather that can be broken up and can be sold to different owners. So someone can own the violin, someone can own the viola, etc. And the owner of those stems can actually control which variation they would like to see reflected in the master track or in the masterpiece. And so this is really interesting, and I'm sure we'll get into this because it creates a community around the piece, and it's no longer
Mhm.
just one static piece, but it can change in perpetuity.
That's really, when I first heard about this idea, I immediately had to think about something that the composers at the time of J.S. Bach did, permutation fugues, which are very special kind of fugue where you essentially have a piece of music that comes from one melodic line, but the different parts of it can be also combined vertically. Now, Francisco, for the MozartBeats, you had to do more than that because you had to kind of recompose the whole piece, right?
Well, in a way, yes. So what I originally intended to do with MozartBeats was to elaborate a project, an NFT project, where we could kind of showcase the evolution, in my eyes, in my perception, the evolution of classical music. So what we did there with the 5 variations, what Shannon said before, is that we took the original Eine kleine Nachtmusik, right? And we took that as a basic, as a base standard, as a traditional variation of the piece. And what we did is we experiment by composing the first variation, which was an alternative to the traditional track. Then we did a pizzicato version, which was the second variation. And then we started to experimenting a bit with computer sounds, computer generation, echoing beats sounds, therefore the name MozartBeats. And until we got to the variation number 5, which is a completely computer-generated variation of the original Eine kleine Nachtmusik from Mozart, right? So, and the interesting thing about MozartBeats is that we wanted to showcase to the people that it is possible to bring classical music to Web3 and bringing on and making usage of the newest technologies such as blockchain, right? And we wanted to show to the classical music upcoming talents and other artists, classical music artists, that they should take a look at that, because actually what we did as well, which is something new, was a cooperation with a visual artist, with a renowned NFT artist, which is Mankind, aka Red Dashwood from Melbourne, Australia. And he's a winning award NFT artist. And what we did is we pitched him our concept, and we told him, look, listen, we have this idea. Would you be able to visualize this, what the audience will be listening to, into an image? And it took him, I think, 1.5 meetings in total of 25 minutes to understand our idea. So it was spectacular. And with a really beautiful artwork, which actually fits to the music, So now back to the variation number 0 is represented visually by trees, because it's the more traditional, it's what we know, right? And as we evolve through the variations and the audio gets more modern, there are the monoliths which are appearing slowly. First small monoliths in the second variation, and the third variations are like the same height trees with the same height monoliths. Then the monoliths start to dominate until the last variation, number 5, which are just a big fat glass monolith. So this is actually what we did, is we wanted to show as well that it's not only everything about music nowadays, but one should as well maybe think about visuals and make audiovisual work. And this is actually, if you still give it a kind of this programmable touch, where people can actually have own different kinds of combinations, then we're giving them something really unique, right? So because every combination is unique. Therefore, we had the possibility to do a total of 625 combinations, if we mix possible combinations, and each of these combinations is a single NFT, right?
Wow, that's amazing. Shannon, you guys started though not with music NFTs, I believe, right? You started with visual NFTs, and the music was then later the second step. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Matthias. So essentially, Async.art, we started with the first supper, which was a piece that was a huge collaboration of OG crypto artists, where they all contributed a layer, and it all came together visually. And so we started in art and then moved on to music.
And what triggered the move to music? Was it musicians who came to you, or was this something that you guys thought about yourselves?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, something I really do I'm gonna credit the Async team for, because I think even though I am on the Async team, I do see how we do a really good job of identifying, pushing the boundaries and identifying things that haven't been done before, and that's our whole thing. We're trying to reimagine NFTs and take NFTs to the next level. So I do think music was something that is still actually early in terms of the space's evolution overall. And so we were definitely first mover in terms of bringing this to market, and it's something that's really interesting because there's so much still potential, and there's a lot to be done. But yeah, the team was able to really identify this as something that would be the next wave, and yeah, we're excited to keep building this out.
In a way,
Yeah.
it's sort of connected to also the history of music quite closely. I mean, the idea of permutations of algorithms in music is something that artists have been explored for many decades, if not centuries. But now this new technology is giving us a way to actually turn it into something that can be unique artworks in the digital space. And I think that is very gratifying for everyone who is coming from a tradition of music making that didn't have that digital world up until recently, really. What are some of the next steps for you guys? Are you collaborating on something new? Is there something that you could maybe share with our audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, we've briefly shared this with our own communities, but we are moving into the generative music space. So for those not familiar, generative artwork or generative music is essentially, the artist sets the same parameters, so it's the same kind of deliverables on the artists or the musicians, and where they have all of these different stems as well as different variations. But the difference here is that there's a collection that is generated from these variations rather than having one master track with the different layers. There's a randomizer that then generates each unique edition based on these parameters. So we are currently moving towards generative. We've done it with visuals, so we launched that in December, and now we're actually moving towards doing that with music. So that's kind of the next step for us.
Francisco,
I think Shannon is being very modest here, but actually what he's been working on the last couple of months, it's something, in my eyes, it's something really genius. And it's they realize actually that it was a bit, probably this is how I see the things, that it was a bit hard for certain people to get the concept what Async had at the beginning. So they got the feedback, they start working on it immediately, and they came up now with a genius idea, which is to allow musicians and artists to do a generative music or generative art. And this is something what is really without having to do anything with coding. So me personally, I don't have any knowledge about coding, right? And I admire generative art since a couple of months. I got to know art blogs, and I'm a big fan of a lot of NFTs there, which have not to do so much with music, but more with art, visual art. And I was hoping one day, to have the possibility to transmit that into music. But I was thinking, me coding, no way, I don't have time for that. and now Async came up with Blueprints, which is the newest concept for generative art, which allows artists and musicians to use generative arts without having to know anything about coding, but still having an amazing result. And if I may say, Shannon, we are already working very hard on our next project here, which is gonna be include hopefully soon into this audiovisual blueprints.
Wow, that's really cool. I'm looking forward to that. Guys, I know this is very short, but we're squeezing in so many people into this hour, which is already over in 6 minutes. And I want to thank both of you for taking the time, being with us today. We will definitely follow what you're doing, and our community is very interested in all of these new developments. So thank you both so much. And I will do another shuffle now and get the last group of people on board for this segment. We have Ralph, we have Robin, Georgina. Where is Patrick? Patrick, are you there? He's probably.
I'm here.
Traveling. Hello, guys. How
I'm
are
here,
you
I'm
doing?
Fabulous. Thanks, Matt.
Patrick, you don't have to switch on a video for the moment. We can get you back in
Yeah,
later on.
no, it's fine. It's fine. My flight was delayed for 6 hours. I should already be in Vienna, but yeah, you know how it works nowadays. So I will switch off the camera for now.
So guys, we had sort of music industry related NFT platforms. Then we had something that created a whole new concept of art. Now I want to talk with you on NFT based or blockchain based initiatives that come from artists themselves. Ralph is a good friend, a colleague at the Sonophilia Foundation. We've met through that way, but he's very interested in building a community of musicians who support one another. Georgina is actually part of that group too, but has been working on her own platform that comes more from the literary and art world. And Robin is part of Nifty Music, which we heard earlier about from Nifty Sax, about onboarding musicians into this whole world of NFTs and blockchains. Welcome to you guys, and we'll hope that Patrick will join us later on as well. He is building a platform for cultural events and monuments where you can crowdsource and crowdfund initiatives in that space. I want to start with Ralph and Georgina. You are both artists. You come from different perspectives, but when did you have the idea that you wanted to go into NFTs, that you wanted to try out this new medium?
Georgina, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, you have to unmute yourself, Georgina. Wait. Don't talk.
For me,
No.
it was just a discovery in 2016, 17, more or less, and I saw it as an opportunity when I discovered blockchain. I saw an opportunity for the author, so the unique human individual who is in front of his computer and he has an idea, or he gets an idea or a musician or any kind of. I have been working with musicians for a long time, and so I saw it as an opportunity for them to recover the control of what they were bringing to the web. So I think as I've been listening to the whole day, and I'm very grateful for all that I have learned through this amazing conference. And something that is very interesting to understand, someone has said it, is that this is an evolving technology. The internet is evolving, so there's going to be they are overlapping. There are people who are still working like in Web 1. Now we have Web 2 and Web 3, and I recall. So I discovered that, and I started this DApp to build this DApp in 2020. But I think it's just an option for the authors, but not something. This is the beauty of this kind of technologies, that you have the choice, and every artist needs to decide, or depending on the way he approaches the use of technology, the way he wants to do. And we are providing just a service, so we are building a software as a service. Another possibility of using that.
So the smartest is the smart contract and the art for the artists. Yes.
Yeah.
Ralph, how about you?
Yeah,
there's a long story and a short story. The long story is actually quite short.
Short story first.
The long story is short, and the short story is a whole lot longer. Long story is very simple. I've been in the creative business for a very long time, and after a lifetime in the creative industry, you'd think I'd be happy with having found my niche, but I kind of never got into niches. I'm more into purpose, and I'm interested in a particular purpose. The purpose is to seek. And if I kind of go all Kierkegaard on you, and if life has to be lived forward and reviewed backward, then I think this is kind of what I'm doing now is actually a direct result of the last 30, 35, 40 years. So before Christmas, I couldn't sleep. And I did what I usually do at such moments: got up at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and wrote. And I wrote down this idea of what could we actually do with all this fascinating technology that's growing up around our ears. What is it actually for? Yes, we can have funky JPEGs of bored yet interesting simians, but that's kind of just the beginning of the story. It's certainly not the end of the story. And I thought probably the most interesting aspect of why what rather we could or we should be doing, and is to build physical communities around the activity that we are already engaged in, using this technology as glue. So to me, it kind of occurred since Christmas, really, that what I should be doing is to figuring out a way of creating a community of communities. Because if artists, if there's one thing that all artists need, that's fans. Everything else being equal, everything else being different for different domains, everybody needs an audience. Everybody needs fans. And if we get together and share those fans among the members of the community, then everybody gets more fans. And then, as it turned out, I got a couple of phone calls, one after another. People, somehow the word got out, and as people started ringing me and saying, "Now about these NFTs, what do I do about this?" And then three rather brilliant software engineers I'd known got together and said, "Now listen, about these NFTs." So this is the short story, which is kind of long. What we're now building is a platform, which is a business, but it's a business with a purpose. The purpose is to go seek.
Hold your breath there, Ralph, because I really want to bring in Robin, and then also Patrick, and then we can go into more detail. But Robin, you come in when artists say, like, I want to be in that world, and you, together with your partner in Nifty Music, you help them in the onboarding process. Can you talk a little bit about how that actually works? How do you help other musicians onboard onto the NFT world?
Yes. So the first step is a lot of them don't have any experience in Web3. A lot of them are musicians and they've had careers outside of blockchain technology, and they've heard about it from a news article, from a friend, whatever. So the vast majority of people we speak to have either had a very small amount of experience or they're completely fresh and they've never heard about this technology before. So a lot of our job is education and guiding them through this process. We always say that our target for all of our clients is to take them from 0 to sold out. And in some cases, it literally is 0, where they know nothing about the blockchain. And then we gradually build up, like Ralph was saying, with the community being, the technology being the glue. We try not to mention the technology too much. We approach it like a journey from a very small collection, the first NFT you've ever released, up until we do massive drops, like the one we're doing next week with 2,500 NFTs, and gradually building these artists into confident musicians who are able to completely transform their careers from maybe smaller Web2 presence to having these massive communities on Web3.
This is something that requires a lot of coordination to drop 2,500 NFTs. Now, how do you do this in terms of organization?
It's a challenge. I'm a blockchain engineer, so I write the smart contracts, and Nifty, who was on here earlier, I was listening to that discussion. He does the management of the communities and the artists. So it's a combination between the tech and the human side, making it possible to make these huge collections, which before, in the traditional Web2 way, you'd have a label, you'd have management, and they'd be producing, in some cases, actual physical products. In this case, we're producing something that's ethereal in the metaverse, and I write the smart contracts which allow musicians to basically set up their own music label and sell directly to collectors. And like I was saying, it's an education piece. It's transforming your mindset from I'm selling to my fans to the new system, which is much more, I'm building a community and we're all in this together. Everybody in this community has a stake, a financial stake in the success of my project, which is a completely different mindset, but a very powerful one, and one that is transforming people's lives.
Mm-hmm. This is a great segue to Patrick, who earlier wrote in the chat, I had a very difficult traveling day. I think it's fine not done yet.
It's fine now.
Patrick, welcome on this live stream. I mean,
hi, nice for having me. Yeah, it's crazy.
Airport still streaming into the world. Your project, Cultural Places, is also a community-funded and community-driven venture. Tell us in 1 or 2 sentences what this is about and how you came about the topic of blockchain and NFTs.
Sure. Yeah, so basically what we built, Cultural Places, is a platform for cultural travelers, artists, and cultural businesses, so cultural institutions as well. We have clients in the museum segment, for example, but also cultural businesses like famous hotels that are in culture, like Hotel Sacher, for example, or also the St. Stephen's Cathedral. And we started with media guiding, podcasting, digital ticketing, and stuff like that. But since 2018-19, we took a serious look into blockchain technology as well, and we started a new project a couple of months ago, which is all about building a DeFi-based cultural community. And the major 2 things that we are going to have there is decentralized rewards for users and decentralized crowdfundings for artists and for institutions. Why is that so important for us? The sector, the market, the cultural market, the travel market was obviously, it was not the best time the last couple of years during the pandemic. And we talked to a lot of clients, we talked to artists, we talked to museums as well, and asked them where the biggest problem is. And basically 95% said, yeah, it's the lack of funds, and we cannot realize projects in a good way. And this is exactly the point, exactly the pain point where our project is targeting to help them. So that's basically it. Yeah.
So it's a financial incentive, of course, now is much greater than it used to be. I'd like to go into the next round of questions, and that is about building the communities. In your example, Patrick, I think the communities are there. The question is, can you onboard them into a new blockchain-based system? In other examples, you have to build up the community from the ground up. Maybe, Ralph, if we go back to you, the community building aspect of Collectico Labs, how are you doing that? How do you onboard other artists? What are your experiences there?
It's kind of a parallel process. And Collectico itself is the technology platform. So we build stuff for clients. So it's the clients who have the communities. So if it's a brand, then it'll be a whole, I don't know, an incentive program, let's say, for customers. Within the community of communities, this concept whole NFT community, which You and I have both participated in calls many times. The basic premise is very simple. If you're an artist of any kind, you have an audience. Whether this is my buddy Nigel Gavin, guitarist from New Zealand, with whom I'm doing an NFT project called Urban Symphony, who is known in New Zealand. He's an icon, but even though he's American, he's not really known outside of New Zealand. Or you know, a massive pop star with tens of millions of followers. Basic idea is the same. You have people who love what you do. Now, while we won't necessarily be starting with Bono tomorrow, I dare say we'll be onboarding many people like Nigel who have tens of thousands of fans. He's been in the business for a long time. He's sold half a dozen albums. Half of them I designed the covers for myself. And there are people like him, by the hundred, by the thousand. And this idea that has been, mentioned a couple of times today already of, Kevin Kelly's 1,000 true fans, it resonates hugely through this entire process, because what we're actually looking for are those people who really love what you do, not the people who, are the sort of passing fans. And yeah, in my workout, playlist, I have this song by such and such, and it's kind of funky, but I'd never go to his or her gig. But rather people who have been to 5 or 6 or 10 gigs by this artist, and they have every album, and they know them personally because they hang out after the gig, stuff like that. This is the sort of level of interaction and the sort of level of kind of rich cultural bonding that I think this whole NFT monarchy is really very good for. Because yes, you too can release 50 squillion NFTs, and people will probably lap them up, and it'll be great. Although given the experience with the iPod, maybe not. But people who have a handful of fans, 1,000, 10,000 fans, who really love what they do, they actually want to get engaged, but the power transfer is a two-way street. The artist contributes his or her art. The people get this as input, but they then want to support this artist, so they get more of that input. So I think this kind of direct engagement is going to be massive, and I dare say, if I had a crystal ball, I dare say I would see the next 12 to 18 months as being an amazing period of growth, of opportunity, growing out of imagination and out of testing and experimentation, because we don't know what people will build, but out of testing and experimentation of what we can build on top of this technology, because really we can build pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm. Robin, Ralph says that it's a period of experimentation. How, from your perspective, how have these smart contracts that you have been building changed over the last years? What's the direction that you see as someone who is actually writing the code and deploying the contract?
Well, as most of us in the Web3 world are aware, gas is a huge problem, and that problem is not going away anytime soon. So the changes on the technical side of things with the contracts, it's all been towards gas optimization. And now, if you launch a collection on Ethereum, you need to have a gas optimized contract. Otherwise, somebody in the community will mention it, and you could be losing in total millions of dollars worth of gas fees in your community. If you really believe in doing the best job you can for your community, you need to be releasing on a gas optimized contract. And that's really been the biggest change in the last couple of months. People are moving from these template contracts that have been set up to more platforms and gas optimized platforms like Manifolds, which I think was discussed earlier today.
Earlier, yes.
Are popping up, and these have very good contracts that are gas optimized, and you can use them without any coding knowledge. So I think there's two things: that the custom contracts are being optimized as much as possible, and also people and artists are starting to use pre-built template contracts that are available on new platforms like Manifold, and I think that's just going to continue. We're moving from kind of the phase in Web 2 right at the start of the internet, where you had to know HTML, you had to know CSS, you had to run your own server in some cases, and then it moved to like a Squarespace kind of thing, where you just have to have a login, and then you can drag things around, and you can create a website very easily. We're still going through that process in Web3. We're still right at the beginning, so we're going from the process of having to know how to code a smart contract, which right now most people, if you want to do a custom collection, you have to, and we're gradually progressing towards platforms and tools which make it easier to release stuff on the blockchain, which is only a good thing, and it means there'll be more quality content coming to the blockchain in the future.
I mean, the thing that I find very interesting in that regard is also the question of the user interfaces. You know, it takes quite a while as a user to set up a wallet, to wrap your head around it. I do believe that if there's something in the future that we need to put more emphasis on, it's actually being user-friendly. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Come visit Galactical Labs.
I wanted to say something to Robin. Well, our software as a service is built on stacks secured by Bitcoin, and we don't have this problem of gas so far. So that's fantastic. On another side, the wallet is so easy to use. That's also another thing. You can stack, which means not stack instead of stacking instead of staking. So you get your benefits in Bitcoin. So it's fantastic. So, but apart from that, I'm an advocate for stacks. But the Smartists also provides a service. The service consists in giving the technology to artists to open their studios, their private studios online on the Web3, so they can do in their studios online what they could do in an actual physical studio. So this includes not only collaboration, but also selling certain pieces privately, like as NFTs. And so I'm more or less, I'm not a programmer, but I'm more or less familiar to smart contracts. And we are attaching licenses to these smart contracts, by the way, because they need to collaborate. So, and these here I sent a video with we have an MVP, just an MVP, but we had 10 people who already opened, they are testing, they opened their studios, and there's a collaboration already going on, which is fantastic. And today I learned about this, the platform you said before on Ethereum, so it's very similar. I mean, we are on the same page with the studio. You know, this idea of providing a very easy way for artists to mint and be actually in possession of their smart contracts actually. And I've been using a platform on. There are especially four important marketplaces on Stacks, and the one I'm using is Stacks NFT. I own the smart contract actually. They provide the smart contract. I go through a very easy form. I need to, and then they provide me I get my smart contract. So I think, as you say, things are evolving and are getting very much easier. So I wanted to share that. And at some point, if I don't know if on backstage they want to share the example, I will explain, but maybe later how these two artists, these two studios are collaborating and have made that possible. And peer-to-peer, absolutely peer-to-peer, nothing in between, which is fantastic. That was the idea. We are privacy focused, by the way. privacy focused. So we are not. You said about DAOs. Well, we are starting a DAO for smartists and everything, because we need to move on, counting with all the people who bring value. We want them to participate, and we are using incentives, voting, this voting power, providing voting power, making white lists for NFTs, because and we are trying to use this. But this is, for me, is very exploratory and very challenging. So making a DAO, it's not something that comes so easy for someone from the old school, I mean. And that's what I wanted to explain.
That's very interesting. I think that yeah, that Stacks is a great platform and built on the blockchain security. So it's fascinating to hear that you're using that. And what you were saying, Matthias, earlier about user experience, I think right now that's a huge problem that we need to solve. When people come into this world, they have to learn what a wallet is, they have to learn what an address is, they have to learn all of these concepts that are exclusive to Web3 and the blockchain. And people don't care, really. I mean, I care because I'm a developer, but I've learned that most people don't care about these things, and the experience should be much smoother than that. The experience should be interacting with the art directly, interacting with the music, not having to worry about learning or spending two months learning about what a blockchain is. That stuff doesn't matter to the end user.
Robin, I would like to, afterwards, I would like to contact with you, because you've been talking about doing some educational. I'm working a lot with artists, and something that Matthias said, he said about he's not brought many collectors, and someone told me, testing my, you are not addressing the art users. You are always talking to artists, and maybe it's we forget this other part, not just the creators. So I had the same feedback. So and I think that there's a lot of education to do on that. Yeah, on the use of that.
There is this it's like you are on a road, and then there is this bump, and you have to get across it. And afterwards, the road is again straight, and you can drive faster. But it's, getting over that initial bump that is really, it takes mental energy, really. That's all it is. It took me, first time I heard about Bitcoin was relatively early on. Before I bought my first Bitcoin, it took me a couple of years. Then I heard about Ethereum, and it took me also a couple of months before I went into that. And NFTs, the same thing. I think you have to do that initial experience, and then you are on a new level. But how to entice people to get onto that new level, that's the question. And I want to add one thing. When you look at Web 1, which was decentralized, and very similar to the point in time we are now with Web 3, that took many years until something like Web 2 developed, the centralized services on top of that decentralized technology platform. For Web 3, I don't think we have that much time. I think we already see a huge concentration on APIs, on platforms. And so my question to you would be, do you guys think that is a positive thing, because user experiences will be better on these centralized services on top of the Web3 infrastructure? Or does that also mean that all of the promises of decentralized Web3 types of applications will evaporate very soon, and people stop talking about it?
That's a really interesting point. I think that's when we make all these promises about decentralized services, and people make assumptions when they join certain things. A great example of this is MetaMask, which is a wallet provider on Ethereum. Everybody assumes that MetaMask is decentralized. Everybody assumes that it's just part of this this decentralized utopia. But then they blocked access in certain countries based on I think they blocked access in Ukraine and possibly Iran or somewhere else. And suddenly people realized that actually this is a centralized service. This wallet provider is not decentralized at all, and these people can switch off access. It all goes through this one point of entry. So I think that people people make assumptions based on Web3 that it's decentralized all the time. A lot of the case, it's not. OpenSea is centralized. MetaMask is centralized. A lot of other platforms are centralized. And we need to fight to keep it decentralized and to avoid falling into the same problems that we had before.
Absolutely.
But what is the solution? So if I want to have controlled access to the blockchain, do I need to write my own wallet software then?
You don't technically need wallet software. I mean, you can have a wallet without having the software. It becomes much more difficult. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if there are any truly decentralized wallet providers. I suspect what will happen is we'll go down the same path that we did with Web 2. When Web 2 started, we had servers and we had this promise of decentralization and big organizations were no longer going to be a thing. But what ended up was we had walled gardens like Facebook, like Google, like Microsoft. They built their own ecosystems and they forced you to go through their centralized systems. Unfortunately, that's the way that Web3 is going as well. And I don't see a way of stopping it. But I mean, there's still hope. There's still hope yet.
Yes, but I think what is very clearly different from Web 2 is rights. I mean, encryption provides like a protection for individuals to take control of their rights, basically, of their of what they do on the web, and that's so you have a yield if you want to, of course. As I said, I'm very much I like freedom, and I like people to be free to choose what they want to do. But because I like freedom, Web 2 was not freedom at all. I mean, you were not in control of neither of your identity or your identifier. You had this bunch of these profiles, this branch of data who defined you somehow. That's terrible. I think it's been for me. Well, I read Surveillance Capitalism and all the books, and I started with Life After Google, and I'm quite a libertarian by the way. And, let's confess, yeah, no problem confessing that. And the thing is, I found it really, it's very disturbing with what Web 2 has done with us, and that's why for me, discovering this possibility of taking control. Actually, at the beginning the motto of Blockstack at the time was it's all about fundamental rights. That's why it's one of before choosing the blockchain where I wanted to build my solution, I waited and I looked at many. I stayed for 2 years watching the panorama, and so it wasn't an improvisation. And by the way, it's been here as Scribe. I was you've been the Ocean Protocol. I know all of them. Many of I've seen all the evolution, and I chose very, very consciously Blockstack at the time, and it was all about more fundamental rights. And for me, as I say, I always like to say that in Smartist there are 3 rights very important to artists, very important, which are, of course, intellectual property, but also freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and privacy, because the process of creativity sometimes requires privacy. And freedom of expression without privacy is very difficult. So you need privacy to be sometimes, and anonymity or pseudonymity, or as you want to call it, but you need that to really be free. So I'm happy to share that with you, because it's I don't know if you want it. It was about the question, but I think
no,
it's,
totally. I'm old enough to remember the saying, "Everything is political," and perhaps one of the issues with Web 2 is that a lot of people have forgotten that saying. And it is obvious, if you think about it, that technology certainly is political. And the more awareness there is of this simple fact, the better. Perhaps one of the key things, you ask for solutions, here we are. One of the key things that we could be working towards is a more basic education in this simple fact that technology that comes into your life and the technology that you actively choose to come into your life, which may or may not be the same things, these are political choices, either made by you or made for you. And the awareness of the difference is something that we should perhaps talk about more. And we should, in fact, let's get together on nftalk.live next week and talk about this, because it's actually quite important. But given the fact that anything to do with technology is by definition a trade-off on a number of levels. Security versus convenience, all those interlocking Venn diagrams that we so love. If it's a trade-off, then we should be actually broadening the discussion, and it's not a 1-0 choice, centralized versus decentralized, because that is missing the point, and it is also not helpful because that is not the discussion, because that can't be the discussion. But we should be actually broadening it to, for instance, include issues of agency and empowerment and enabling, which are things that have been talked about today already. But one of the key aspects of NFTs that are particularly exciting for me is that they are an empowering technology, or can be, for all the reasons we've just discussed. So the discussion, centralized or not, should actually be broader and should be more granular and finer and kind of more sophisticated, if I may use that word.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have always shades of gray and not the black and white. But of course, the black and white is also helpful to illuminate certain points. Guys,
Just
yes,
to clarify
Georgina.
something. Just to clarify something, the Maestro Noceda used to say, music is beyond politics. I agree, absolutely. I think I never think of politics in art, and I don't like actually when art is really involved in politics. It's the kind of art I don't appreciate so much. Human art is more interesting, but for me. But at the same time, as Rachmaninoff said, you need an artist cannot live without freedom. You need freedom to be an artist. So
that's political then.
And you may not care about politics, but as we know, politics certainly cares about you.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are pretty present. Yeah, they make them present.
And technology is amplifying the political discourse in many places and distorting it. And this is something that we've witnessed again and again to an alarmingly rapidly growing degree over the last few years. And I dare say we'd be foolish if we assumed that it's not going to come running into this little enclave of intellectual pastime discussion, because it is already, I'm sure.
I prefer technology actually. When we talk, it's just a relief talking about technology.
Guys, I want to thank you. I mean, this is a very interesting discussion, and I'm sure we will continue it later on. Maybe not tonight, because I've been online for more than 8 hours now.
You need a cigar and a whiskey.
It's quite a marathon. Thank you, thank the four of you for being here today with us, and Thank you, Patrick. Also, I wish you a good return home.
I don't know. I don't have high hopes actually, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll hear from you. After all, cultural places is about people traveling. So there you go.
Yeah. I try my best to test everything by myself.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, everyone. I would love to say goodbye to everyone now. I want to thank our audience. I want to thank the people who sent questions. Of course, I want to thank again my team at the Karajan Institute and beyond, who have helped in the last weeks to make this happen. It's all about the community that we're trying to build here. You are all welcome to join it. Come to our Discord server, also come to our mailing list and be part of the discussion. We are looking forward to the next steps. A couple of initiatives that we talked about today. We will do follow-ups. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. And we're looking forward to having you again soon. Thank you and bye-bye.